Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. What is happening? Oh, somebody just redeemed sunglasses over on Twitch. That's what that was. Okay. Alright. Good to see you all, Space Fams, here on this Saturday. Some shoutouts first. Frizzla, Mo and Noip, Mr. Spock, 123 in the YouTube chat. Vicky, a close fourth. Theater, also here. HBX. Manda. Manda, Choki, Echios. Pitchforks Dragon, Luck Dragon. Multiple Dragons, the reference frame. The Green New Deal, Papa Jeff. H. Larson. And Jaeger 8 Larson, Ian Leal, also on Twitch. Alright. Well, that does it for the shout-outs. Got a lot to talk about here tonight. We're going to try and talk about everything other than Iran for much of the stream. As much of the stream as we can. At some point that will cease to be a thing and we'll have to talk about Iran. But since we didn't do anything else other than talking about Iran yesterday during the week ending report when we should have been recapping the whole week, I feel like that's what we should do now. Best place to start here tonight is, of course, the United States.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. Then we spent that time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the
Is unbelievable. Unbelievable, everybody. I don't know why you're still talking about this guy. This creep. I heard he had some very serious problems. All right, people. Women's History Month. What better time to talk about the Epstein files? Aww. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're going to talk about the Epstein files no matter what month it is, I'm afraid. Let's go here, talk about Pamela Joe Bondi.
Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
I made it crystal clear I will follow the law. Under the Epstein Transparency Act.
What is up with Todd Blanche? Why does it always look like Todd is like shitting out something fierce? Like something really, really, you know, like it looks like he's constipated. Right? Am I the only person that looks at Todd's face and goes, this guy needs more fiber in his diet? Like, you see him looking over the shoulder of Pam Bondi right there. He's like, look at look at him looking over the, like, what in the actual fuck is going on over at the DOJ? These people are out of control. You got Donald Trump's personal lawyer looking over Pam's shoulder, like I'm trying to think of what the comparison, like a defense attorney or something. He's like, don't say anything wrong. He's like, I feel like he's listening to the words of Pam, going like, don't say anything wrong, Pam. Your job is to not screw this up. Can you feel my breath?
Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
I made it crystal clear I will follow the law. Under the Epstein Transparency Act, we had 30 days to redact and release, under the law that was passed, 3 million documents. If you stack those up, that's the height of the Eiffel Tower. No other administration. Under the Biden administration, they released 0 documents. So we did our very best to comply with the law. And of course, we don't want any victim to be further victimized. And that's why we had 500 attorneys with the criminal division, with the national security division, with the FBI working around the clock to do the best we can.
I see. They're doing the best they can do over there at the fucking DOJ. Okay, everybody, can you give Pamela Joe a break? All right, she doesn't want to re-victimize people. Okay, sure, she did. That wasn't her intention. Can't we give her some credit for intentions? She had the best of intentions. She didn't want to victimize people. She just did it, and that's the result of her incredible incompetence / cover-up. Pamela Joe saying that she's going to follow the law. Don't you worry. She loves the law. She has no reason not to comply with it. However, not everyone was as thrilled about Pamela Joe's and the DOJ's efforts. Some people felt perhaps that they were not doing everything they could to comply with the law. That's what everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it.
Some fired up members of the Democratic on the House Oversight Committee are speaking now after listening to Attorney General Bondi talking about the Epstein files. Let's listen in.
To our lawful subpoena in a deposition. So instead I asked Chairman Comer if he would compel her to come to our deposition. If she did not come, would he force her to, or if he would move for contempt hearings as he did for other people who did not respond to our subpoena. Instead of answering as an adult, he said that I was bitching, which is, again, something that would not be allowed if we were operating under the rules of this committee, because engaging in personalities is actually something that we are not able to do. If C-SPAN and the public were there, I'd imagine that he would not act that way. Neither here nor there, we expected AG Bondi to be adversarial. We expected her to be confrontational. And we expected her to not offer us much information. But that's why I introduced impeachment articles, because she has already been obstructing justice. She has already weaponized the DOJ. She has already ended investigations into Trump and his allies. She has.
Yeah, I mean, Summer's right. Has Pamela seemingly covered up the Epstein files and acted as Donald Trump's personal prosecutor and all sorts of other things. Yeah, ended investigations or not even started ones that should have started in the first place. Yeah. Yes, yeah, all of the above, Summer. I mean, but has anybody checked the Dow?
The Dow,
come
right
on.
now.
It's 50. Well, it was 50 thou. It's not 50 thou anymore. I think it's like 45 thou. It's less than, let's just suffice to say it's slightly less than 50 thou. 45 thou doesn't have the same sort of ring to it, does it?
The Dow
just
right
me?
now is over. The Dow is over 50.
This role essentially as one to help the president. She does not answer to the president. The DOJ does not have the right or the privilege of withholding information from an active investigation, ignoring the laws of our land, which the Epstein Transparency Act is, with our subpoena from last July is. And the oversight Dems will continue to press for accountability. We'll continue to press for justice for survivors while also keeping them centered in this. So at the end of the day, we are still here seeking answers for women, for girls, and for the American public who has demanded justice, who have demanded answers to this. And whether or not they will pretend that the documents that they've given us is enough, we already know that they have not complied. And we are asking other people to make sure that we do not let them off the hook right now. So we look forward to her on the record deposition with our committee in response to our lawful subpoena.
I'll say a few more things, and I'm going to open up for questions, and if anyone wants to answer the questions. So just as a review, 'cause I think it's very important. This fake hearing, we found out about it yesterday with no time to prepare, with no format given to us. We had no idea what the even format was going to be until just an hour or two before this kind of fake hearing that was set up. And it was clear from the minute it started that the Attorney General is trying to evade and not attend the mandated subpoena that is put in place. We asked her that question. Multiple members asked her the question. She would not respond. She said she'll continue to follow the law. That is not a response. She has a subpoena in place by Chairman Comer. If there's any questions, I'll take those now.
Sir, aside from the questions about the deposition, which I gather was one of your major focuses, what else have you guys been asking her about? What else has the conversation been in the room been about? Because I know you all said you had a lot of questions.
I'm going to let Congressman Lynch. Sure.
Yeah. And I support everything that's been said by my colleagues. Remember, our desire to get the Attorney General and Todd Blanche under oath is because we've been faced with lies from the very beginning. Go back to February 21st, 2025. Pam Bondi told us and told the public that the Epstein file client list was on her desk. But then we found out that was a lie. Then she told us that on July 25th, 2025, she said, there's no need for any more disclosure on any of these Epstein files. Then we found out later there's 6 million documents. They give us 3 million of those. And now we find that we can't get access to a lot of that information because it's so heavily redacted. And then finally, with much pressure from the court.
We're going to take a quick break from covering that press conference to bring in
Jesus Christ, Jake Tapper jump scare. That should be illegal. God, I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh, yeah. Oof. I'm all right. I hope you're all right. Oh, God, that was horrifying. Anyway, that was Democrats.
Congresswoman Melanie
Speaking
Stansbury of New
after
Mexico.
they spoke with the DOJ, Pam Bondi, where she basically railroaded and avoided any accountability or any following the law, any of that stuff they're supposed to do because of the Epstein Accountability Act, which was passed by Congress last year. It's been like, how long has it been since they actually passed the Epstein Accountability Act? 6 months? It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's unacceptable. Write that down. Actually, screw it. I'll listen to Representative Melanie Stansbury for now. I hate having to listen to Jake Tapper, of all people. It's really painful. Go write a book, Jake. Why don't you go write a book about the president's health or something?
I'm staying in the race.
Pretty fired up. What happened behind closed doors?
Yeah, well, I just walked out of the briefing room, and what is absolutely clear is that Pam Bondi has no intention of complying with the law and the subpoena that we've issued for her to be deposed under oath in front of the committee. In fact, what appears to have happened is that she and Todd Blanche volunteered to come brief the committee, and so we walked in today ready to hear information that they would provide to us about what's going on with the Epstein File Transparency Act, and basically they said, we've released what we're going to release, and now you can ask me questions. And there was no oath, there were no cameras, the American public were locked out of the room, and it was clear that they were not prepared to answer questions about compliance with the law. And so ultimately, after Chairman Comer insulted Summer Lee, who is the lead in many ways on the subpoena, both of Pam Bondi and the subpoena of the Epstein files, and basically was extraordinarily disrespectful towards her, the Democrats walked out of the room because we're not going to play their games.
So just
Not going to do it.
Not gonna
Wouldn't be
do it.
present at this juncture.
Well, there you go. The Department of Justice playing games with the law. Shock of shocks. Department of Justice not protecting victims, but instead protecting the perpetrators. Pam Bondi. More concerned about the Dow than she is about thou. MS Now. Made. I'm not doing this on purpose. MS Now from 8 hours ago.
It was another big week in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. His personal attorney since the mid-90s, Darren Endike, testified to the House Oversight Committee that he did not know anything about Epstein's sexual abuse of underage girls at the time it was happening. Meanwhile, questions remain if U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi will comply with the committee's subpoena to answer questions about the investigation. House Democrats stormed out of a last-minute closed-door briefing with Bondi this week. They say they were enraged by her refusal to commit to testifying under oath.
What we witnessed today was absolutely a farce.
It is outrageous, it's infuriating, and it continues this White House cover-up of the Epstein files.
We want her under oath because we do not trust her. Why don't we trust her? Because she's a liar.
Well, Democrats also pressed Chairman James Comer on whether he'd compel Bondi's testimony or seek to hold her in contempt, but Comer does not seem that interested.
I personally don't see any reason for her to do a deposition. She's the sitting attorney general. She's turning over documents. I think the Democrats want to do this to embarrass her. I did not vote for the subpoena to bring her in for a deposition.
That's clear. Joining us now, Congressman Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts, a senior member on the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. I want to start right with Darren Endike. I want to read part from his opening statement on Thursday. He says, "Let me be clear. I had no knowledge whatsoever of Jeffrey Epstein's wrongdoings. My complete lack of involvement in that misconduct is a matter of record. Not a single woman has ever accused me of committing sexual abuse or witnessing sexual abuse, nor claimed at any time that she or anyone else reported to me any allegation of Mr. Epstein's abuse. He worked for him for years and years and years while this was happening. I assume Mr. Endike, being an attorney, is a smart man. Why do you think there are so many smart people, connected people, rich people who are around Jeffrey Epstein have had no clue what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein? No questions popped up in their heads."
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the business aspects of Epstein's operation, he did keep that compartmentalized. But
He kept it compartmental. What are you talking about? Not what I've heard. Not what I've heard. The Rendo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What I've heard is that everybody around him knew all about it. I don't know who this guy is. With the very strong Boston accent.
After that, we found that there were 6 million documents from the FBI. We had to pass an act of Congress to get her to cooperate. An act of Congress, the Epstein Transparency Act, just to get her to give us documents. And then she.
I think he's a House member. I think he's a House member. What's this guy's name? Where is his name? Name. Stephen Lynch. Literally says Representative Stephen Lynch. I guess I could have read it.
I asked her a couple of days ago at our hearing. She said there was evidence and testimony from 1,200 victims. How do you have 1,200 victims and the only one who faces the consequences is Jeffrey Epstein, who took his own life? So,
Are you still talking about Jeffrey
That's
Epstein?
a sad statement that the U.S. law enforcement, the FBI, local police, 1,200 victims, and we can't come up with anyone to prosecute or to charge in this case. So it's obviously been a system of obfuscation and protecting the powerful, both in Miami and in New York. So that's our task on the Oversight Committee. That's what my colleagues and I are trying to do, and a small group of Republicans as well, to try to get the.
Okay, I gotta say, it's pretty funny. Usually it takes us a little while. I've been looking at, it was hilarious. Last night I was looking at the numbers on Twitch, and I've noticed that we wind up hitting fairly decent viewer numbers, but it takes us hours. We stream 8 hours a night. And we won't hit 30 or 40 live viewers until 5-6 hours into the stream. It takes a super long time. And we keep going up until we end the stream. But the problem is that I don't know. We don't start off with a lot of viewers. But today I put Hassan in the title, and for some reason all of you are here. It's very strange. It's very strange. In fact, there's more viewers on Twitch than there are on YouTube right now. Already. 30 minutes into the
immediately, if not sooner.
Congressman Lynch, there's something that Comer said, Chairman Comer said in that intro side, just jumps out at me, where he says, I personally don't see any reason for AG Bondi to do a deposition. That sort of strains credulity here. Now, he's the chairman. Is what he
the himbo brings the views. Stupid, sexy Hassan.
Said, is that something that could get in the way of the Attorney General from sitting down before the committee? This is insane, most importantly, dude. Under oath to talk about what's happening with Epstein, the investigation, and quite honestly, what dealings or things wasn't she the Attorney General for Florida? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've got questions.
Yeah. Well, obviously, he's signaling that's what Trump wants. We do have, like I said, a small group of Republicans who joined us on the subpoena. That's a lawful subpoena, and she should be sitting before us and answering questions. Remember, she told the American people that the client file was on her desk. That was a lie. She told us that okay, there's no need to look. There's no more documents. Then, shortly after that, we found that there were 6 million documents from the FBI. We had to pass an act of Congress to get her to cooperate. An act of Congress, the Epstein Transparency Act, just to get her to give us documents. And then she said, okay, you've got the documents. She gave us 3 million documents, except we later found out, because of our own records and because of the victims' records, that she hadn't given us any of the stuff that had Trump's name on it or his connection with it. So she's lied
I did everything
repeatedly.
right, and they indicted
unfortunately,
me.
and I told her the other day, it's because of the repeated lying that we've got to get her under oath, that we have to have her sworn testimony. And even then, I'm seriously doubtful of her veracity. I do not believe she will tell the truth. That's a sad statement, but it's true.
Seems like nobody has any faith in Bondi telling the
I mean, this
truth.
woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Frizzla with the super. What the hell did I just do? There, I'm at the pool. Well, there we go. Frizzla with the sweet super chat. I don't think it's as much about protecting the powerful, but that they know anyone indicted would immediately point their finger at Diaper Donnie. Thank you, Frizz. All right, let's keep this thing moving now to Forbes News with the clip from Thursday. Representative Yasmin Ansari had some things to say about
Trump
the
gifted 5
what does that
subscriptions
sound?
to the community.
Oh my God, CJ from the 6 gifting 5 sweet galactic subs to the community. Digital Punks, F.A. Hertz, deeply concerned. John the Holan, and Happy Cushion. Thank you, CJ. Incredible generosity from you as well. All of you. All of you. Beautiful, beautiful people. What was it? Yes, keeping us on track here with the show to Forbes breaking news from Thursday evening after House Oversight Democrats spoke to Pam Bondi in a closed-door discussion, hearing, I don't know even what to call it. None of us are ever going to get to see it.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari. I represent Arizona's 3rd District. You know, every time we go through one of these depositions, it becomes abundantly clear that we are in the midst of the most egregious cover-up in American history. Darren Indyke, just like Richard Kahn, just like Les Wexner, these are 3 men who played a major role in Jeffrey Epstein's life and a major role in enabling him to be able to rape and abuse likely over 1,000 children.
Illegal.
And every single time, whether it be Les Wexner, who is the billionaire financier of Jeffrey Epstein, whether it be today with Mr. Indyke, they all, the impression that they give off and their demeanor and the vibe they are portraying is that they were just there, they were just, you know, casually around, they did some work for him, but they didn't know anything, they had no clue, they were not, you know, Les Wexner told us they had no personal relationship, there was no friendship. Today, Mr. Indyke is, you know, he's just a family lawyer, and, you know, he heard about some allegations back.
Yeah, I find that to be utterly laughable.
Give me a joke.
It couldn't possibly be a funnier claim, in my opinion. Like, just really a funny claim. Oh, same thing for the accountant, right? Like, over the years, at one institution, J.P. Morgan, I think he took out like $250 million in cash. Like, he did $250 million in cash transactions at just J.P. Morgan Chase alone. And you're the accountant for that guy, and you don't have any. Oh, you don't have any ideas about anything. Oh, what? No, what? It was the same thing from the accountant. He was like, I just did the books. What? Everything seemed perfectly fine.
What you talking about?
Same thing for the lawyer. It's literally his job to keep him out of. It's literally both of their jobs to keep him out of shit legally speaking. One an attack, like tax wise. The other one, you know, criminally, right? And you can't tell me those guys didn't have any idea about what he was up to. You're shit.
You know, in the mid-2000s, but he didn't really think anything of them. And they have stood by him throughout the entirety of this. They continue to have this, you know, unbelievable loyalty and defensiveness, but also covering up what truly happened. And my line of questioning today was about what knowledge Mr. Indike had of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Can't go into the details, but when the transcribed interview comes out, I think that's important to look at, and how he discusses the allegations that have been made against President Trump by, at the time, minors. This is very, very concerning to me. And I will just end by saying that I am extremely disappointed in how Republican Chairman Comer is handling this investigation. The vast majority of these subpoenas and where we're at with this investigation is because Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have been pushing it over and over and relentlessly. We have not backed down from this. And last night what we saw was unbelievable. They were absolutely trying to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche to use this fake hearing as a way to get out of the deposition. That is unacceptable. We are demanding that Attorney General Pam Bondi come forward on April 14th for a deposition under oath to answer questions in front of the American people.
Under oath, that'd be fascinating. I'd love to see a single Trump administration official under oath. We haven't seen that. Haven't seen that one yet. I'll believe it when I see it. All right, let's go to Democracy Now! From 2 days ago, where Ro Khanna spoke with Amy Goodman about all things Epstein Fury.
I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. This is Democracy Now!
We end today's show on Capitol Hill as the Pentagon is asking Congress for $200 billion for the war on Iran. We're joined by Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. He and Republican Congressman Thomas Massie led the unsuccessful effort to pass a War Powers Act in an attempt to rein in President Trump's ability to wage the war against Iran.
Representative Ro Khanna, we thank you so much for being with us. If you can start off by talking about, in the Senate again, a War Powers Act trying to rein in Trump being scuttled yesterday, and what you think can happen at this point.
The American people have already soured on the war. We've lost 13 American service members, and it's counting. The price of gas is up 27%. And now Donald Trump is saying that he's going to come to Congress to ask for $200 billion to fight in Iran, a total betrayal of his promise that he was going to focus on American needs. To put that in perspective, $200 billion would pay for free public college for every American kid, $10 a day child care. It would fully fund special needs education, and we'd have more money left over. So I do believe that Republicans now, some Republicans, are beginning to see that this is hurting the American economy, hurting American workers, and they may start to speak out against the war.
And Representative Khanna, the Wall Street Journal reported that an extraordinarily small group of people made the decision to go to war, including Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, Defense Secretary Hegseth. But a lot of leading U.S. diplomats and figures, officials working on the Middle East, were entirely excluded from these conversations and learned about the war through, like we did, through social media and the news. Your response to that?
Well, it's been totally irresponsibly planned. I mean, the reporting is that they did not anticipate that Iran would strike the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't anticipate that the price of oil would go up. They didn't anticipate the difficulty of actually getting regime change. Just killing Khamenei and having him replaced by his younger son did not topple the regime. They had no end game. They didn't even understand how they were going to get the quote-unquote enriched uranium, 400 kilograms of enriched uranium at 60%, that is buried under the nuclear facilities. So they had a split even in their administration, as we see with Joe Kent's resignation, as we see with Tulsi Gabbard saying she didn't look at the intelligence, she just let the president make the decisions, and they didn't consult. any of the expertise.
I want to go from epic fury, what President Trump has called the war on Iran, to what some are describing, it should have been called Epstein fury, a distraction from what President Trump is very concerned about. On Wednesday, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee walked out of a closed-door briefing with Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy Todd Blanche less than an hour after Bondi repeatedly declined to say whether she would comply with a subpoena requiring her to appear for a sworn deposition on April 14th. You're a part of the House Oversight Committee, and you are the co-author of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Can you tell us what happened late yesterday?
Well, I was there. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General started out by praising me and Thomas Massie for passing the bill. But then when we started asking basic questions like whether she was going to comply with the subpoena, she equivocated. When I asked her why they did not release the files of survivors naming names, they basically said, well, they were protecting survivors. That's not true. So we have insisted that she needs to come under oath on April 14th. James Comer has reiterated that, and I expect that will happen. She will have to answer for hours and hours questions about why there are still 3 million documents being hidden, why there was a cover-up of those files that implicated Donald Trump.
What was that hearing all about? A surprise to you, too, from the day before. You'd been calling for her to testify, and yet she wasn't even under oath. And if you can talk about Comer, the head of the House Oversight Committee, incredibly insulting Congressmember Summer Lee, telling her to stop bitching.
Well, it was a sexist slur against an African-American woman. It was totally uncalled for. He owes her an apology. He owes an explanation. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he's a congressman. He's acting like a deranged sailor or something. Lunatic. All right, we're not quite done talking about the Epstein files. One more clip. Fascinating revelation coming out of Forbes breaking news from earlier on Saturday. Prison guard told FBI about quote-unquote suspicious document shredding after Epstein death. Okay, let's do it. Whoops. A correctional officer at the Manhattan-based prison where Jeffrey Epstein was being held called the FBI about quote-unquote suspicious document shredding days after Epstein died, the Miami Herald reported Saturday, as one prison guard faces newfound scrutiny after the financier's death. A federal corrections officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center called the FBI on August 16th. 6 days after... What the fuck? How am I supposed to read it that fast? Incredibly rude. 6 days after Epstein's death, to say that he had never seen this amount of bags of shredded documents being thrown away. The Herald reported, citing a document released by the Justice Department as part of the Epstein files. The officer said that they found suspicious that a team tasked with probing Epstein's death would be shredding documents with nearby federal officials who tasked with investigating told the FBI that an inmate said that they were tasked with throwing the documents away. In a memo to investigators on August 19, 2019, a Backgate corrections officer said he witnessed something. God damn it, I can't read. I can't read today. He witnessed an inmate bringing bales of shredded documents to throw into a dumpster, and that the inmate told them the Federal Bureau of Prisons officials were shredding everything, quote unquote. Well, that's a disturbing, claim. If true, it would seemingly lead, there being now more evidence that there's some sort of long-time government cover-up surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, his activities while he was alive, including the events surrounding his death. We already know that we were missing 6 of 7 of the cameras at the jail where he supposedly killed himself. And now all of the documents were being destroyed systematically on the same day? That's weird. Am I the only one that thinks that's a little weird? Okay. Well, while we're talking about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, who are, of course, almost entirely women, from my understanding, and it being Women's History Month, we should probably talk about the rights of women in the United States under the Trump administration.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show looking at the Killers of Roe. That's the title of a new book by reproductive rights journalist Amy Littlefield, and what she describes as the death of abortion rights in America. The book examines the movement to criminalize abortion in the years and decades before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Hyde Amendment, which banned federal funding for abortion, which has disproportionately impacted the poor and women of color. Amy Littlefield is The Nation magazine's abortion access correspondent, also a former Democracy Now! Producer. Amy, welcome back to Democracy Now! Congratulations on the publication of your book. Why don't we start off by you talking about the state of reproductive rights in the United States right now?
Thank you, Amy. It's great to be back on the opposite side. Usually I was in the control room. So abortion access today is a landscape that is defined by contradiction. Half of states have some form of restriction on abortion before 24 weeks. More than a dozen states ban abortion outright. And yet, every year since the Supreme Court overturned the right to abortion, the number of abortions in this country has gone up, which is remarkable. And that's because 8 states allow providers anywhere in those states to ship abortion pills anywhere in the country, including into states where abortion is banned. And they're doing so for free or for very cheap. And so, in a way, abortion, which was
most abortions are done by these pills.
Correct. Today, most abortions are by medication, and that's the ones that we can count. There's more community activists circulating these pills completely under the radar. But that means that today, a woman in rural Mississippi can get an abortion sent to her through the mail by pills from a clinician operating in a blue state like New York or Massachusetts for free, right to her door. Someone who would have had to drive hours and endure waiting periods and all kinds of hurdles in the time before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And so, in a sense, access has expanded, and yet choice has contracted, right? Because the options have narrowed. Often clinics are off limits because many of them have closed and are not operating in states where abortion is banned. And so, we used to have a landscape where there was choice, there was a right to abortion legally, but access was curtailed because you needed the money to afford it. And now we see the situation where access has expanded, but people's choices really have narrowed, especially when you factor in the legal risk and the fear that can define seeking an abortion in a state where it's banned.
Talk about the attempts to stop pills being sent to women.
Right. So the most recent one that we've seen is the Trump administration has not acted as quickly as abortion opponents would like to restrict medication abortion. and these pills are circulating freely through the mail. And so
why do you think that is, that they're not acting
because
as quickly?
Abortion rights are super popular, Amy. They are more popular than maybe the New York mayor is one exception, but just about every politician. Abortion rights are more popular than that. It is a losing issue for Republicans, especially after the Dobbs decision. And so that's why many people think Trump is not touching this issue until after the midterm elections, which tells you everything you need to know about why abortion rights and democracy go hand in hand.
And talk about what states and what courts the issue of restricting pills are in right now.
That's
What's
right.
The big decision
So
you're
we
looking
should get a ruling any day from a federal judge who's looking at Louisiana's request to stop the mailing of abortion pills. And that obviously could disrupt this network that I'm telling you about that's reaching people in corners of the country, in Texas and Alabama, where abortion wasn't accessible before.
I want to talk about your book. Why'd you call it Killers of Roe?
So, Amy, I was a new mom when it became clear we were going to lose the national right to abortion. And about the only thing I could tolerate, this was COVID times, right, was murder mysteries. That was all I was reading. And I knew that I was going to have to, you know, my years of an abortion as an abortion reporter told me that people were going to die as a result of Roe v. Wade being overturned. I knew this was going to be a hard story to tell. And it started out as a murder mystery because it was a way to entice myself to tell a really difficult story about women dying preventable deaths as a result of anti-abortion policy. And I knew I was going to have to sit with the killers of Roe, with the men who had brought these policy changes about. And I knew that was going to be a hard task to do. And so the
Okay. Well, I don't think... You know, I don't think we're going to get a reversal of opinion from the Supreme Court. It's going to need to be codified in law in order to get Roe v. Wade to go get abortion access rights back. Now, of course, Republicans want to end rights and access to abortion because they claim to love babies, to love life. And then they refuse to give them health care, food, and then sometimes they put them in detainment centers, if they're the wrong kinds of babies, of course. Children, of course, have found themselves in ICE detainment centers. The volume was too low. The volume was too low. Oh, whoopsies. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. I'm already transitioning right now to talking about ICE real quick. Got a few things to do there, I'm afraid. However, one good piece of news from Thursday. One young high schooler was released, allowed to go home after being in ICE detention for, I think it was like weeks or months or something like that.
The New York City student who was released from ICE custody yesterday. He was detained for nearly 10 months, almost a year. Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel is live in the East Village with more for us this morning. Jaysha.
Charlene Pedro, good morning. Well, Dylan Lopez Contreras was actually detained during a routine immigration hearing last May, and he was being held in Pennsylvania, but he was released yesterday morning. So today he's finally home in the Bronx after 10 long months in immigration detention. Dylan is from Venezuela, and his mother has said that she and her son believed they were taking all of the right steps to seek asylum. Dylan was 20 when he was detained. He's now 21, and he's in high school. It's not clear when Dylan might return to school, but his legal team tells us he wants to graduate and study computer engineering in college, and they also tell us he will pick up where he left off, requesting asylum from Venezuela.
People like this kid were here on asylum as a result of Donald Trump's policies from his first term, and then in his second term he turned around and told them they had to leave. It's fucking insane. People showed up and tried to start a life here. All right, we are 1 hour into the stream. Because of that, I'm going to start a galactic content goal. Okay, Saturday goal started on YouTube. Just a reminder, everybody, we are on a threat level orange galactic deficit financing goal status. We gotta raise like $30 a day between now and the end of March. Otherwise, we're not gonna be able to pay the bills when April comes, and that'll be bad. That'll be bad, and we won't be able to do the stream anymore, and that'll be sad. And then I'll go floating off to that deep dark void, never to be seen again. All of those things, so it sounds bad. You can help contribute to the financing of the Galactic Deficit on Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. It's the only way to do it, because all donations seen on Twitch and YouTube don't come to me until the 3rd and or 4th week of next month. All right, let's go here now to the Associated Press from 2 days ago to talk about the state effort to unmask federal immigration agents.
Proposals to prohibit federal immigration agents from wearing masks are gaining new life in states. Washington State's Democratic Governor Bob Ferguson signed legislation Thursday limiting facial coverings on law enforcement officers. Ferguson called the tactics deeply un-American. California became the first state to create a ban last September.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of?
About a month ago, a federal judge blocked that ban as unlawfully discriminatory because it applied to federal officers but not state personnel. Washington State's new measure seeks to avoid that by applying to federal, state, and local officers. Trump's administration says it will not abide by the Washington State law.
Good.
Similar.
That's literally what I said they should do. I said, okay, well, if it's discriminatory against the poor federal officers, just make it across the board. And then we won't have to worry about that. It would seem that Washington must have taken my advice. Well, while we're talking about ICE, we might as well talk about the man who is set to run the Department of Homeland Security after the departure of Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. That's right, I'm of course talking about Mark Wayne Mullen, who sat at in his initial confirmation hearings on, I think, Wednesday and Thursday. It may have just been one day. I can't remember.
Good morning, everyone. I entered the Senate the same year that Representative Gabby Giffords was shot. I knew then that the state of political rhetoric was encouraging violence. I think it's imperative now, more than ever, that the leaders in our country disavow violence and lead by example. Through the years, I've personally been exposed multiple times to political violence. I was in the right field batting cage when the crazed shooter unleashed nearly 200 shots at our congressional baseball practice. I'll never forget Steve Scalise valiantly trying to drag his body away as the gunman continued. Later that year, a Trump-hating felon attacked me from behind in my yard. I was just straightening up from picking up a tree limb. I was wearing noise cancellation headphones, never saw him coming, running pell-mell down the hill. I was struck in the back. The force of the blow sent us through the air nearly 10 feet, down the hill until his shoulder impaled me as we hit the ground. 6 of my ribs were broken. 3 of the ribs were completely separated, such that for weeks, the ends of the ribs would grind upon each other. My lung was damaged. For weeks, I could inhale, but not have the rib strength to exhale. I developed 2 pneumonias. The pain was such that I could only sit up in bed by tying a rope to the foot of the bed and pulling myself up. But even then, the pain was that of 1,000 knives. Over the year of recovery, I began to cough up blood. I underwent removal of part of my lung. Complications led to an infection in the space between my lung and chest wall. I spent a week in the hospital having the infection lavaged every 6 hours through a chest tube. Recently, Senator Mullen, if you have time to listen, you were confronted by constituents that were angry because you voted against my amendment to stop all funding for refugee welfare programs. Instead of explaining your vote to continue these welfare programs for refugees, you decided to transfer the blame. You told the media that I was a freaking snake and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted.
A what now?
I was shocked that you would justify and celebrate this violent assault that caused me so much pain and my family so much pain. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. You might argue you were mad and upset about being confronted by your constituents. But Senator Mullen, your constituents are justifiably upset with you. By now, most of America knows that the Somali welfare fraud in Minnesota stole over $9 billion. But instead of defending your vote, you took to continue the vote to continue these refugee welfare programs. You chose to lash out at me. You went on to brag that you'd already told me to my face that you completely understood and approved of the assault. Well, that's a lie. You got a chance today. You can either continue to lie or you can correct the record. You have never had the courage to look me in the eye and tell me that the assault was justified. So today you'll have your chance. Today, I'll give you that chance to clear the record. Tell it to my face. If that's what you believe, tell it to me today. Tell the world why you believe I deserve to be assaulted from behind, have 6 ribs broken, and a damaged lung. Tell me to my face why you think I deserved it. And while you're at it, explain to the American public why they should trust a man with anger issues to set the proper example for ICE and Border Patrol agents. Explain to the American public how a man who has no regrets about brawling in a Senate committee can set a proper example for over 250,000 men and women who work at the Department of Homeland Security. Senator Peters, you're recognized for your opening comment.
Well, thank you, Chairman Paul.
It's the standard practice of this committee for the chairman to ask nominees the following question. Do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear or testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you're confirmed?
I do.
We'll now proceed to 7 minutes of questioning. The record should show, and I think will show, a lack of contrition, no apology, and no regrets for your support. You completely understand the violence that was perpetrated on me. You're unrepentant. The only thing you quibble about is whether I met you somehow when you were in the House. I don't think we ever met when you were in the House. And this idea that the only thing you're upset about is not that you were for violence. What you're upset about is that I called you a liar because you said it to my face, which is really more about this machismo that you have. when in Oklahoma the media asked you about the refugee welfare programs, the programs you voted to continue funding, it was this whole idea that you were going to transfer it because you were uncomfortable, your anger, low impulse control, causes you to then go after and decide that you're going to go after me as well. And so you say you completely understood that I was assaulted from behind, had 6 ribs broken and part of my lung removed, and that was just fine. That's something that you, I guess, approve of as far as resolution of political problems. When I talked to you privately on the phone, there was no apology. You just said, well, we can let our political difference, go by. And you said a few minutes ago, we can just set it aside. Well, political differences we can, but when you say that you agree with a felon, a Trump-hating felon who attacked me, somehow you think I'm just going to set that aside? Oh, it's no big deal. I lay in pain for 2 months, had 6 ribs broken, 3 of them separated, grinding upon bone for months, had part of my lung removed, and you think that's great and to be extolled. I mean, the sheer lack of any kind of self-awareness that you're going to be leading thousands of men and women who will have the use of force, and there's been great questions in our country about how that will be used, and you think a violent attack is just fine. So I guess my first question is, do you think that justifying that kind of violence sets a good example for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I didn't know the extent of your damage. When the phone call was made, I made it to you and I tried to talk to you. You didn't engage at all. In fact, you said, get your paperwork in. It's got to be in 3 days in between.
You offered no apology.
Sir?
And you offer no apology today and no regrets. Haven't heard the word apologize, haven't heard the word regret, haven't heard I misspoke and it was heated and I made a mistake. Haven't heard any of those words.
Sir, actually, it wasn't heated.
Actually, it wasn't heated.
I don't want reality. Give me a joke.
Mark Wayne Mullen. Maybe one of the most incompetent people you could think of to give this job. And truly one of the most hot-headed people in the Senate. Shocking. I mean, it's honestly shocking that he's a congressperson. It's shocking that he might now be in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. It's shocking that he walks around in just normal society sometimes.
Let me just ruin your weekend. Postmaster General claims that the Postal Service is going to run out of money in 2027. Hey, would you mind looking up what the Postmaster General, what job he had before he was Postmaster General? I think you'll find it was an executive position at a company called, FedEx.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Follow the rich way.
The FDA, and for the FDA to be doing this, remember it is part of RFK Jr.'s Health and Human Services, is investigating 7 outbreaks of E. coli after people ate a cheddar cheese made from raw milk from a raw milk company. The raw milk company is denying it's from them because, of course, we know raw milk could never, ever have E. coli because cows always are very, very careful where they step. And it's not like they poop literally where they sleep. Udders never, ever have cow poop on them. So don't worry about that, folks.
They call cows the Howie Mandel of animals.
And I mentioned up front, Mark Wayne Mullen, a guy with, let me see, 0 executive experience. 0.
A what now?
But it's not just, look, I'm sure people can go from working in a construction company and doing a radio show about it. I don't even think he ran his own radio show. Like, I mean, I guess like technically I have executive experience, but I can tell you.
Can we play this clip of Mark Wayne?
I would not hire Mark Wayne Mullen it's not just that he lacks executive experience to run what I think is the largest department in Department of Homeland Security. I think is the largest in, outside of course, the Pentagon. It's not just that he has no executive experience. It's also that he is literally dumb as bricks. Here he is when he was asking questions of Education Secretary, former WWF Secretary McMahon. It's all just so horrible. All right.
This is a good little bit of interrogation here.
Yeah, he really gets on it with her.
God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chair, what's the definition of insanity?
Of sanity or insanity?
Insanity.
Definition of sanity. Yeah, except if you hear what he said, he definitely said sanity. He said, would you tell me the definition of sanity?
Madam Chair, what's the definition of insanity?
It's a sanity. Well, all right. He doesn't say insanity. He says sanity. Would you tell me the definition of sanity? Sanity, you know.
Sanity or insanity?
Insanity.
Insanity?
Yeah.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
Right. And what was we ranked in reading and math in 1979?
I'm sorry, what?
What was we ranked nationally in math and reading in 1979?
We were very, very low on the totem pole.
We're number one in 1979. Today,
Oh, 1979. Okay.
in 1979, we were ranked number one.
Okay.
In,
in
around the
1979.
world.
Yeah, we
That
were ranked number one in
1979. I love how I mean they're both so incredibly stupid. Like none of this is going the way that either of them was hoping for it to go. Like neither of them can seem to stay on the right page here. But I love how Linda, she also doesn't know the answer to the questions, and he thinks that she will know the answer to the questions, and so, I love how she confirms, in 1979, bad. And he's like, no, in 1979, we were number one. And she goes, that 1979, right, yes, that 90s, of course. I'm sorry, I'm getting my 1979s confused. So sorry.
Where was we worked?
We was ranked number one. Weren't we?
We were reading the shit out of them books.
We was ranked at number one in 1979.
What's the definition of a sanity?
Is it insanity? Okay.
What is the definition of a sanity?
It's supposed to be a sympathetic witness there.
Yeah.
And she has to ask for clarifications on each of your opening questions of what you're actually saying.
Oh, my God. Glenn Beck ate my dad. What was we ranked is so crazy. My 6-year-old speaks more properly than that guy.
My 6-year-old speak more proper.
I said, what was
we ranked?
What is you not understanding?
What isn't you understanding right now, Linda?
He'll keep us safe.
Yeah, he's
Is
gonna.
he the that
I
was
feel
a
like
misspoke
I can't
guy
be speaking
too?
any more clear.
That was
Yeah,
him.
that was a misspoke.
That was clearly.
I did a misspoke. Oh, God. Oh,
yeah, that guy. He's gonna be in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. Now, you'll be shocked to hear advanced out of committee. Now, just to be clear, that's just a preliminary vote, committee vote. It moves him from committee to actual testimony. What do you call it? This is different. I can't remember the name of it. But like the confirmation hearings, those will happen whenever Whenever Congress gets to it, I guess.
One nominee. I note the presence of a quorum. Recognize the minority member, ranking member, Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan. No. Senator Blumenthal. No. Senator Fetterman. No. Senator Kim. No. Senator Gallego. No. Senator Slotkin. No. Senator Paul.
No.
8 to 7. Mr. Chairman, on the vote of those present, the yeas are 8, the nays are 7. On the vote by proxy and for the record only, the yeas are 0, the nays are.
I believe that Rand Paul voted against his clearing the initial committee. However, John Fetterman stuck his neck out for old Mark Wayne. Mark Wayne is one name. Everybody write that down for later. It's going to probably come up. Mark Wayne Mullen. 2 words. M-N-M. Mark Wayne. Don't ask me what his parents were smoking on the day they thought Mark Wayne would be a good name. That's not for me to determine. To determine what we talk about next, well, technically, I guess we're still on the discussion of DHS, actually. But let's go on to talk about what the result of... actually, no, we don't... This is kind of DHS adjacent. Let's go to, what is this, Dallas-Fort Worth or something? I don't know where this is. I think this is a Dallas-Fort Worth. Where Representative Greg Casar and Senator John Cornyn, well, they were yelling at each other. I don't know if you've heard, but airports have been pretty busy lately since the TSA is not being funded. Oh, by the way, Orb Rumor, thank you for the sweet super sticker, pal. Much appreciated.
Well, you know, the only acting award should go to Senator Cornyn, who has refused to fund TSA. Just last week, the Democrats in the Senate and the House offered a bill to fully fund TSA, and Senator Cornyn and the Republicans blocked it. So I'm kind of confused about why Senator Cornyn would be here having a press conference at the airport about funding TSA when it's him who has blocked the funding.
Congressman, you know that's not true.
Oh, no,
the
don't.
Democrats have blocked it.
Hold on. No, Rudy, no. Rudy, no. Rudy, I'm there. I'm there in the building. ICE funding, Democrats have voted against. Then the Democrats brought forward a bill to fund TSA, and the Republicans blocked it. That's the truth. There's only one truth. No matter what Donald Trump wants to do. No, there's one truth. One truth. The bill to fund TSA was rejected by the Republicans. Rudy is making a point, as the senator does, that there was a bill to push ICE funding forward without reforms and TSA in it. And we said, no, we're not going to pass this ICE funding until we get reforms. Let's just fund TSA. And Senator Cornyn and the Republicans said no. They could go tomorrow to Washington, D.C. right now. They could go straight to Washington, D.C. and join with me to fully fund TSA. Senator Cornyn should put his money where his mouth is. Hey, Senator. Senator, I was hoping that we
Why
could...
Why don't you tell your Democrats to vote to pay these poor
Let's
people?
do it. Let's do it.
No,
why don't
you do it.
No, we don't have to you don't have to yell at me. You don't have to yell at me. Let's go. Let's talk for a second, Senator. There's a bipartisan bill to fund just the TSA. can we do that together? Not acceptable. Not acceptable to fund just the TSA.
Not acceptable. Not acceptable, says John Gordon. Not acceptable. We can't possibly be bothered to vote for just one thing at a time. We have to vote for a whole bunch of things. I'd have to make my way to the Senate twice. I'd have to say yay or nay on multiple occasions. I can't possibly be bothered to do such a thing.
This is ridiculous!
But of course, Democrats have offered a very easy way to fund the TSA by funding the TSA. And just the TSA. That's it. It's really simple, actually. It's the simplest thing possible. You'd think Republicans would be on board. They used to hate things like, what was it called? Pork belly spending. Oh, the pork belly spending. All the fat, all the what is it called? The earmarks on all the bills. You don't even know what you're voting for. So in this case, there's one thing. It's so straightforward. There's no way to not know what you're voting for. And yet Republicans object to that. They want more earmarks. They want more confusion in this bill. I see. That makes sense. We must fund Donald Trump's secret police as well as the TSA. We can't just fund one. Probably because they know they can't manage to fund ICE on its own merits. Meanwhile, we got massive lines at airports across the country as TSA workers continue to go without paychecks. Republicans refuse to give them to them. It's very strange. Why do Republicans refuse to vote for the funding of the TSA? Fear not, though, Donald Trump has a solution. No TSA. How about we use ICE agents?
U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday threatened to deploy federal immigration agents to U.S. airports if congressional Democrats do not immediately agree to fund airport safety. In a social media post, Trump said he would move what he called brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to airports.
If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be all caps free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before, including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come into our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia, who have totally destroyed, with the approval of a corrupt governor, attorney general, and congresswoman, Ilhan Omar and the once great state of Minnesota. Somalia! I look forward to seeing an ICE in action at our airports. Make America great again. President Donald J. Trump.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America,
where they would handle security. The comments came as a partial government shutdown stretches into its fifth week, with lawmakers still divided over funding for the Department of Homeland Security. TSA personnel are set to miss a second full paycheck on March 27th. The shortage of security agents has already led to disruptions at major airports. Separately, Elon Musk said on X that he would cover the paychecks of TSA officers during the funding lapse. DHS, TSA, and representatives for Musk did not immediately respond to requests for comment. TSA staff earn an average of $61,000 annually, according to federal data. Some airports are running food drives and accepting donations to support affected workers.
Yes,
to stop Trump.
Things are just seemingly going to get worse and worse. Since Donald Trump and Republicans want to keep ICE funded. Now, will they have enough funding to turn ICE into the new TSA? Or what's up with that? Because it's all defunded. Like ICE and the TSA are defunded because DHS is defunded. All right, let's go to talking about the elections this week. There's been news in our elections, but before we do that, I'm just realizing we're an hour and a half into the stream. Already an hour and a half into the stream. No break yet. No break. We'll take a break later, possibly, probably, but no break yet. However, if you're currently watching the stream, do consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube. Really helps us out. Also, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you, including the programming that you are watching right now. We got a galactic content goal that still needs to be completed. We've made some progress on it so far, including this super chat from Columbia Regan. So what's ICE going to literally do at the airport, especially when everyone at the airport is legal, no undocumented people can fly without paperwork? It's not clear. I thought they were just going to check bags. But I guess you're right. He did also say he was going to get rid of the Somalians. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows what Donald Trump means ever when he says things? Just assume the worst. It's the best way to go about it. Anyway, yes, thank you, Columbia Regan, for the sweet super chat. A lot of great ways for you to contribute to the Galactic News Network. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, let's talk elections. This week, there were elections afoot. Now, some people, they say that it went terrible, which we'll get to in a moment. But me, personally, if you watched the stream when we covered the Illinois midterms earlier this week, I have a mixed feeling on it. I think it was better. It was net good, actually. Net decent. Could have been better, which we'll talk about. But no reason to throw in the towel. I think we actually did. I think we came out possibly net positive. That includes the election of Juliana Stratton to be the next senator of Illinois.
For almost 8 years, I've had the pleasure of calling her, well, Lieutenant Governor. But I am so proud that in 7 months, we get to call her Senator.
Governor, and I am humbled and honored to stand before you tonight as your Democratic nominee for the United States give the people what they want. You got it.
Okay, there we go. That was Juliana Stratton. Juliana, I can't remember. I think it's Juliana Stratton. The former lieutenant, at least for now, the still lieutenant governor current governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, who is basically short any some sort of shocking tragedy of some sort, will be the next senator, at least one of them, from Illinois, because there's almost no possible way that Republicans take that seat in that election. Yeah, sure, there's a general election. Crazier things, I suppose, have happened, but I find it highly unlikely. So, poly market on that should be 100%. But the fact is I think that she's honestly a huge win in this. Her taking over for Dick Durbin is massive. Dick Durbin was terrible, and we could have had worse. We could have had Raja Krishnamurti, who was funded by all sorts of weird, crypto, APAC, and all sorts of other, corporate money. Guys, we've talked about some of his terrible takes in the past. He received the most money, hands down, in the race, but he lost. And that is a win, in my opinion. And it's a big race. That's a Senate seat that she's going to be in. She called for the abolishing of ICE. In my opinion, come on, that's something. That's something big.
Well, we had some pretty significant elections take place tonight in the state of Illinois. Specifically, there were multiple Democratic Party primaries, and in a word, they were disastrous. I don't know how else to describe it. Basically, it was the worst case scenario across the board. Multiple progressives got wiped out, progressives split the vote, and AIPAC is now doing a victory lap online.
Yeah, I think that is probably a little soon for them to be doing victory laps right now.
They tweeted out, being endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, Justice Dems, and Sunrise Movement was a kiss of death in Illinois. Democratic voters rejected their extreme anti-Israel candidates, instead choosing mainstream candidates. AIPAC is proud to help defeat 6 would-be squad members tonight. Yeah, so that kind of just goes to show you how the night went. And it's interesting that they talk about defeating anti-Israel candidates because the individuals that they backed, well, they didn't actually mention Israel at all. They were attacking some of them from the left. They know that Israel is toxic because the Democratic Party base doesn't support Israel anymore. So they had to pretend like that wasn't the main issue in this race or a dividing line in the Democratic Party. And they had to create shell packs to endorse candidates through proxies, like elect Chicago women, because if voters saw that it was AIPAC, then they would run away from that. But there's a lot of really clear lessons to be learned from multiple races tonight, and we're going to get to that. And quite frankly, I'm fucking pissed off. I'll just be honest. I'm fucking pissed off because this result was entirely avoidable. So let's start with the first race in the 8th Congressional District of Illinois. And I'm just going to read this headline that explains the result. AIPAC, AI money propels Melissa Bean to comeback victory in Illinois. Now, when you look at the results, she beat her progressive challenger, who was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Junaid Ahmed, by 5.1 points. But if you go down, there was also Yasmin Bankole, who is another progressive. She got 9.6% of the vote, but both progressives lost. Now, pivoting to the race that a lot of people were watching, which is the 9th Congressional District, there was so much money being poured into this race. Bernie Sanders did not endorse, although Rashida Tlaib as well as Ilhan Omar did. AOC also did not endorse in this race, but this is the race with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. And the result was not good and incredibly disappointing because she was this close. So Daniel Biss, the J Street-backed corporate Democrat, he beat Kat Abu-Ghazaleh by 3.6 points. Mike Simmons, another progressive in the race, got 7.1%, and Bushra Amiwala got 5.1%, another progressive in the race. Now, there was a lot going on in this race. Daniel Biss was accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student just a couple of days before the election. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was being attacked by an organization that was funded by dark money donors, and they were paying influencers such as the Woke Ginger, allegedly, $1,500 to attack Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. There was a lot of AIPAC money pouring in. AIPAC was supporting a progressive candidate through an ad in order to split the vote among progressives. And there was a lot taking place, but the result really didn't have to be this way. On one hand, you could say it's great because AIPAC's preferred candidate, Laura Fine, ended up coming in third place, but we could have had a better result where the progressive, or at least a progressive, won, but it didn't happen because apparently progressives in this particular campaign or in this district, they don't know how the fuck to do math.
Okay, now I think to some degree, you know, Mike is right about this, but I don't think we can blame it entirely on people wanting to run. Right. I think to some degree it's not the voters' fault. It's not really the candidate's fault necessarily. I think to some degree when it comes to progressives, right? Because who is like it's not the mainstream media that's gonna hold progressive supposedly progressive candidates to account. Right. And like I said, like I love Mike, you know, I love humanist support, but I think on this one, I kind of disagree with him. And I think that to some degree, it's kind of our fault. It's progressive media's fault for not talking enough about these races. But I'm going to actually put my money where my mouth is. I have, in the last week, plotted out all of the primary races in my planner, and I'm working on a strategy. And if you want to help me out with that, we already have a political channel inside the Discord server. So if you know any good candidates that you want me to look into, please do that. But I think honestly, to some degree, it's the progressive, if you will, online left media that needs to actually be like genuinely talking about this stuff. I've plotted it out until September. There's a hell of a lot of them. And we could be winning races all over the country, not just in blue states. That's the other thing. I feel like we focus in on big city centers, but there's races all across the country. People potentially thinking right now about running we don't know about. Some of them may already be running that we don't know about as well, because we haven't been talking about them. And we haven't been, you know, doing the math ourselves and saying, okay, this is a problem. This needs to be messaged. This needs to be messaged hard, right? This is going to, like, because I wasn't running the numbers on Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. We were talking about her. That's the other thing. It's like we were talking about her a little bit, but not enough. Probably because we haven't been laser focused on the midterms enough. And if we don't do that, we're going to get milquetoast centrist Dems. We're going to get a bunch of neolibs, and we're going to hate that. We shouldn't have that right now, especially when we have so much energy. And you might be saying, who has energy right now? Well, voters do. They're Democratic voters do. They're showing up in droves. That's not just me saying it. It's the great Harry Emden.
The dust settling over big primary elections in Illinois. We're going to talk about not who won, but who voted, because that may have a bigger impact nationally. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry. And so let's talk about what we saw in terms of turnout.
Democratic enthusiasm through the roof. They are so excited, they just can't hide it. What are we talking about? Share of Illinois midterm Democratic primary ballots. In 2022, Democrats cast 53% of the primary ballots compared to 47% of Republicans. Look at what we have in 2026. Hello, we're talking about Democrats casting 68% of the primary ballots with an estimated more than 90% of the voting, outvoting Republicans by a more than 2-to-1 margin. What was a very tight race in 2022 in terms of primary ballots cast in the Illinois primaries became a blowout for Democrats in 2026. As I said, Democrats very enthusiastic in Illinois.
That is a lot. That is a lot. 68 to 32.
And that's what's notable here, because it can be indicative of enthusiasm, which can carry on over time. What are we seeing in terms of primary turnout for Democrats compared to, the 2024 elections?
We're right now.
We can start our own Justice Democrats, the Space Fam Dems. I'm worried about the arc of that. I don't want to turn into. I don't want to turn into
Talking
jank.
about Illinois, right? But now we've had 5 primaries this primary season. I decided to tally them all up. What share are Democrats making up of the votes cast so far? We're talking about 55% of the votes cast so far. Arkansas, Illinois, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Texas. Not many blue states on the board right there, a lot of red states, yet Democrats are outvoting Republicans. Very much unlike what we saw in 2024 when Kamala Harris's vote share in those same exact states was 46%. So now Democrats are the majority of primary ballots being cast, and Kamala Harris actually lost cumulatively in these states to Donald Trump. So these are red states, and they are turning blue in 2026.
And this is something that I learned only from you, which is that when you're talking about turnout in a primary, how predictive is that in terms of which party is turning out more?
Sometimes I'm academic, but I like to be in the real world as well. This is not just an academic discussion. Why is this important that Democrats are turning out in such large numbers? Because take a look here. National primary turnout edge by party, then went on to win the U.S. House of Representatives that fall. In 2006, it was the Democrats. In 2010, the Republicans. In 2014, the Republicans. In 2018, the Democrats. In 2022, the Republicans. When one party outvotes the other one in primaries during midterm primary seasons, they then go on to win the House 5 out of 5 times. The fact that Democrats are so enthusiastic this primary season is very big news come the fall, because historically speaking, that means they have a very delicious fall. They go on to win the House of Representatives.
Very delicious fall, says Harry. Thank you, Harry. The great Harry have been the best numbers. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's been saying over there at CNN. Harry Emden. But wait, Harry's got more.
What you talking about?
The House in 2026, you go back to just before Election Day, 2025, Democrats had just a 58% chance. Hello, we're now talking an 84% chance, near record high for Democrats to take back the House, according to the Kalshi prediction market. Very much matching what we're seeing so far this primary season. Democrats are so enthusiastic, they just can't hide it. The same as I feel every single morning when I'm with you.
As Robert De Niro said in Untouchables.
Thank God. Thank God we now know also the Kalshi odds. If we didn't know that, whatever would we do? Tricked into listening to that nonsense. God damn you, Harry. God damn you, Harry. You think I got time for this? You think I got time for I don't. I don't have time for this, actually, as it turns out. Write that down. Well, while we're talking about the elections, we should talk about election security. Or at least, that is what disenfranchisement is masked as right now by Republicans in their attempt to take away the ability for millions of Americans potentially to get access to voting, their constitutional right. Let's go here to these ghouls, the Ghoul Squad. Jim Langford first. All right, Jim. Be creepy. Hey, Jim, look like you're a ghost. Jim, look like your hobby is being in Confederate war reenactment, like Civil War reenactments. Oh, look at this guy's face.
So this is the challenge that we face today. We have Department of Homeland Security closed right now because apparently my Democratic colleagues are more afraid of ICE than they are of Iran. And the challenges that we face now in the conflict internationally, that we know that we have threats back in the homeland, but my Democratic colleagues in the Senate just refuse to even pay attention to that.
Wait, what threats? Oh, you're not gonna like be specific about any of the threats? Okay. But there's there's threats. I don't know what threats he means, but there's threats. Remember that.
On top of that is the issue we've been talking about for weeks, and we're still working through this weekend to be able to negotiate, and that is the most basic thing in American life, voting. The 1965 Voting Rights Act begins with all citizens. This should not be controversial. It is already federal law that requires only citizens vote in the United States. We trust that they sign up as only citizens, but we're not verifying, except in a few states.
The fact is, this plan is fucking idiotic. And these guys are being this entire group of ghouls here are either intentionally lying or obfuscating the facts, or they're maybe the dumbest guys on the planet. It's one of the two. Could be a mix of both, I guess, but I'm fairly certain it's the first one. They're just hateful douchebags who want to disenfranchise people without access to a passport or the birth certificate. Not everybody has one. Doesn't mean you're not an American. Millions of Americans don't have government ID, right? Like American citizens, right? People who say, have you ever, for instance, has your driver's license ever expired? Congratulations. If you don't have a passport, you don't have valid government ID right now. Right? Like, that's what we're talking about here. You know, it costs money to have a valid driver's license, to have a valid passport, to have a valid birth certificate. Things happen. You know, for instance, think about all of the hurricane victims of Milton and Helene. You think all those people's passports and birth certificates made it through the storm?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Good morning. Two questions about specific pushback on the bill that include Senator Murkowski, some of her pushbacks. One is that it's effective immediately. The Real ID card, for example, was phased in ultimately over 20 years. So it's a lot of owners you're putting on states to move around very quickly. And then the other is about rural areas, you know, and the question of there's some kind of murkiness, I think, in the way this is written as to whether people would have to travel for proof of citizenship specifically to bring their documents, and that might be a real burden on states like Alaska.
Well, and I think you heard her talking, and that might be a question for Senator Husted to take too, as a former Secretary of State. But as the bill was being drafted, it was the attempt was to contemplate all the different scenarios that might play out in different states around the country, because states do have different laws.
They tried to think.
Different geography.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Republican Congress people were trying to think. Oh God, I can't even imagine. Ugh.
I think in the end, the language that was agreed upon and adopted I think addressed most of those concerns. And if there are other concerns out there, obviously there are conversations going on with Senator Murkowski. You mentioned Alaska. Alaska has some unique circumstances which we're trying to make sure are addressed. But there isn't any reason why any of those would get in the way of adopting a photo ID. I mean, that.
Oh, we're just going to adopt a photo ID. So I guess is the United States going to pay for photo ID for every American citizen? Because that's not in the bill right now. That's one thing I want to point out to everybody. This SAVE Act thing is not, there's no plan to ensure that every American citizen gets a valid like voting card or something, right? Like, you're going to have to go out of your way to ensure that you have the right to vote. Like, you're going to have to pay money, spend time, wait in line, fill out a form, whatever it might be, to just have your constitutional right.
We're talking about other issues with regard to registration. There's some questions about.
And hey, you know, if you can't do any of those things that I just mentioned, suck it, I guess. Too bad.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Senate's debating the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, known as the SAVE Act, following intense pressure from President Trump to pass the bill before the midterm elections, saying he won't sign off on any bill unless that one's passed. Voting rights experts say the SAVE Act could disenfranchise millions of citizens who lack easy access to what would be required, either a birth certificate or a passport, or who have changed their birth names, including many married women and trans people. We're joined now by two guests. Samara Jones is the founder and CEO of Translash Media, host of its investigative podcast, The Anti-Trans Hate Machine. And Ari Berman's voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine. His latest piece headlined, "The world is on fire. Gas prices are rising. Republicans are trying to make it harder to vote." Ari, let's begin with you. We just have a few minutes. Lay out what this bill would do. Who has access to a passport? Less than half of Americans. Who has access to a birth certificate? What would this mean for the American voters?
Hi, Amy. Thank you for having me back on to discuss this. So the Save America Act could disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans who don't have access to the documents needed to register and vote under this bill. The centerpiece of it is a show your papers requirement requiring a passport or a birth certificate to register to vote. That could disenfranchise tens of millions of people. Only half of Americans have a passport, for example. 21 million Americans don't have access to their citizenship documents. That probably understates the number of people that could be disenfranchised, because there's 69 million married women who have a different last name than the name on their birth certificate. It also requires you to show your documentation in person at an elections office, which means that people in rural areas could drive up to 8 hours to register to vote. It could effectively end mail registration, online registration, voter registration drives. So there's a reason why voting rights advocates believe this is the worst voter suppression bill ever seriously considered by Congress. And it's just crazy with everything that's going on in the world. The US invasion of Iran, rising gas prices, the economy in shambles, that instead Republicans are singularly focused on making it harder to vote and pursuing this MAGA fever dream.
Isn't this not so surprising? As President Trump goes down in popularity, he wants to limit the number of people who could vote against him. I mean, talk about especially African Americans and poor people in the South when it comes to having access to a birth certificate.
That's true. I mean, Trump and Republicans are singularly focused on making it harder to vote. It is the overarching goal of the Republican Party now to make it harder to vote. There are lots of people that don't have these documents. For example, if you were born at home in the Jim Crow South, you never had a birth certificate. So there's elderly voters in the Jim Crow South who never got that documentation. But I will also say, Amy, the bill could hurt Republicans in a lot of ways. You look at the states that have the lowest rates of passport ownership. They all voted for Trump. Married women who changed their names are more likely to be Republicans than Democrats. Rural voters who have to drive 8 hours to register to vote are more likely to be Republicans than Democrats. So in their zest to try to disenfranchise voters, I don't think Republicans have thought through the fact that they may be disenfranchising some of their own voters as well.
I want to go to Amara Jones. President Trump is now demanding the Save America Act include bans on trans youth health care and sports participation. Talk about the amendments that will be voted on. And again, he says he won't.
By the way, unlike, I think, Republicans, I want everyone to be able to vote. I don't care. You know, that's the system. Everyone's supposed to be able to vote. The second that we say it's okay for, you know, you not to vote, it's a slippery slope.
I'll sign off on any other legislation unless this is passed.
Right. Well, we also know more broadly that the SAVE Act provisions that have been enacted at the states already have disenfranchised up to 200,000 trans people. That was reported by NBC News in 2024. Additionally, now, the administration is demanding the inclusion of these particular riders and provisions. And what it shows is that for the Republican Party, the issue of trans people is central to their identity. As a matter of fact, we know that Donald Trump told people in January, told the Republican Congress, that this was the issue that they were going to run on in 2026. I never sucked any ding-dong. And this project is not just some marginal cultural war. People have to understand that the erasure of trans people is a part of their broader vision to remake America, which is why at every single turn, at every single opportunity.
Can you imagine hating trans people so much that he made it an entire part of your identity? How incredibly original. But they want to do everything they can to disenfranchise their political enemies from voting. It's essentially the goal. It was laid out in Project 2025. Everyone will need to buy the Trump Golden Voter Card.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Well, I've held you all off long enough. 2 hours in, it's time for this story now. And that is the story of Hassan Piker. A man who was viciously smeared by the Wall Street Journal. We'll let Kyle Clancy start us off.
All right, y'all, the Diet MAGA Democrats are getting desperate. They're getting desperate. They're beginning to crash out. They're beginning to lash out. So as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer, you have Hakeem Jeffries. These are Democrats who I call Diet MAGA Democrats for a reason. They don't really oppose Trump's illegal and offensive war against Iran. They want to see Iran overthrown because they take a tremendous amount of money from the Israel lobby, right? And there's this whole Democratic consultant complex that basically bolsters those kinds of Democrats. These are Democrats that are swimming in corporate money, AI money, Israel lobby money, military-industrial complex money, okay? And we just had the perfect encapsulation of this group lashing out. So they decided to go after Hassan Piker in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, okay? It was written by a bunch of third-way hacks. Third way is like basically the epicenter of the corporate Democrats. You have this guy, Jim Kessler, he posted it. You have the people who wrote the piece are John Cowan and Lily Cohen. And the title is Democrats Are Too Cozy with Hassan Piker. And in this piece, they go on
what now?
to viciously smear and libel Hassan Piker in such a disgusting way that, frankly, I tweeted he should sue them because I think he has a case and I think he could win. In the piece, they say in no uncertain terms, not only is he a raging misogynist, but they call him a, quote, Jew hater, okay? They said this, quote, we're all for a big tent.
Shit is insane. Also, the claim that Hassan is too close with Democrats is fucking
Give me a joke.
hilarious. What a fucking nonsense statement. I mean, it was a year and a half ago the guy was getting kicked out of the DNC. Are you kidding me? He literally got kicked out of a Kamala campaign event at the DNC. Democrats they're too cozy. Which Democrat? Which Democrat is too cozy? We could say one. Name one Democrat that's too cozy with Hassan. Let alone Democrats, broadly speaking. Chuck Schumer, actually knows the ideals unless they're with Hassan. I will not rest until Hassan Piker is #1 on Twitch and YouTube.
The Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Okay? So, it goes without saying, I shouldn't have to say this, but I will. It's absolutely untrue. Hassan literally goes out of his way on a daily basis to stress that criticism of Israel does not equal criticism of Jews, right? Just within the past however long, he posted videos. This is where anti-Semitism comes from. This is the real anti-Semitism. Hassan watches like some racist anti-Semitic guy crash out. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. And it's gotten to the point where when I watch clips of his, sometimes I'll like fucking facepalm a little bit and be like, Hassan, I get it. You don't have to throw clear every time. We know you aren't anti-Semitic. We know that. Like, you don't have to stress that you're not anti-Semitic every time you correctly attack Israel for their genocide and their ethnic cleansing and their apartheid and their fucking crusade to create a greater Israel, which is going on right now, right in front of our eyes. Okay? So, just absolutely libelous. You ready for this? So, here is a part of the piece. According to the Wall Street Journal, Hassan saying apartheid, genocide, and Epstein class are all anti-Semitic. You're not allowed to say those words lest you hate Jews. This is so fucking disingenuous. And you know what? Bottom line, this shit doesn't work anymore. You're not gonna like scare people and lie and force them to shut up and not criticize Israel. You're trying to stifle all criticism of Israel. It's very clear what you're doing. And by the way, Epstein class was coined by Ro Khanna, and he uses it to talk about the top 1%. He uses it to talk about the billionaires and the elites who go to Epstein Island. And that obviously isn't just fucking Jews. There's a shitload of Christians. I'm sure there's a shitload of people who are not religious at all, right? Like, it has nothing to do with Judaism. In fact, when Ro Khanna was recently attacked by the head of the ADL, also they accused him of being anti-Semitic. He was like confused. He was like, hold on, they're attacking me for going after the quote neocons, and they're saying that that's anti-Semitic. Ro Khanna was like, what are you talking about? Like, neocon is a neoconservative ideology which says we should do war to quote unquote spread democracy. He's like, that has nothing to do with Judaism. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's gotten to the point now where, like, you breathe the wrong way, and they'll accuse you of being an anti-Semite, okay? And it's just bullshit. Nobody's buying it. Now, you ready for this? The final thing I'll leave you with here is somebody decided, okay, let's look into the history of one of these guys who's from Third Way, who's sharing this piece, Jim Kessler, right? He has never once tweeted about the genocide in Gaza. Not once, y'all. Not once. Like, I'm sorry, man. You can do me a favor and go ahead and shut the fuck up forever.
That's anti-Semitism, noticing that this guy didn't tweet about Palestine. Textbook anti-Semitism, very nasty. Nasty, nasty Kyle Kalinske. All right, straight to the source of all of this supposed anti-Semitism. Hassan Parker.
There's no excuse
for putting political tribalism before Jewish safety, or for overlooking hatred, degenerate likes online, or for failing to act against the surge of anti-Semitism spread by the Hassan Pikers of the world and normalized by too many on the Democratic side. We are all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Let's look at the comments now. You should get litigious. That was a hit piece. Okay, y'all need to calm down. It's literally the most no motion ass bullshit. It's the third way. The guys who wrote this for the Wall Street Journal are basically leaning into the institutional legitimacy of the Wall Street Journal. I will fight back, not through like litigation, but I'll write another op-ed. You know what I mean? Either for the Wall Street Journal, or maybe I'll write an op-ed for the New York Times. Who knows? Okay, I'll deal with it. I don't have enough time right now because I'm going to Cuba. A bit busy. I don't know if you guys are aware. One, we're monitoring the situation, and two, I'm going to Cuba. Okay? But this is it. By the way, ironic because it's called Free Expression, is a daily newsletter on American life, politics, and culture. It's called Free Expression. The title is, Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. There's no excuse for failing to call out the anti-Semitism on the left. Okay? Yeah, Cuba can wait. You have to respond to this wonkery ASAP. Anyway, as lifelong Democrats, we agree with Senator Ted Cruz on virtually nothing. Good start. But Mr. Cruz was brave to decry anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. Mr. Cruz was also a big name, calling Tucker Carlson the single most dangerous demagogue in this country. Too few Democrats have followed Mr. Cruz's lead by calling out the rising anti-Semitism on the far left.
Cruz. The brave Lord of Cancun, Sir Cruz. Oh, he's so brave.
That must change. The anti-Semitism spewed by Mr. Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and other far-right bigots is well documented and widely condemned. But the far left...
I love how it takes bravery to condemn the very most obviously like anti-Semitic people on the internet. Like honestly, Tucker Carlson, if I had to of those three, I feel like Carlson is the least outwardly anti-Semitic, but like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, they're a bunch of like Nazi appreciators. Candace was like, oh, Hitler was doing real good in Germany until he started invading Poland or whatever.
Anti-Semites too. No left-wing agitator is more influential or extreme than Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Mr. Piker is often called a progressive, but that does violence to the term. A self-identified Marxist, he is referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer on his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said, Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. I love that they were like, they led in with Ted Cruz. You know, guys who know how to read the room, baby. Guys who know how to read the room. Hey, you know what the Democrats are supposed to do? Drop a voice that is very clearly identifying the popular movement in the heart of the party for what really? For defending Israel. Yeah, I don't think they should do that. Yeah, I don't think they should do that. I don't know. Obviously, this is an incredible smear, incredible slander. Okay, as someone who has spent every single day and will continue to spend every single other day combating anti-Semitism, it's very funny when they try to do this vicious smear, but it's completely nonsensical. And perhaps even worse, everyone knows that it's nonsensical, because most people realize nowadays that if you say anti.
Here's a question: what does the Chinese Communist Party have to do with anti-Semitism? I'm a little confused. China fought the Nazis in World War II. Is this a claim that are they claiming that the CCP is somehow overtly anti-Semitic or something?
China. I have to have my China.
Because most people realize nowadays that if you say anti-Israel shit, there's going to be a million think pieces on how you're actually anti-Semitic. But most Americans already know that that's bullshit. What's worse is there are actual anti-Semites out there who are taking advantage of this media landscape. And the more that these institutions like the ADL and all these other people, like the more they also tie me back to Nick Fuentes, the more they do a disservice to the term anti-Semitism. Okay? I've spent a tremendous amount of time combating anti-Semitism, decoupling Israel from Jewish people, okay? Decoupling Zionism from Judaism. I can't expect every person on the planet to have spent 6 years almost daily in this community, but it legitimately drives me insane to see this half-ass shit-slinging. As someone who's here all the time as a Jewish community member, I know anti-Semitism when I see it. And if I thought you were the community who were anti-Semitic, I wouldn't be a 63-month sub. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's narcissistic. It's paranoid. It's idiotic. It dilutes the term. It ironically contributes to actual real anti-Semitism being fomented. And these guys don't understand that they are now in the echo chamber, not us. Okay? But there's a different tool for this, for the record. There's a different reason for why they're writing this article. And I'll tell you what it is. It's not even because they want to like defend Israel. Former Biden press secretary boosted this, to 14 total likes. Hell yeah. Former spokesman for the First Lady, Michael LaRosa. These guys have lost their power in the party, and that's why they're lashing out. It's not just about demanding that the Democrats become pro-Israel. That's one aspect of the story. The other aspect of the story is that third-way neoliberalism is now openly seen as a failed attitude that is responsible for the Democrats losing to Trump twice. They know that the base has rejected third-way neoliberalism. And that's why they're trying to do this. Mr. Piker's depravity doesn't stop there. His misogyny is indistinguishable of the far-right influencers. He believes America deserved 9/11. He praised the Chinese Communist Party, saying, in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. Again, totally endorsing these statements.
Mr. Piker's depravity. The depraved Mr. Piker. It sounds like a terrible children's book. The depraved Mr. Piker. Oh, the depraved Mr. Piker, he loved the anti-Semitism. Streaming on Twitch. Oh, God.
I'm talking about this, but what is misogynistic about this other shit? What is this? Oh my God, they're posting this. They're posting bro tips. Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs. This isn't...
Wow, Hassan just hates everyone, doesn't he? Jeez, America, women, the West, Semites.
How rude.
The Pod Save America team put him on stage at CrookedCon. Abdul El-Sayed, a candidate for Senate in Michigan, tweeted a picture of himself celebrating Piker with a supporter. California Representative Ro Khanna, a possible presidential hopeful, pushed back on X against concerns we raised about anti-Semitism on the far left, declaring his pride in going on Mr. Piker's feed. Mr. Piker chimed in to support him. Handing Mr. Piker a microphone isn't magnanimous or respectful of views that test your priors. Going on a show isn't a sign of bravery or willingness to talk to the other side or to show up in challenging places. All these things do is support a bigot, but few dare to speak that truth. By the way, the guys that are saying I'm a bigot,
I'm sorry, what?
Are the guys that I yell at all the time who do so much work to...
Wait, hold on. Did this... I'm sorry. The way he read it didn't make sense to me. I wasn't reading along with him on this. Okay, all right, never
to
mind.
make the Democrats drop any kind of social progressive value. Okay? I'm the bigot, not them. The guys that tell the Democrats, you shouldn't worry about abortion rights. You shouldn't worry about trans rights. You should worry about, continuing to offer shitty, bottom of the barrel, third way neoliberal positions to the American public that has no appetite for this whatsoever. Okay? But few dare speak that truth. The only prominent Democrat to call out Mr. Piker's bigotry directly so far is New York Representative Richie Torres. Again, a
By the way, Richie Torres is up for election this year. We got to get this guy out of there. He is trash.
blossoming figure of progress in the heart of the party that truly understands. Have you guys noticed that Richie Torres shut the up about Israel? Very strange how he's also stopped being Israel's biggest attack dog. The other day,
I'll be right back.
Democrats must follow suit. Idiotic letter to Twitch. Left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville and sat for dinner with the president. The anti-Semites of the left cloaked their attacks in critiques of the present Israeli leadership. Many American Jews, including us, abhor Israel's current leaders. Criticism of Israeli policy isn't anti-Semitic. The Israeli-Hamas war was a humanitarian catastrophe for Gazans. Oh, shit, you scared the cat of me. What is all that? Okay. No, I don't want it. Hello, Kaya. The Israel-Hamas war was a humanitarian catastrophe for Gaza. Settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank is appalling, but the Jew haters on the left go much further. They use loaded words taught in social justice seminars. Tide, side, settler colonialism. They push age-old tropes about Jewish wealth and influence. Epstein class, turning tax the rich into tax the Jews. And they replace the word Jew with Zionist, which, by the way, I didn't do this, and I would never do this. And it turns out this was one random psycho and had nothing to do with DSA San Francisco, for the record, that story. But whatever, they're lying anyway, so they'll continue lying. And they replace the word Jew with Zionist. This language is more than offensive. It can beget violence. Last year, an alleged murderer seemingly inspired by left-wing rhetoric killed 2 people for the crime of being at the Capitol Jewish Museum. That's a crazy way to explain that story. Democrats must understand that accepting anti-Semitic figures like Mr. Piker into the mainstream puts Jewish Americans' lives in danger. There's no excuse for putting political tribalism before Jewish safety, or for overlooking hatred to generate likes online, or for failing to act against the surge of anti-Semitism spread by the Hassan Pikers of the world and normalized by too many on the Democratic side. We are all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Let's look at the comments now. Hi, Randy's husband here. I bristle at the comments that many American Jews abhor Israel's current leaders. This one does not. The October 7 attacks make clear that the Iranian axis is only prepared to deal with Israel on a violent basis. Okay. I applaud the authors for calling out Mr. Piker as well as Tucker Carlson's anti-Semitism. Yes, Mr. Piker's anti-Semitism on the left is no different than Mr. Carlson on the right. It's so easy to blame the Jews for everything. So much is jealousy. Okay. Wall Street Journal is so unimaginably right-wing. It was a right-wing shithole over there in the comments. Here's a thought. If you're a Democrat, as the authors claim to be, don't vote for the party that hates your ethnicity and wants to see you and your countrymen eliminated. Yeah, vote for the Republicans, the party that is known for not hating Jews, the party that is currently, is trying to figure out if the Holocaust really happened, or...
I mean, it's crazy to claim. It's also very sort of anti-Semitic trope, dual loyalty, but really it's sort of internally, like you're loyal to the wrong party because that party's not loyal enough to Israel, essentially. Like saying you're not dual loyalty enough, I guess. It's weird. It's trafficking in a weird, in some weird shit over here, for sure.
If it did happen, how deserved was it? That's the party you should vote for, American Jews. Totally. The war in Gaza may be a humanitarian disaster, but Gazans put themselves in that place. Oh my God, there's not even a single fucking person in here. Except maybe Lynn Hayes. I'm a person of Jewish ancestry. Many of my ancestors were murdered in the Holocaust, so I feel authorized to complain when people compare anti-Israel sentiment to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is hatred against Jewish people. Like myself, anti-Israel sentiment is anger against Israel's aggression towards its neighbors. So this has H3 written all over it. No, dude, no one fucking gives a shit about Ethan Klein. This is totally separate. If you think this has anything to do with Ethan Klein, you're out of your fucking mind. So I'm going to tell you exactly what this is.
Everything goes back to Ethan Klein.
Okay, sounds like slander. You might have to talk to a lawyer. Man, shut up. No, it's slander, but it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? And you need to understand, this is the most low motion, no motion having ass article that could have ever been written. And the reason for why it's written is not even to defend Israel, which is unpopular in and of itself and idiotic in and of itself. The real reason why they're writing this is because Third way has completely lost its institutional control. Okay? Third way has lost its institutional control. Kyle agrees with chat. I know. Listen to me. Third way, for those of you who don't know, which is where this article is written by, this article is written by a bunch of people that work in a think tank called Third Way. Third Way is basically the post-Bill Clinton think tank that was designed to make the Democratic Party into what you fucking despise. Okay, the Democratic Party that you hate was designed carefully by Third Way. Never heard of Third Way before today, by the way. Yes, I've talked about it before. Sometimes I reference Third Way neoliberalism. Many of you are oblivious to what it is. But they are centrist Democrats, okay? They build themselves as centrist Democrats, right? I said, Third Way is the exact reason why Democrats lost to incompetent fascists like Trump twice. They can't publicly defend neoliberal corporate centrism, so they lean into another wedge issue, Israel. These guys have no ability to read the room. Neoliberalism and Israel has no base. The reason why they angled this article on the issue of Israel is because they think
people out here calling Hassan a Jew hater are fucking insane. I have listened to so much Hassan content. I've never heard him say a single anti-Semitic thing. Not one time.
One guy, one time.
Not one time. If anything, he's bent over backwards to ensure that people are 100% clear on that issue. Which I appreciate, honestly. Because I know the people that are in his chat, there's a lot of susceptible people. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm back in the office all of a
because
sudden.
they think that if they just say like, oh, this guy's an anti-Israel bigot, which means that he is an anti-Semite, right? That they think they can actually bully politicians from not associating with someone like myself because they're fucking stupid and think that I am almost single-handedly responsible for how much people fucking hate Israel now. Okay? They're dumb. They're dumb. It's that simple. They're stupid. Because if you strike me down, there will be others that will take my place. I am not single-handedly responsible for,
Okay, this is some bot shit, right? Like, what is this? Socialist Sandy. Hassan is Greek. All of us socialists must admit that we all do know he does hate Jews. First off, the syntax of this sentence is wild. I'm just going to skip past that for a second. Hassan is not Greek. He's Turkish. Second off, it's super racist to claim that all Greek people hate all Jews. Or any Jews, for that matter, in a generalistic way like that. We must admit that I hope that this, I don't know you, I hope that this is sarcasm. I really hope this is sarcasm. But, oh my God. That's wild.
Responsible for people hating Israel. You're a fucking idiot if you think that. Do you understand? I'm a megaphone. I'm offering a voice to those who don't get that voice in mainstream media. That's it. That's it. And a lot of people can't comprehend that. They think, oh, this guy's like hypnotizing people. They unironically think this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's that simple. They think that I'm like hypnotizing the masses. They don't realize that the masses have come to this conclusion on their own, and they're actively demanding their elected representatives actually abide by the democratic wishes of the masses. You give these people consent to attack you freely. They know they won't be punished, so they continue. YouTubers. Brother, I don't think you understand. It's irrelevant and worthless. Okay? Suing someone for defamation is a long, convoluted, and very expensive process that is, there is no reason to entertain it. There's no reason to engage with it. The reason why I don't take this initiative is because they've already lost the battle. Who gives a fuck? They've lost the battle. I spent years and years eating this fucking slander non-stop. What good did that do them?
What the fuck is going on?
I was deplatformed. I had financial opportunities actively taken away. I was cast aside, made into a fucking pariah because the institutional power that the Zionist lobby had was still intact in the beginning of October 7. But we are not living in that media environment any longer. We're not living in that media environment any longer. It doesn't matter. Less than 2 weeks ago, your organization literally had an entire conference to strategize on how to best kick progressives out of the Democratic Party. How are you complaining about progressives not being big tent enough? This is their goal, and they think this is like the Heritage Foundation, but for the Democratic Party. Dark Woke King going full Alex Jones style to defend you in this video.
MAGA Democrats are getting desperate. They're getting desperate. They're beginning to crash out. They're beginning to lash out. So as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer, you have Hakeem Jeffries. These are Democrats who I call Diet MAGA Democrats for a reason. They don't really oppose Trump's illegal and offensive war against Iran. They want to see Iran overthrown because they take a tremendous amount of money from the Israel lobby, right? And there's this whole Democratic consultant complex that basically bolsters those kinds of Democrats. These are Democrats that are swimming in corporate money, AI money, Israel lobby money, military industrial complex money, okay? And we just had the perfect encapsulation of this group lashing out. So they decided to go after Hassan Piker in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, okay? It was written by a bunch of...
Hold on. We already watched the Kyle take on this.
And he uses it to talk about the top 1%.
Also, and John Ossoff. Like, one of the first people that used the term Epstein class was John Ossoff, who is Jewish, by the way. Like, the fuck are we talking about?
Use it to talk about the billionaires and the elites who go to Epstein Island. And that obviously isn't just fucking Jews. There's a shitload of Christians. I'm sure there's a shitload of people who are not religious at all, right? Like, it has nothing to do with Judaism. In fact, when Ro Khanna was recently attacked by the head of the ADL, also they accused him of being anti-Semitic. He was like confused. He was like, hold on, they're attacking me for going after the quote neocons, and they're saying that
Kyle's right. It's almost anti-Semitic. The throat clear about it every time. Also, our Dark Woke King is going to crash. We got to talk him down from reading and driving. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even realize he was reading and driving. That's a different demon right there.
It's anti-Semitic. Ro Khanna was like, what are you talking about? Like, neocon is a neoconservative ideology, which says...
Yo, that's literally what I was saying the other day, though. I don't know who that is in Hassan's chat, but that was literally what I was saying the other day. I was like, yo, we got to get Kyle to stop doing these fucking unhinged Alex Jonesian videos from in his car while driving down the fucking highway. Like, looking directly at his phone. Like, dude... something bad's gonna happen. We're all gonna be sad.
To quote unquote spread democracy. He's like, that has nothing to do with Judaism. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's gotten to the point now where, like, you breathe the wrong way, and they'll accuse you of being an anti-Semite. Okay, and it's just bullshit. Nobody's buying it. Now, you ready for this? The final thing I'll leave you with here is somebody decided, okay, let's look into the history of one of these guys who's from Third Way who's sharing this piece, Jim Kessler, right? He has never once tweeted about the genocide in Gaza. Not once, y'all. Not once. Like, I'm sorry, man. You can do me a favor and go ahead and shut the fuck up forever. You're not a serious person. You're not an intellectual. You're not an analyst.
If not sooner.
You're not a truth teller. You.
Because they're fucking anti. Jones could never.
Is because they know nobody likes Israel anymore, and nobody's gonna like Israel again. Because the fact of the matter is, they are a genocidal.
Yeah, but yeah, I also want to point out that actual anti-Semites make no attempt to defend themselves against anti-Semitism because they're fucking anti-Semites. Well, that's not true. Tucker Carlson may or may not be anti-Semitic, but he certainly defends himself. But yeah, Nick Fuentes, literally, whenever people call Nick Fuentes a Jew hater, he's like, of course I hate the Jews. They're demonic entities. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he says. That's what he says. It's crazy. White boy reading while bending the corner, like, whoa.
Apartheid ethno-state. They're currently engaged in a crusade where they're openly creating the Greater Israel Project. They totally obliterated Gaza. They annihilated everybody there. They're going to build a fucking futuristic
Oh my god. I don't know what he just like went over, but did you see how oh my god, the car like went up and down by quite a bit. And for a second, like it flashed before me. I was like, "Oh God, this is where Kyle's gonna die."
Immediately, if not sooner.
On top of the skulls of dead babies. They're currently doing pogroms in the West Bank as we speak right now. That's literal. And they just displaced 700,000 people in southern Lebanon, and they're stealing all of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. And they're open about this fact. Okay? So for you to fucking go after Hassan Piker in this moment, by the way, what happened to like, oh, we got to come together, we got to work together, we have to defeat MAGA. MAGA's like the biggest enemy. Well, apparently, you're putting your middle finger up to what? The 90% of the Democratic base that agrees with Hassan and agrees with people like me? Like, I'm sorry, these dirty tricks are not going to work anymore. These guys are just totally embarrassing themselves. The backlash that I'm seeing to this piece is fucking astronomical. I'm seeing nothing but raw anger. People absolutely flipping out on these vile, repulsive, wretched little cretins who are trying to smear somebody as anti-Semitic, libeling him. And the crux of their argument is, stop saying apartheid, even though Israel is factually engaging in apartheid according to human rights organizations. Stop saying genocide, even though it's factually a genocide and there's literal ICC charges against Netanyahu. And stop saying Epstein class.
Illegal.
No more Epstein class. That's anti-Semitic. What I'd like to know is, why is that anti-Semitic? Because Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish? It's not the Jewishness. At least everybody I know is not about the Jewishness. That's not why we're saying Epstein class. We're talking about a group of billionaires, you know, powerful people who don't have any consequences in life while they're doing crimes all the time. It's not exclusively Jewish. Donald Trump's not Jewish. He's part of the Epstein class.
Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
God damn. Fucking dark woke king. I wish Dems fought as hard against the actual opposition party as they do the left wing of their own party. Yeah. I mean, he was cooking.
When does he become a full communist? Who?
A communist.
Kyle or Hassan? Like, isn't Hassan already a full communist? Or at least, you know, fairly close. Is that a new gun in the background? What is that? Is it a BB gun?
Adam Johnson, centrist wing of the party paid millions by Wall Street and pro-Israel donors to find a manager to talk to. One must always be in search of the manager. Academia, government, corporate America are all sufficiently disciplined. Any remaining holdouts must be smeared and put in line. Yeah. I mean, that's what this is. So what they're trying to do is effectively shut out. What if you got a court to say you're not anti-Semitic? First of all, that's going to be a relatively difficult process anyway, because if the judge identifies the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, which again, a lot of our legislation is like leaning in that direction right now, then yeah, of course they're going to be like, this is anti-Semitic. Because if you say anti-Israel is anti-Semitism, then yeah, these guys can just run around and say, oh, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater without any sort of pushback. Okay? The reality is they've lost the fucking real court battle, okay? The public court. They've lost it. They can't do that, right? They can't do that at all. They can't change people's attitudes on Israel. So what they're trying to do is make it as annoying as possible. Make it as annoying as possible to openly oppose Israel, to openly oppose its genocide, to openly oppose apartheid, to openly oppose the ideology underpinning the development of the Israeli state, Zionism. Okay? That's all this is. And they can't, and they get a lot of success in this direction. They see a lot of success in this direction. Among Democratic voters, third way is an extreme moral minority on the issue of Israel, but would still like you to believe that they're about expanding the tent of the party they claim to represent. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to expand the tent by excluding people who disagree with them. That is expansive.
They can't do it, so they just chirp. Safe to assume they didn't reach out to you for comment. It's an op-ed. It's not a real article. It's a hit piece written in the form of an op-ed. They don't have any obligations to reach out to me for comment. But the irony, of course, is that they have no real base. They have no popular base here, and all they have is a couple outlets that are willing to offer them the opportunity to write. I used to work at the Holocaust Museum. The leadership there hated you by name, bro. What are you going to do? They have to deal with their own shame. They have to deal with their own shame of knowing exactly how devastating the Holocaust was, while simultaneously using their position of authority, their knowledge, to justify the current one. Okay? If they had the capacity to feel shame, they would fucking feel it. What is this? Saudi Arabia video message is now threatening Iran. Oh, God, that's awesome.
Okay, all right. I think that's where we're going to end it. Unless he goes back to talking about this situation here. I'll just check.
But if I were to show you the Houthi version of this, I would get banned. Just think about that. Iran should retaliate for this video. I mean, Iran is already fucking smoking strato tankers that are stationed on Saudi air bases. So American air bases inside of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, just you wait for the Emiratis to step in. MBZ is going to flip his cell phone so hard it brings Iran to his knees. Yeah. Imagine fighting on the side of the U.S. only to have them annex half your land 5 years from now. Yeah, Third Way wrote this. Centrist Dems launched 28 mission. Stop AOC. This is from Holly Otterbane at Axios. This was on March 1st. Third Way, an influential center-left group, is bringing together hundreds of elected officials, party leaders, and operatives here this weekend to build a case for nominating a middle-of-the-road Democrat, not a liberal, for a president in 2028. I'll be honest, man. Democrats, if the National Party still wants to abide by Third Way center politics, centrist politics, for no real discernment.
Honestly, that's a nonsense statement to me. Those are the same things. We around here, we associate liberals with moderates. It's the exact same thing. So she just said we're gonna have a centrist, not a centrist. At least in my opinion, that's how we around here, most people around here, see liberal as meaning not a lefty. Somebody who can reach across the aisle and do everything Republicans want to do with the smile on their face.
Nominating a middle-of-the-road Democrat, not a liberal, for a president in 2028. I'll be honest, man. Democrats, if the National Party still wants to abide by third-way center politics, centrist politics, for no real discernible, moderate, mythical center that exists in this country, if they want to defend Israel that bad, fuck it. Collapse the government then. Go ahead. You know, what are you going to do? We'll organize against it. Have fun losing. We'll have to work outside of the confines of elections at that point, because you will have created the demise of the state. That's it. That's it. If you are so desperate to lose once again to fascists, then it's out of our hands, you know? I met a guy who works for Aramco today, and he got out of Saudi right when the bomb started falling. I joked that Aramco won't be there this time next year, and he said, "That's why I'm retiring," in a joyful voice. Yeah, the same person who wrote this piece calling on Dems to exile Israel skeptics from the party was whiling about Vitor and Ben Rhodes shrinking the tent literally a week ago. Rules for thee, not for me. Big tent, but only those who agree with the Pod Save Bros on every single thing. There is no tent for pro-Israel Democrats, man.
It's a tent paid for by AIPAC. It's paid for by AIPAC, and going inside makes it feel like you're complicit in war crimes. All right, how are we doing, everybody? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. All great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. Right now, GNN still has a threat level orange galactic deficit. So Cash App, PayPal, Patreon donations are perhaps more appreciated than ever. Was Lenin a commie? Okay. By the way, we've been making some fairly good progress, I think, on the galactic content goal. We got an hour and 15 minutes to complete it. I think we are 7 of 10. Like 70% of the way through it. Ish. Around 70%. Call it 70. All right, let's go to talking about an actual anti-Semite who seems ready to throw in the towel on Republicans. Maybe AIPAC will welcome this guy into the fold. Maybe the third way people will do a piece on how this guy is actually the future of Democrats, unlike that Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker. Hassan Parker.
Kyle Klinsky. Wait, no, that's not it. Nick Fuentes. That's right.
All right, guys. So you know that the Trump regime is struggling because now you have the white nationalists and white supremacists and Nazis are yearning for Joe Biden. They are nostalgic for Sleepy Joe right now. Let's take a listen to Fuentes here.
Do you know who stood in the way of all of this? Just a fact. Just a fact. Don't let me inconvenience you. Do you know who stood in the way of this entire thing? Joe Biden. Joe Biden did. Because Joe Biden did not take the bait. He didn't take Israel's bait and fight Iran.
The great Joe Biden.
He had two opportunities. When Israel provoked Iran in April 24 and in July 24, Joe Biden deterred Iran but did not attack them.
Okay, I will say, He's glazing Sleepy Joe a little too hard here. I got to be honest. He is. Biden actually fucked up. He said on the campaign trail, I'm going to get back in the Iran agreement, the JCPOA that Obama negotiated with John Kerry. He said, I'm going to get back in that. Then he didn't. So if anything, he fucked up because if he got back in that deal, Trump would have had to come in and pull out again.
Wow. At this point, if Hillary Clinton ran for president, would Nick Fuentes get out the I'm with her sign?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
How far could it go? Nick Fuentes. Nostalgic for Sleepy Joe.
And then escalate to war. But Biden didn't even get back in the deal, right? So you can give him credit for not going to war with Iran. Okay, fair. But there's a lot of criticism there for not getting back in that same agreement. Like to demand stricter terms after the U.S. violated the deal and Trump pulled out and ripped it up. That's fucking, you got some fucking nerve to you break the deal, you violate it, and then you fucking blame them? Like that's sort of crazy. So the real person he should be giving credit to, but he's not gonna because the person is black, is Barack Obama. Because Barack Obama, only thing they wouldn't give them. At the same time, they were blocking those for a very short amount of time. They were allowing 500-pound bombs to go through, okay? So again, he's almost overstating. He's giving the Democrats too much credit here, to be honest. And that's, you know, I'm more than willing to give the Democrats credit when they deserve it, but this is a little too much. It's just that, and he's right to point this out, they're just so much better than the Republicans that it's like, you do feel like, oh my God, thankfully, an adult. You know what I'm saying?
And when Joe Biden got in, the first thing he tried to do was reconstitute a nuclear deal with Iran. Go figure. That was the first thing he tried to do. What happened in August 2023? Just 2 months before October 7th, Joe Biden had a prisoner exchange with Iran and unfroze $6 billion in assets that were tied up in a South Korean bank.
Yeah, that was their money.
That then made their way to Qatar and were on their way to Iran. Because Joe Biden was trying to make a grand bargain. It was under Joe Biden that China brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a...
What is going on right now? What has happened? What has happened? Something fried Nick Fuentes' brain, I think. Dude is completely lost it over here. He's over here yearning for the old days back when Joe Biden was only funding the genocide instead of actually doing it like we're doing right now. Yeah, with the guy that he put in office. It's all very strange. But there's an actual anti-Semite who said maybe some of the most despicable and anti-Semitic things I've ever heard on the internet. Who's now kind of a third-way Democrat, I guess. Will they accept him? I don't know. It's not clear. Is Nick Fuentes actually the real third way? I'm sorry. I feel like he has just as much staying power as the third way does.
You are not funny.
All right. You're confused by his tactics? I too am confused by his tactics. Fact is, I don't listen to Nick enough to know what in the hell is going on with him. You know, here's the thing. There's been times where I've tried to listen to him and like Alex Jones and some of these other guys on X. I feel like it's bad for your mental health to like listen to them for like too long. They're just so hateful. They're like living in an alternate reality fueled by hate. And it's like it's a bad time. Like, there's times where, like, I'll go, like, where I'll be tempted to, like, listen to things from some of these guys. I think the latest right-winger for me to go down on a rabbit hole and listen to their actual videos on rather than clips of them is Candace. Candace and the Erica Files. I haven't listened to all of them yet, but, boy. What episode is she on now? 5? I haven't been keeping up. No, and the Erica Files, or whatever we're calling them. We're not going to talk about them, but there's a lot of crimes. A lot of crimes alleged or suggested by Candace. Now Donald Trump is alleging crimes himself. Not against Erica, but against an institution of education. Harvard. That's right. The Trump administration is suing Harvard, saying that it somehow violated civil rights.
A what now?
The Justice Department is filing a new lawsuit against Harvard University, saying its leadership failed to address anti-Semitism on campus, creating grounds for the government to freeze existing grants and seek repayment for grants already paid. The DOJ wrote in the lawsuit, quote, "The United States cannot and will not tolerate these failures." And
there you go. Trump administration suing Harvard for supposed anti-Semitism. I mean, it's an interesting claim. I mean, there was a time, I feel, where Harvard, in fact, was anti-Semitic, so, like, outwardly anti-Semitic, right? Like, didn't they? I can't remember if they're one of the number of Ivy League institutions that just didn't allow Jews in, like, on their campuses for a while. But many of these institutions have a history of that. But all of that's over. All of that's over. So I don't know what the anti-Semitism is now. Probably just the existence of protesters or something. All right, well, while we talk about crimes and Donald Trump, we should talk about a man who is given the responsibility of investigating crimes of Donald Trump. Robert Mueller, who died 7 hours ago. All right, not 7 hours ago, but 7 hours ago. And has now put this clip up here on YouTube.
It's breaking news just into our newsroom. MS Now has now learned former special counsel Robert Mueller has died. MS Now investigative reporter Carol Lenig has the details. She is now on the phone with us. Carol, what can you tell us?
Robert Mueller, who was suffering from Parkinson's disease in the last year or two, and the former FBI director and, iconic representative of the FBI, also the former special counsel into Russian interference into the 2016 presidential election, has died. That's about all we know at the moment. We knew that he was ill and had been ill for a while, living in a senior living center outside Charlottesville, Virginia. And so this is not entirely unexpected, but it's very sad for the FBI family that looked up to him and really revered his service to the U.S. government and to the American people.
How significant is this loss, and what kind of central role, just remind the public of the central role Robert Mueller played in that investigation in 2016?
So Robert Mueller was a career public servant to his core. He started as a young man in the military, then became a prosecutor, and eventually became the director of the FBI. He is probably best known for the fact that he was the FBI director on 9/11. He had just taken office, just been appointed by George W. Bush, and he, remember, tenure for that job normally. And he went about this incredible reformation of the FBI and along with the Department of Justice to ensure that information about terror plots were shared between the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the intelligence community to be sure that the FBI was intercepting terror plots before they unfolded, not waiting to charge people, but to stop them because 9/11 was viewed as a intelligence failure. That is probably what he's best known for, but he's also, of course, quite famous for his rigorous and careful investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 election.
Well, there you go. R.I.P. Robert Mueller. Dead at 81. I'm sure nobody has anything terribly bad to say. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure like the president of the United States wouldn't come out and tweet or truth something crass and terrible. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump is the president. He would absolutely do that. He would absolutely do that. What am I talking about? Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President, all caps, Donald J. Trump. Good. I'm glad.
This is ridiculous!
Now there's the President of the United States. That's an actual truth on Truth. It's Donald Trump's truth on Truth Social. Good. I'm glad he's dead. Good. I'm glad he's dead, he said. That's the behavior of a fucking child. Of a honestly, that's not fair to children. That is the behavior of a fucking lunatic. Who the hell? What? I mean, let alone the president. But what? I mean, if your friend, if you're like, you know, like, it's stuff like it's tweets like that cause people to stop or like, you know, like post on Facebook. You stop hanging out with that person. You know, you maybe unfriend them or something. It's like, oh boy, that guy has problems. I don't know what's going on with him, but he needs help. But that's the president of the United States. Good. I'm glad he's dead. Now he can't hurt me anymore.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Honestly, I can't get past it. It's so petty. It's the pettiest possible thing you could do. He's such a... Like he's a mean girl, right? Like that's basically what he is, right? He just has like tantrums for everyone. And he expects to be the center of attention, but he's not the center of attention. He has another tantrum, right? And he owns his own social media platform because Daddy gifted him a fucking fortune when he was, a young man. And now he's president. And we all have to watch as it goes on. So this fucking
You're a little baby.
He doesn't get what he wants. He throws a fit. He starts a war. Trade war, actual war. What's the difference?
This is ridiculous.
Same thing to me. Speaking of billionaire oligarchs and investigations, Elon Musk has been found guilty by a jury in a lawsuit by, what's it called? Filed by Twitter investors.
A jury here in federal court in San Francisco has found Elon Musk liable for $2.6 billion in damages.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
The class action lawsuit, which represented thousands of Twitter investors, claimed that Musk deliberately sent out tweets and made statements that served to drove Twitter's stock price down because he was trying to back out of the deal or renegotiate it for better terms because he was losing money on Tesla shares at the time. This is the first time that a jury has sided against Musk over tweets that he sent out that affected stocks in companies that he owns or was about to own. And the plaintiff's lawyer says that it represents a victory not just for Twitter investors, but for investors on Wall Street.
Done. One more clip on this fantastic.
The richest man on the planet has been found guilty by a California tribunal. After a 3-week trial, a jury has found Elon Musk guilty of misleading Twitter shareholders. In March 2022, whilst he was in negotiations to buy the social media platform, Musk stated that the number of fake accounts and bots on Twitter was likely to be underestimated. His statement sent the company's stock price plummeting, causing huge losses for Twitter investors. 7 months later, the billionaire finally acquired Twitter for $44 billion and renamed it X shortly after.
The message to Elon was, it doesn't matter how rich and powerful you are, you follow the same rules as everyone else. You can't say whatever you want, whenever you want, regardless of whether it's true. When you're buying a public company, you gotta tell the truth, because there's millions of investors out there that rely upon what he says and lost a lot of money because of what he did.
Oh boy, what will this bring? Well, there is a verdict. The punishment is not yet clear here yet. Jury with the decision. But what will Elon face as a result of this is yet to be seen. Fascinating to see what kind of consequences he'll see.
Right to jail, right away.
Well, while we're talking about AI billionaires, we may as well go to NVIDIA's AI conference, which was held this week. If you haven't figured it out, if you're just tuning in, you weren't listening when I said it earlier, whatever it may be. This is Week Ending Report Part 2. Yesterday was Iran. Today is everything else. How are we doing on time? 3 hours 20. That's actually, I'm not doing bad. I'm doing fairly good. Actually, what am I talking about? 30. That's 30. No, I'm doing terrible. I'm doing a terrible job. At this rate, it'll be a 12-hour stream. I gotta move it. I've gotta move it faster. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Musk is the Jar Jar Binks of billionaires. That's not fair to Jar Jar. I gotta say, it's not fair to Jar Jar. He might not be the best character in the Star Wars universe, but he's no Elon. I think that's unfair. Jar Jar Binks never tried to start some sort of weird eugenics project. Or dismantle the social safety net apparatus in a country. Or any number of other things that Elon's done. A lot of allegations out there. Just a Google search away. All right, NVIDIA's and the conference, NVIDIA conference, whatever you call this. AI Fest 2026. Fuck yeah! Everything's computer.
Chip maker NVIDIA has been hosting its annual GTC Developer Conference. It's an event that has become one of the world's biggest showcases of AI technology. Here's a look at some of the innovations on display and what they tell us about what's happening with AI. Bay Area startup Noble Machines demonstrated Mobi 3. It's a third-generation humanoid robot designed for physically demanding and hazardous industrial jobs.
Now the Jar Jar Binks might go after you for libel. I don't think you can be libeled for an opinion. I don't think you stated it as fact. I think it was implied that it was your opinion.
Wei Ding is the company's co-founder and CEO.
Our target for training the robot skills, accomplish tasks, we try to make it as fast as onboarding person. We are not there yet, but we see the development of AI really give us the horizon, the line of sight to achieve that goal.
But NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang also sought to soothe any concerns.
A lot of people say, AI is coming, we're going to run out of our work, our jobs. It's exactly the opposite. The fact of the matter is PCs made us more busy. The internet made us more busy.
Oh, thank God. It's actually going to make jobs. It's not going to take away jobs, it's going to make jobs, says Jensen Huang, guy wearing a leather jacket indoors. Totally not weird. Why always a leather jacket? That's literally the only kind of jacket I ever see him wear is a black leather jacket. It's off-putting. It's off-putting. He should own some different clothes. He's a billionaire. Find a different look. Anyway, we're going to actually have more jobs, not less. Says the guy working to automate jobs away. Oh! That's exciting. Because I think many of us were concerned about the direction all this seems to be going in. Got one more clip from Jensen.
A lot of people say, AI is coming, we're going to run out of our work, our jobs. It's exactly the opposite. The fact of the matter is PCs made us more busy. The internet made us more busy. Mobile devices made us super busy. We are millions of truck drivers short. We are tens of millions of manufacturing workers short. Employment's very high, and yet many companies don't have enough labor. Robots will fill in that gap, number one. As a result of filling that gap, all of our country's economy will grow. And when the economy grows, most companies tend to hire more people. They'll hire more people to manage more robots, hire more people, manage more agents. We have 6,000 families in Israel. And I'm quite worried about them.
What is the point of these things if you need more people to manage the agents that are supposed to manage the things that humans would have done otherwise? It seems like a lot of unnecessary steps to do the same thing. How is that helpful? You know what is helpful? Donating on YouTube. Super chats. Like Normal by Nature just did. I'm going to send you a Fifth Estate video about dark money extremists in Canada. Very interesting.
More agents. We have 6,000 families in Israel. And I'm quite worried about them. I know that they're worried about themselves. I'm 100% committed to Israel, where we are going to be there for a very long time. And 100% of our employees there, they have 100% of our love and support. That is 100% also true about Taiwan. We have several thousand employees there. They've been there a very long time.
They've been 100% they've been there for 100% of a long time. 100% of 100%. NVIDIA, 100% of 100% behind its employees in... Whoopsies, what did I just do? I screwed up. No, don't do it. No, you're screwing this up. You're screwing me right now. Don't do this. This is incredibly rude. Please stop. For the love of God.
I am here with Osmantaz Buckshank, the rookie out of Stanford University, who is undoubtedly the MVP of today's game, with an interception that he runs back for a touchdown in the last 30 seconds of the contest. Osmantaz, can you walk us through what happened on that last play? It was amazing.
Yeah, we knew we had to go out there, give 100%. We executed. It just went our way today.
And was the quarterback giving you any clues today, Oz? It looked like you knew that ball was going to be there. What was happening?
Knew we wanted to have some fun, execute, play one quarter at a time, give 100%. 100%.
100%. 100% of 100%. Jensen Wong. 100% of 100% behind all of their people in Israel. One 100% of 100% of 100%. I think a lot of us have some objections to AI, whether it's environmental or its implications for labor, society. Since we haven't taken an actual break, and I need to grab a snack real quick, I am gonna go here. Oh, wait, before I do that, really quickly, let's just do this clip. Because Jensen Wong just said that AI is not going to get rid of any jobs. It's an interesting claim. Because Facebook, Meta, just laid off thousands of people.
Meta Platforms shares rose 3% in Monday morning trade. That was following a Reuters report that the social media giant plans to lay off 20% or more of its workforce to offset heavy spending on AI and bet on productivity gains from the technology. If Meta...
Wait, so what are the productivity gains? You get rid of all the workers and you replace with AI. Right? Is that not what the implication of this is? They're literally saying it out loud. Weird. Okay, so Meta's making a fuckload more money on their stock because they're laying off all their workers and replacing them with AI. AI maxing their productivity by getting rid of the humans.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Bosun SD with a sub on YouTube.
Follow the rich white man.
Thank you for telling me about that. Sudden Apollo with the resubscription on Twitch. That goes to the Galactic content goal. 5 sweet months in a row. Incredible. Not everyone announces their decision to subscribe on YouTube, but I appreciate you for telling me. It's nice to know. All right. I'm going to put some food in my mouth real quick during this next video. Let's see what Bernie Sanders was getting up to with AI earlier this week. Senator Bernard Sanders.
Claude, this is Senator Bernie Sanders. I have been taking a hard look at how AI impacts American society in terms of economics and job loss, in terms of the mental health of our kids, in terms of what it will do to the political process. What I want to talk to you about is another issue, and that is the impact of AI on privacy. I want to know, among other things, just how much of the information that AI collects is being used, and what would surprise the American people in terms of knowing how that information is collected?
Yeah, that's the thing that would probably shock most Americans. Companies are collecting data from everywhere. Your browsing history, your location, what you buy, what you search for, even how long you pause on a web page. Then they're feeding all of that into AI systems that create incredibly detailed profiles about you. What would surprise people is how little they actually consented to and how little they understand about it. Most people click agree on terms of service without reading them, and they have no idea that their data is being combined with thousands of other data points to build a picture of who they are. And then that AI uses those profiles to decide what ads you see, what prices you're shown, even what information gets prioritized in your social media feed. It's all happening in the background, invisible and largely unregulated.
I mean, I think most Americans would know the answer to this, but why is all of this information being collected? What's the goal here?
Money, Senator. It's fundamentally about profit. Companies collect all this data because AI allows them to turn it into valuable insights. They can predict what you'll buy, target you with ads that are more likely to work, charge different prices to different people based on what they know about you. Advertisers pay premium prices for access to these detailed profiles because they're incredibly effective at manipulating consumer behavior. And it's not just about selling you stuff either. Political campaigns use the same AI and data to figure out how to persuade you, which messages will work on you specifically. Data brokers buy and sell information about millions of Americans without their knowledge. The bottom line is that your attention, your behavior, your choices, all of that has become a commodity to be bought and sold.
All right, Claude, you mentioned politics. Well, I am in politics, and I'm deeply concerned about the future of American democracy. Elaborate a little bit on how AI and profiling can impact the political process.
That's a critical point, Senator. AI profiling poses a real threat to democracy because it enables micro-targeting at a scale we've never seen before. A campaign or political actor can use AI to identify voters based on incredibly specific vulnerabilities. Maybe someone who's financially anxious or feels isolated or distrusts institutions, and then serve them precisely crafted messages designed to exploit those vulnerabilities. Unlike traditional political messaging, where everyone sees roughly the same ad, AI allows campaigns to show completely different narratives to different groups. One voter sees a message about protecting jobs, another sees one stoking fear about immigration, and they're living in different information worlds. That fragmenting of shared reality undermines the democratic process itself. And it's worse if bad actors, foreign governments for instance, get access to these profiles and use them to sow division and manipulate elections. The American people deserve to know they're being targeted this way, and they deserve real protections.
Well, I'm going to get to the issue of protections in a minute, but let me ask you this. People tell AI agents like you, Claude, a lot of personal information. And some people have said their AI knows more about them than their spouses do. At the same time, companies are using this information to, quote unquote, train new models. How can we trust AI companies will protect our privacy when they use people's personal information to make money?
That's the core contradiction right there, Senator. You're asking people to trust companies whose entire business model depends on extracting value from your personal data.
Shit, I was muted. By the way, I came up with a solution for solving that problem of me muting myself, but it would require buying something. I'll add it on Temu, not Temu. I'm sorry, it's on Temu. It's from Temu. That's what I found it from. But it's I'll add it on Throne at some point. Right now, we're crowdfunding something else over there, as well as we still have to make progress on the financing of the galactic deficit. Oh, still every day it looks bigger and bigger to me. Need to make up about $30 a month on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. However, as a result of someone deciding to become a galactic patron, and that the last resub on Twitch a few minutes ago, I would say I think we've done it. Well, there we go, people. We have completed another galactic content goal tonight. With some time to spare. 30 minutes left in the galactic content goal timer. And I'm just gonna end it. Just gonna remove the goal now. Great job, everybody. Appreciate all of your contributions. And even if you didn't contribute, your watching the stream also helps. So thank you. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and like the stream too while you're at it. Okay, I ended the goals on YouTube and Twitch. We're good to go, people. We still got a hell of a lot of content to get through tonight, and I'm not kidding about that, even slightly. We've gotten through like 1/3 of what I want to get through tonight. Alright, confetti party over. Stream back on. Now, while the AI oligarchs are making more and more money and laying more and more people off, people are getting hit by higher and higher prices. That's right. Cost of everything continues to go up. As gas prices continue to go up, since most of our infrastructure relies on oil. Cost of everything, beginning with groceries, will be likely rise as deals near $5 a gallon. The price of diesel has spiked more than 36% in the last month to nearly $5 a gallon Monday, and the rising cost of the fuel essential to farmers, shipping companies, construction workers, and the retail sector could soon mean a spike in prices of other goods for the everyday consumer. The price of a gallon of diesel rose to $4.99 on Monday, according to AAA, up 7% from $4.66 1 week ago, and up 36.7% from $3.65 1 month ago before the U.S. and Israel began its attacks on Iran. The rising cost of diesel, the primary fuel used in shipping, construction, agriculture, and other industries, mean higher operating expenses for major companies that could soon be passed on to consumers in the form of price hikes on detail goods, groceries, and more. Not great. It's not great. Everything could very well and most likely will be more expensive in the near future. Sadly but surely. Unless you're insulated in some way or another. Might be time to think about the victory garden, if you will. You know, you got a balcony in your apartment. Maybe start growing some seedlings or something like that. Just thinking out loud. So, Silverart with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Remember when the .com crash happened and we never used the internet again? Yes, I do remember that. That's right. 26 years ago, bubble burst and we never used the internet again. We looked it back and we said, that's not for us. We totally didn't base our entire economy on it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Now, unfortunately for Donald Trump and the GOP, they all promised that they were going to make things less expensive. Then they gave billionaires tax breaks and started a war in the Middle East.
If not sooner.
This morning, prices at the pump, the national average up another 4 cents to $3.88 a gallon. My eights are very bad there. That, of course, the price of gas. This is diesel right there, which is even more expensive. But it gets to the prices that we're paying for everything, the cost of living and the potential political impact. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So the president, how do voters see him on the issue of the cost of living and prices, and how does it compare to, say, when he was elected?
You know, I would say that this is the most troublesome sign that I have seen for the President of the United States and the Republican Party so far. What are we talking about? Well, let's take a look here. Voters on Trump and the cost of living. You go back when he was reelected back in October of 2024, he was beating Kamala Harris by 3 points on the cost of living, right? Look at his net approval rating now. Woo! Down underwater we go. His net approval at a record low, 41 points below water. You can't win when you're at 41 points below water on the cost of living. Kamala Harris couldn't win. The Democratic Party couldn't win. And I'm here to tell you that there's a better chance that I root for the New York Yankees than Donald Trump and the Republican Party winning when he's 41 points.
Wow. Negative 41 points.
I
That's
did
not
everything
great.
right and they indicted me.
That's a bad number. Seems like everybody's pretty disappointed with the economic, what do you want to call it? Outcome of the second Trump presidency. There's a different word I can't think of right now, but I can't think of words. Narwhal by Nature with a super chat over on YouTube. Kind of feel bad for the people that went hard on the Dubai chocolate trend to sell their meaty. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Kind of feel bad for the people that went hard on the Dubai chocolate trend to sell their mediocre food. I think it's over. So many pistachios. Oh, it's true. It's true, Narwhal. It's a reals. That's a real situation. The entire economy was being built on pistachios.
Water. And this was March 12th to March 16th. We could see even more, gas prices rise and prices go up in the coming days and weeks with the Iran war. So this number could get even worse. What about independence?
Yeah, what about independence? You think this 41 points below water is bad? Take a look at independence. It's even worse. I mean, 60 points underwater when it comes to Trump and the cost of living among independents. Again, a record low. You go back to October of 2024. He was winning on this issue over Kamala Harris by 11 points. Look at that switcheroo. That is a 71-point switcheroo in the wrong direction for Donald Trump when we're coming to the cost of living.
That is awful, awful, awful. Weak. As we say around here. Oh, also, I want to say thank you to... Actually, I can't say thank you to you because you didn't make it known. Everybody remember, if you want me to shout you out automatically, you got to put your name in the little message. You get an option to message on Cash App or PayPal when you donate over there. I don't want to shout. I don't want to throw anybody's government name on the live stream. Unintentionally doxing people feels wrong. So I'm just gonna say thank you to the anonymous donor who's gotten us $10 closer to completing the galactic deficit, which is still at threat level orange. Hey. Now, while we're talking about the cost of living, somebody's order is
the U.S. Coast Guard is helping to secure containers aboard a cargo ship that's in danger of falling at the port of Long Beach.
Dozens of containers went overboard yesterday after the ship crossed through rough seas. KTLA's Carlos Herrera is live in Long Beach with the details. Carlos.
The Coast Guard now on watch, Chris and Megan. Not only are they assessing the extent of the damage here, but they're beginning a very delicate cleanup process and operation here. Ultimately making sure that no more containers fall into the water here. Take a look here because this is, again, a very delicate and extensive process. All eyes are on the damaged containers after a rough trip across the Pacific. Video from Sky 5 here showing some of them crushed, twisted, and even dangling on board the OO.
This is ridiculous.
Well, that's not going to help with the cost of goods.
You are not funny.
China.
Well, while everything is getting more expensive, or preparing to get more expensive, Donald Trump has been continuously enriching himself left and right. Fundraisers,
CL Sunflower, the
merch,
Coast Guard said
crypto projects.
When Donald Trump first came onto the national political scene, his main argument was simple.
We are going to drain the swamp.
painting the nation's capital and its politicians as corrupt, making money because of their powerful positions.
I'm proposing a package of ethics reforms to make our government honest once again.
It's not uncommon to see people selling merchandise near the White House with the president's name on it, T-shirts, hats. What is unprecedented is in this term, President Donald Trump is selling his own merchandise as well.
Hello, everyone. It's President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time.
Trump watches sell for around $500.
Watches, wear it proudly.
The website listing many of them as sold out. In smaller print, it also says the watches are not designed, distributed, or sold by the president.
Oh, they're not. Oh, it's good.
Introduce Trump.
Another designed.
It's not Donald Trump doesn't get paid. It's the Trump organization, dummy. So you see, the Trump organization is paid under a licensing agreement. Okay, that's different. Donald Trump is getting vicariously paid, not directly paid. There's a difference legally.
Would you jump up? Distributed or sold by the president.
We're here to introduce Trump Mobile.
Another product promoted by the Trump company but not made by it, Trump Mobile, offering cell service and a $500 gold cell phone. Customers who put down a $100 deposit more than 6 months ago still don't have their phones, but the company says they should get them sometime this year. According to the New York Times editorial board, Mr. Trump has used the office of the presidency to make at least $1.4 billion. Tens of millions of dollars are from licensing his name to projects overseas and in America. Some of the products say they are endorsed by the president. There are guitars. The website says you can buy an autographed guitar for more than $11,000.
I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible. We must make America pray again.
Trump appears in ads for this Bible.
I think you all should.
At least he's holding it upright this
An
time.
autographed version sells for $1,000. Presidents in the past have
Autographed Bible from the president for $1,000. It's a steal. It's really a great buy. Lot of value. Lot of value in that product. $1,000. $1,000 Trump Bible. How many people do you figure actually bought the $1,000 Donald Trump signed Bible that weren't like Saudi billionaires trying to gain favor with him? You figure any of his, I guess there's got to be a few. There's got to be a few of his supporters here in the United States who can afford it. Look, honey. I know we don't have health care, but look at this beautiful Bible. Oh, it's glorious. I'm putting it up on the mantelpiece. Ay. Well, Donald Trump has been showering himself with money. The Hawaiian Islands have been getting pummeled by rain over 4 feet in some areas. That's over a meter. That's over a meter for those of you not using freedom units. It's over 1 1/3 meters. 1.3 meters, you might say. Powerful storm hitting Hawaii. Lingering for days, still raining as we speak, if I understand correctly. Let's go here to get us started. Hawaii news now from 5 days ago.
On Hawaii Island, all emergency shelters were closed this afternoon. Hawaii County officials say they're continuing to monitor the widespread damage. Our Jonathan Masaki spoke with the island's mayor.
The current storm hit Hawaii County hard.
It's one of the worst floods I've seen in my lifetime, especially on the west side.
Mayor Kima Alameda has been on the job nonstop even before strong winds and rains began pounding Moku Okeawe. On Sunday afternoon, he hit the road to see the extent of the damage island-wide.
Right now, we're doing kind of our assessments. I mean, we're not out of the woods as far as the weather is concerned as well. So, we're still monitoring that. But, we're crossing our fingers, hoping that the worst is over, and now it's just a matter of getting out there and making sure that people are safe.
In Naalehu, Laura Diaz and family called 911 as the rains and flooding took a turn for the worse. She says first responders got to their home just in the nick of time.
As they came inside the house and he said, don't worry about too many things, just get your medication, we gotta go now. And by the time I came out, I mean...
By the way, to everybody on Twitch, I almost forgot to tell everybody about this, but we apparently got access. I applied for this weeks ago, maybe months ago. I can't remember how long ago. It was like sometime this year. I applied for the Creator Badge Rewards Beta, which is apparently something that I've now been accepted into, and I'll be able to reward all of you with custom badges for different things. So that'll be cool. Hopefully. If you hit a particular gift, subscription, watch requirement, you may be rewarded with a badge, special badge.
The water was already like up from my knee within like 20 minutes.
Not yet though. I have to make the badges. It's on me. Like, I have to make them and then upload them, and then we'll get there.
Rising so quickly, and it was really, really scary. And then they helped me up that really humongous, big, tall truck, and so I made it.
It was coming in really fast, and from ankle height to knee height in under 30 minutes. We barely had enough time to get the mattresses out, and we left all our clothes. So the clothes I'm wearing now, kind donations from Parks and Recreation and Red Cross.
Our first responders went out last night. They had 25 contacts and 18 rescues. Now these are rescues from people's cars, from their homes. And so, again, hats off to our first responders.
The family who lives in this home in Hawaiian Paradise Park narrowly escaped injury after this huge tree came crashing down. The strong winds had already knocked down the power lines.
Of course, we're sitting in the dark, and a few minutes later, this huge bang. All the little kitties levitated, and everybody scurrying around trying to figure out what it was. And I thought something got hit by lightning or something. And then the neighbor came over and said, the tree fell on the house. And it did. Mayor Alameda and his staff are working on the massive cleanup efforts that will need to take place in the storm's aftermath.
How would you rank this system when you compare it to other systems in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, as far as the west side and the south side, this is probably one of the worst I've seen.
Mayor Alameda says that Hawaii County operations will reopen on Monday. Jonathan Masaki, Hawaii News Now.
Jonathan, thank you. The powerful Kona low hammered Hawaii Island with flooding. Our Lacey Denise continues team coverage from Ali'i Drive.
Well, something we haven't seen for several days now, sunshine. I'm along Ali'i Drive, right next to Haleki'i Street. This is also known as the Hokuli'a Bypass Road. There was...
Dude, the damage from this. This was just the initial round of flooding. Like I was saying, the flooding has continued throughout the week. This was 5-6 days ago. 5 days ago. But it's continued throughout the week. Hawaii has been completely just devastated by these floods. I'll be right back.
Many residents are cleaning up the mess the storm left behind, but businesses are left to figure out how to make up for millions in lost revenue.
The number now is up to $50 million or so at least, and all this will come out by the end of the month. But that's between hotels, retail, all the different activities.
The storm put a stop on activities for many visitors, including Isis, who was on her birthday trip to Hawaii.
was raining really bad the first day I got here, and the next morning I woke up and I was getting emails sent saying all my plans would be canceled.
A first-time trip that cost her thousands of dollars.
I spent a lot of money just to get here. Even the B&B and everything, just to get here and not experience anything is definitely a bummer. Hawaii's not cheap.
For one motorcycle rental company in Waikiki, severe weather tanked weekend business.
We've probably had 20 plus cancellations over the weekend, maybe about 1,000, tens of thousands maybe of lost revenue. They're struggling. They just gotta make it through. Yeah, it's hard. There's not much we can do.
And with another storm on the way, they're hoping for a ray of hope.
That's always difficult to make up for this kind of revenue. It certainly is. I mean, this was quite expensive.
In Hawaii, it is a flash flood emergency. Catastrophic flooding is occurring right now on Oahu. A flood watch has been issued for the entire state of Hawaii. We've had nearly 4 feet of rain over the past 7 days. More rain on the way. In fact, rain that continues to fall right now. The National Weather Service out of Honolulu, meteorologist Joseph Clark joins us now. Joseph, thank you so much for the time. I'm sure you and your team have been very busy. Talk to us about this flash flood emergency right now. The latest information, I know it's developing as the day has opened up.
Yeah, overnight, the north shore of Oahu got about a foot of rain in a very short time. This is in addition to the rain that fell from the last Kona low last week. We had homes washed away, cars washed off the road. We have a road closure because of a house on the road. And there's actually a search and rescue at Ka'au on the west side of the island for some campers that are stranded right now.
Oh, it's a very scary situation. You know, in terms of just the topography of that island, you have these mountain ranges. How much does that play a role into where we're seeing the worst of the flooding right now?
It certainly plays a role. The water collects on the mountainside and it all has to go somewhere, so it all goes downhill down the drainage.
In terms of the rain that we've seen since last week, right? We're talking pretty staggering numbers, more than 4 feet. And so the ground already saturated. We have kind of this string of Kona lows.
Did you hear that? More than 4 feet of rain. It's wild. It's an insane amount.
So take action, evacuate now. We've got breaking news out of Hawaii. Officials warning residents in Oahu to take precautions seriously now as flash flooding inundates the Hawaiian island. The governor activating the National Guard amid reports of life-threatening conditions in the northern part of Oahu, blocking access to roads and low-lying areas. New video coming into our newsroom showing the extent of the conditions. One resident there in Wailea showing this video with the caption, "Houses are washing away." Brittany Bell from our ABC station in New York is tracking it for us. Hey, Brittany.
Kira, we continue to track life-threatening flooding across Hawaii and record-breaking heat along the west coast. And for Hawaii, they'll continue to have round after round of significant flooding possible throughout the rest of this weekend. A flood watch for an additional 2 to 7 inches of rainfall, even a flash flood emergency that continues. And they'll see just wave after wave of heavy rainfall that will continue to come down on an already saturated ground after flooding rainfall last week. So the opposite side of the coin across the west coast, the western half of the country, all due to a heat dome that's bringing in record high temperatures. I want to show you some of the records that were broken yesterday for all-time March heat, not just daily record high temperatures. In Palm Springs, 107, and Phoenix, 105, 95 in Las Vegas and Fresno, 92 degrees, even records as far north as South
I'm in Honolulu where it's been raining, sometimes heavily. The rain has led to catastrophic flooding in communities north of here, where muddy floodwaters have washed away cars and homes. Earlier Friday, an evacuation order was issued for thousands of residents of 2 North Shore Oahu towns because of rising levels of an aging dam. Officials are warning there is a risk of imminent dam failure. Most of the state was under a flood watch, with the North Shore of Oahu under a flash flood warning. The National Weather Service warns of widespread life-threatening flash flooding. Rain and possible thunderstorms are forecast through the weekend.
Oh! Oh!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh! 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 Oh!
You don't care.
Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh!
What the fuck? Hang on. Bruh.
Why do you do that? Reverse!
Put on his window, bro. Get out!
I think it's a little late to reverse
Well,
at
his
this
car will
point.
be okay, but-
Probably. His car, it'll be fine, will it?
I could have drowned.
Is it gonna be fine?
Vehicle drowned though.
Yeah, that vehicle's
He's
total.
not gonna sink any more than it is.
Well, he'll block everyone else, so.
Oh! Oh, that was. Oh! Boy, that guy is stupid. Bruh. Bruh, that car is not going anywhere. That guy is stuck. That guy is stuck. Bruh, I gotta check him out. Oh.
That's a fuck ton of water.
There are mass evacuations going on this morning in Hawaii. A dam north of Honolulu was pushed to the limit. Take a look at that. Already widespread flooding from 2 powerful storms in the past week. Here is ABC's Michelle Franzen.
A dangerous situation unfolding north of Honolulu. Rising floodwaters surging behind the 120-year-old Wahiawa Dam, now pushing it toward a possible failure. Thousands living downstream told to leave immediately. The Hawaii National Guard has been activated, and the governor is warning residents to get out now.
The dam, which has been safe, was getting close to 85 feet. That's why we sounded the alarms and made sure people could get over out of harm's way.
Relentless rain continues to pound the islands with more on the way through the weekend. raising the risk for even more flooding. Already scenes like these in the rain and wind.
This is nuts, bro. Oh my God, it's rushing so fast.
What appears to be the roof of a home on a road and nearby flooded streets and front yards.
Come with me, family.
The heaviest rain is expected through Saturday, with the Big Island getting the worst of it. Wind gusts of 45 miles an hour are possible. The governor ordering all state departments closed and state workers not responding to the emergency to go home. Locals calling this storm Kona 2.0. It's the second so-called Kona low to hit the area. A Kona low is a subtropical cyclone that can cause extremely heavy rain like Hawaii has seen for the past week.
I've mobilized even more military reserves, and we have the troops coming in from Schofield to help. The Coast Guard will be out there to do search and rescue if, God forbid, any of our loved ones have been washed away with housing.
Residents in impacted areas urged to gather their families and head to shelters now. Parts of Oahu are without power. Michelle Franzen, ABC News, New York.
Okay,
Jesus
this is
Christ.
Wilson Lake, people. I'm right here at the dam, and this is where you look real close. That wall is breached already. This water flow has overtaken this whole section of the lake. This is it. It's breached the wall. The wall gives. This is where it's going to give. So, Wailoa, Maliva, heed this warning. This has gone over the top.
It's worse. It's worse. We're gonna go get her cat. All right, Jeff. I think we should save the cat. Come, baby. Come. Come. Oh, no. Cat, don't do that. The river's right behind us here. The current's coming right now. Pretty serious situation.
Is it all back there too?
All the way to the first street.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, that's because it's higher. That's where I live. Wow, this current, man. I think it's coming down more. I'm patrolling the area here. This guy ditched his car. Couldn't get out of here. Emergency evacuation for Wailua. All Wailua, all Haleiwa. We are mandatory evacuation.
This shit is insane. Is that a fucking fish? Is that a bunch of fish just hanging out? Good God. All right. Well, unbelievable floods. Not sure if those are historic floods, but 4 feet of rain is truly incredible. And supposedly it's still raining right now, from what I understand. That clip was from right before the stream, supposedly uploaded by the New York Post. Last clip on these floods, Hawaii News Now. No narration, just footage of water. Hawaii News Now entitled Rain Threat Continues. First alert weather day. By the way, I gotta add that $3 from the Patreon membership to the galactic deficit goal. Making progress, slow but sure. Now back on the mainland, the West Coast, much of the West is seeing a serious heat wave right now here in March. As spring gets started.
It's Bob Erdell live in Livermore, where we will set a new record high today of 88 degrees. How are they preparing there?
Well, typically when it gets hot out here, which is not abnormal for the summertime, Carrie, but certainly not usual for the wintertime. Here we are at the end of the winter. It is St. Patrick's Day. You'll see a lot of parents out here with their little kids here in the downtown main intersection of First Street and Livermore, with them running in these fountains trying to stay cool. So as you mentioned, yes, Livermore expected to hit 88 degrees today. The average temp for a day like today is 66. So today's forecast is expected to be 23 degrees hotter than normal as this heat advisory continues for the Bay Area until Friday night.
One after another, after another, after another, and here comes the season.
That's Mike Kenny with Absolute Air Conditioning out of Walnut Creek, who tells us calls for service have doubled since last week. We caught up with this company as they repaired the air conditioning out of Walnut Creek Nail Salon. He can't remember the last time it got this hot this early in the season.
A little earlier, but you know, climate's changing, so we might be stretching that summer a little bit earlier into the years than what we're normally used to.
The early onset of warm weather is going to put people at risk, even if the temperature's only in the high 80s or low 90s. If they're out there exerting themselves, their body's not prepared, so it could put them at risk for heat-related illness.
That's a warning from the Chief Medical Officer at John Muir Health, reminding us to not be caught off by these unusually high temps at the end of winter. He, along with other doctors and the National Weather Service, which has issued this heat advisory, they're all urging people to stay hydrated, seek shade, and take plenty of breaks if you work outside. Reporting live here in Livermore, Bob Erdell, Today in the Bay.
All right, Bob, thank you.
Okay. Now in the middle of the country, on the other side of that, the pressure system going through the United States, people were seeing the last gasps of winter. Snow and cold weather in the Midwest. This is in Wisconsin. All right. $30 stream streak for Hazemaker over on Twitch. Good job. Great job, pal. It's been a stressful week. How's everybody doing right now? Pretty doing good. Pretty holding up okay. Alright, let's go all the way across the ocean to Europe, where amidst the Iran crisis, European airlines are begging the EU to lower fuel standards.
European airline chiefs were meeting in Brussels on Thursday under the cloud of war in the Middle East and soaring oil prices. They're pushing back against the EU's green agenda and what the industry says are cumbersome rules surrounding sustainable jet fuel. Reuters reported earlier this week that, citing a lack of available supply and high costs, Europe's airlines are expected to call for regulators to roll back mandates for the use of synthetic sustainable jet fuels starting in 2030. Air France, KLM, Ryanair, Lufthansa, EasyJet and British Airways owner IAG have for years lamented the issue. They see the rules as a burden on Europe's airlines, allowing Asian and Middle Eastern carriers a cost advantage. The green jet fuel industry and environmental groups insist the shift is necessary to reduce the sector's reliance on oil. While sustainability is in focus, the Iran war and oil prices above $100 a barrel will likely be front and centre. The Middle East conflict, now well into its third week, has thrown aviation into turmoil. Flights have been cancelled or rerouted thousands of miles, and most airspace over the Gulf is still closed amid fears of missile and drone attacks. Jet fuel prices have spiked, pushing up operating costs. European prices have doubled, and Asian prices are up almost 80% since US and Israeli strikes on Iran began in late February.
Now, lowering fuel emissions standards, I don't think is the solution to all of this. Even though these airlines are begging for it. I think the solution is for countries to go as green as possible. You know, the exact opposite direction that some of these freaks want to go into.
Right now, for unclear and often contradictory reasons, America and Israel are unleashing destruction, devastating lives across the Middle East.
You could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do.
Get such massive oil reserves in Iran out of the hands of terrorists.
These latest conflicts are cutting too many lives tragically short and uprooting even more. The fallout has rapidly spread across the region, and the consequences are being felt across the globe. And amidst all of the destruction and chaos that's been unleashed, the world is finally starting to question its fossil fuel habit and looking for a way forward that could be more secure, peaceful, and powerful for the entire planet. I'm Adam, I have a PhD in atmospheric physics, and I'm here to help you make sense of the changing planet that we all share. Today I want to discuss whether Trump is in fact a climate action champion. Now, the short answer is obviously not, but the longer answer is just maybe. Accidentally. Now, I've spoken a bunch on this channel about how climate change and conflict aren't separate threats. They're deeply interwoven. On the one hand, militaries and armed conflict drive climate change. Analysis from the Conflict and Environment Agency reveals that the total emissions from the world's militaries stand at around 5.5% of the global figure. That's a chunk higher than all the emissions from flying, and enough that if all the militaries were one single nation, that nation would be the world's fourth biggest emitter. That nation would also be terrifying. The thing causing climate change is also a common motivation for conflict. There has, of course, long been speculation that multiple wars have been motivated by securing fossil fuels. Now, Well, there's not that much need to speculate. Trump isn't exactly famous for keeping his cards close to his chest. His comments have made clear that oil lies at the dark heart of the recent assaults.
We're going to have our United States oil companies go in and start making money for the country.
And of course, burning those fossil fuels and dismantling climate action, as Trump is working tirelessly to do, means more greenhouse gases emitted, more temperature rise, and more lives lost to environmental destruction. In a brutal, vicious cycle, these changes to our climate could exacerbate violent conflict. Scarcer resources, including food and water, and rising environmental disasters, from heat waves to rising seas, could raise the threat of war in many parts of the world. Military devastation also means massive environmental damage. We're seeing that right now in Iran. Strikes on oil depots, gas fields, and refineries have seen vast smoke plumes rising across the region, blocking out the sun and causing black rain. This isn't just terrible for our climate. Breathing highly polluted air like this causes devastating health damages, especially for the most vulnerable people. Simultaneously, the diverse but fragile ecosystem of the Persian Gulf is being threatened by everything from bombing to oil spills. But there's another impact that this conflict has. It's a reminder of how fragile our fossil fuel dependent economies are. The whims of just a few men like Trump, Netanyahu, and Putin, can disrupt the entire world. Now, it has to be emphasized, the impacts to the rest of the world are nothing compared to the impacts on the people in the region who are under fire, not just in Iran, but also in Lebanon and Palestine, as well as in the many other countries in the region being caught up in the fallout or in retaliatory strikes. But the shockwaves of these conflicts aren't confined, they're spreading to the rest of the world. As oil and fossil gas tankers have been blocked from traveling the Strait of Hormuz, prices of these fuels are skyrocketing. This isn't just an inconvenience. For millions around the world already desperately struggling to get by, price surges like these can have immense consequences. Like in India, where 90% of imported gas was previously traveling the Strait of Hormuz. Short supply of gas is leaving families hungry and workers without wages. As one 43-year-old tile manufacturer explained, without work, we can't survive. How will we eat? Making matters even worse, there's the threat that the fuel crisis could be followed by a food crisis as the disruption spreads to fertilizer supplies. And there's even talk that the price of prescription medications could be set to spike. Now, anyone working on climate change as long as I have, 15 years at this point, will have heard countless exhausting times that we can't just switch to renewables because they're too unreliable and too expensive. Well, often contradictory reasons.
Weird, so much unreliability with the renewables. It's weird. How's the reliability on the old fossil fuels going right now? And this is why, one of many reasons why we should be switching to renewable energy in every possible place. All right, let's go through some of the other stories of the week. Rain striking the city of Karachi in Pakistan on Wednesday led to the deaths of at least a dozen people.
16 people have died due to rains and storms in Karachi city. The bodies have been moved to the civil hospital and Jinnah hospital. After identification, the bodies are being handed over to the appropriate authorities. We were not able to identify some bodies, and they are being moved to the morgue at Edhi Foundation. After identification, they will be handed over to the relatives.
अच्छा, रात 10 बजे के बाद ये कराची के अंदर सिलसिला एक शुरू हुआ बारिश का, तेज़ हवाओं का, जिसके नतीजे में अब तक जो है वो 2 खातून 16 अफराद जाँ बाक हो चुके हैं। मज़ीद ये है कि 115 पर इतलात मौसूल हो रही थी मुख्तलिफ़ जगह पर साइन बोर्ड गिरने की और दीवार गिरने की।
What a fucking tragedy. 15 people dead in Karachi as a result of this fucking storm. Meanwhile, all the way southeast, what's it called? Level 4? That's not it. What's it called? I can't think of the word right now. A very powerful cyclone was barreling down on the North Queensland area.
Severe tropical cyclone Narelle continues to barrel towards far north Queensland.
If a Category 5 system crosses the coast in this location, it'll be the first time that's happened in over 100 years.
The system is expected to impact the coast early Friday.
Category. And apparently it was even higher than I thought. I thought it was Category 4. The Category 5 storm. That's wild. I think it's because we always call it Cat 4, Cat 5, and so that's not really a word. It's an abbreviation. It just, I don't know, it slipped my fucking mind. It's been a whole year since storm season, don't you know?
The fact that the current satellite imagery and the current analysis has it as a Category 5 system increases the probability of it remaining as a Category 5 system as it crosses the coast.
Forecasters are warning of dangerous and destructive winds, up to 250 kilometres per hour at its core.
The type of wind that is being predicted is the sort of thing that will blow apart sheds, that will blow caravans down roadways and create fields of airborne debris.
Good evening. Far North Queensland is battered, bruised, but not beaten tonight after Tropical Cyclone Narelle pounded the region as a Category 4 system.
There is serious damage, but in an incredible stroke of luck, locals have narrowly avoided a large-scale disaster. The system carving a path between 2 coastal towns as the Western Cape now readies for Narelle's arrival.
Our reporters are on the ground tonight to bring you every angle of this emergency. Pat Heaney begins our coverage.
It's a tropical resort known as the Temple on Top.
Right, hold on.
A former World War II bunker down below. This morning rattled as a modern-day enemy hurtled its stockpile of weather weapons toward Cape York from the Coral Sea.
Stop, Narelle, stop!
If only Narelle had known, Far North Queenslanders are fighters themselves.
Outside, it's absolute chaos. But, you know, I mean, it's pointless worrying about it now.
Jason Watkin and Katie Goodwin hunkering down with their own stash of supplies and a healthy dose of good humour. Archer River residents might need more than a leaf blower after the cyclone passed almost directly overhead. Sinking crucial transport routes and taking sheets of metal with her, peeling off a shed roof and splintering its contents in Cowan.
The winds were howling, the tin roofs were rattling, there was a lot of rain coming through.
Narelle made landfall as a high-end Category 4 system between the two townships of Cowan and Lockhart River around 7 o'clock this morning, with 250 km/h wind gusts at her core.
250 km/h. That's insanity.
This is ridiculous!
250. That's insane. Now, thankfully, the damage from the storm could have been much, much worse. Cleanup is supposedly already underway. Wow, we're 4.5 hours into the stream already. Happens fast. Happens fast. We have made some fairly significant progress getting through all of this stuff. We've made it to the space news. This is Artemis 2, NASA's new space mission, which is supposed to launch, was supposed to launch sometime in March, and is being rolled out to the launch pad, or at least was being rolled out to the launch pad yesterday. This is that footage. It's incredibly exciting. It's a rocket moving like less than 1 mile per hour. I'm not kidding. It moves super slow. It's huge. There we go. Look at it. Look at it moving. Oh my gosh. Look at this thing move. Unprecedented speed this thing is going at. My God. This is not paused. This is moving. That thing is moving, baby. Literally inch by inch. Like I said, it's a giant rocket. It takes a while. Get this thing across the field or whatever down the road. Eventually it gets there. Yay. We did it.
Fuck yeah!
Great job, America. Only took 12 hours to move that rocket. Sorry. 11 hours and 54 minutes and 59 seconds. Alrighty, we still got a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight. But it's not going to be all Iran. We've got some other things that aren't Iran first to talk about before we get to any of that. Let's start with Canada. David Dole at the Rational National. Looks like he's got us covered on the latest with Pierre Polyev. Man. A
lot of people got upset about it.
Disgraced, man. Really, he should be disgraced. He lost the election, lost his own minister. What do you call it? Not prime ministership, but his like minister. I forget what it's called in fucking Canada right now. He's an MP. I think that's what it's called. He was in, I think, Alberta, I want to say, or Manitoba, something like that, and lost his seat and lost the election. Had to basically ask someone to give them their seat. Another conservative, he basically asked them to quit their job and then give it to him.
Understandably so.
Understandably, yeah. I mean, it's a crazy thing to say.
It is a crazy thing to say.
Oh boy, here we go. Canadian Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre was on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and I have the highlights, if we can call them that. So I'm going to discuss my thoughts on all of this. I'll summarize it in a bit here, but I do want to jump into the first clip. I do want to say, kind of boring. I mean, as somebody who back in the day listened to a lot of Joe Rogan podcasts before things got a little more insane. One of the more boring episodes I have ever listened to. That said, there are things worth discussing here, including something near the end where I was like almost screaming at the TV because of how insane the thing that was happening was in front of me. But before I get there, let me first start with the first clip. So actually, before I even get, I just want to share, before he was on or after he was on, he shared this post. Fought for Canadian workers and Canadian interests on the world's biggest podcast. Thank you, Joe Rogan. And here they are holding a kettlebell. Their first discussion was about the history of kettlebells. So just to give you an idea of how excruciating this podcast was for me. Incredibly boring at points. But let me get to the first clip. This is about the election. How Pierre Poilievre lost the election, and they really do not mention the elephant in the room here.
There's a narrative in America, and the narrative is that you were about to win, and your party was about to win, but then Trump came along and said he was going to turn Canada into the 51st state, and everybody went crazy. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say they went crazy. I mean, it was.
They got very upset.
They should be upset, though. I mean,
well, it's a crazy thing to say.
It is a crazy thing to say. Canada's not for sale. We're never going to be the 51st state. We love Americans as neighbors and friends, but we want to be uniquely and we want to be sovereign as Canadians. It's our country. It's where we grow up. You're a patriot as an American. I'm a patriot as a Canadian. It's where my grandfather arrived. It's where our collective ancestors put on military uniforms and sailed to fight wars. It's where our grandkids are going to live. We're very proudly Canadian. So we're never going to be the 51st state. And I just wish he'd knock that shit off so that we can get back to talking about the things that we can do as two separate, but two separate countries that are actually friends.
All right, so oddly missing, or not oddly, but missing from that conversation is why did Trump's comments hurt Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives and not Mark Carney and the Liberals? Because that should be the focus here, is why did Trump's comments hurt you? And of course, it's because people viewed Pierre Poilievre more as a Trump figure. When you have people like...
You can't expect... I mean, come on, David. You can't actually expect Joe Rogan to do research, right? Like, none of us expect Joe Rogan to do research, right? Or even, like, in the moment, like, check on anything he's saying. The guy has made basically a $1 billion empire on being wrong all the time and not knowing anything about what he's talking about. You think he's going to check Pierre Poilievre on the intricacies of Canadian electoral politics? Come on. The guy is not equipped to do that. He's a fucking idiot. Honestly, Joe Rogan lucked into what he is, essentially. He happened to already be slightly, well, no, he's like, like a B star, Like, nobody really knew who he was. They were like, you said, like, Fear Factor, and, like, I know what that was. Like, when he first started, like, he just lucked into it. By just being like a very curious guy who like basically just decided to start a podcast when nobody else was doing it. And that's how he is who he is. That's it. He just did it. That's it. He just luck. It's just luck. He has no actual skills in any of the things, or even seemingly any interest anymore. Right? Like, to some degree, he's fallen into sort of an ideologue type of persona now. But he's literally never going to be able to address like who Pierre Poilievre actually represented in
straight to
in
the
trying to like juxtapose it. Like, why would he do that? His audience hates that. By the way, who is Joe's audience anymore anyway?
Straight to the papers with Dipti, the war in Iran sparking an unprecedented energy crisis, of course, as Brian was just saying, right around the world, but it's also benefiting one country. This is Russia.
Yeah, that's right, Stuart. Let's start with the British front pages, obviously focusing on this energy crisis as a result of the continued war in Iran. This is The Guardian today, warning of a dangerous escalation after Israel strikes the world's largest gas field. Now, that gas field is in Qatar. It's the Pars site that's shared between Iran and Qatar, accounts for 70% of Iran's domestic supply, but also contributes significantly to Qatar's exports. Now, as you mentioned there, the Middle East is the conflict in the Middle East is providing an unexpected boom for Russian oil. It's something that the Wall Street Journal is looking at today, talking about Russia's shadow fleet kingpin who's back in business. And they call him Moscow's salesman-in-chief. That is Etibar Ayub. He's an Azeri oil trader whose main client is the Russian oil company Rosneft. He's described as this kingpin who's responsible for finding buyers for Russia's $50 billion of oil produced each year. He controls ships via shell companies, and the ships with oil were pretty much sitting pretty for a while as a result of punishing sanctions against Russian oil. He had millions of barrels of unsold oil, but now with the Strait of Hormuz that is closed, the only way for the global oil supplies to even get close to meeting demand is for Russian crude oil to be sold to reach the world market. So in the process, Ayub, the Wall Street Journal says, and Russian oil prices are experiencing a second awakening in the midst of this war.
And Russia then seeking to benefit from the war, whilst also not intending to come to its ally Iran's aid, though.
Yeah, and it's something that Foreign Affairs magazine explains today. Why Russia is watching Iran burn. The Kremlin is in no hurry to save its closest partner in the Middle East, it says, despite Tehran providing support.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want this whole thing. I just wanted the Paris mayoral election thing. Got distracted. Actually, that wasn't the Paris mayoral election. What am I talking about? I'm not even at that point. My brain feels like it's in a fog right now. I don't know what's wrong with it. Let's go to Cuba. Just gonna move on. I hate when France 24 does that. It always throws me off when they do like a multi-fucking topic video. It's like, look, if it's not a live stream, why do you have to put multiple topics in the same clip? How hard is it to make different clips? I don't understand.
Is Donald Trump about to invade Cuba?
We'll be doing something with Cuba very soon.
He keeps saying he'll do something about it, but what and when?
Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it.
We should absolutely take Trump seriously.
So is Cuba about to become the next Venezuela or even the next Iran? Here's the breakdown with Tyler Anderson.
After successfully overthrowing Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, Donald Trump now has his sights set on one of America's oldest enemies.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That's a big honor.
Cuba's communist government has been a thorn in America's side for nearly 70 years. But now, President Trump is ramping up the pressure to a whole new level.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba. And it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a very tough operation.
Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is of Cuban descent and has been critical of the regime for his whole political career.
To ensure that the fight for Cuba's freedom and liberty continues in Washington, D.C.
Cuba's status quo is unacceptable. Cuba needs to change.
Since America's decapitation of Venezuela's leadership, Trump has blocked oil shipments to Cuba, at times leaving the whole island without power and causing shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The blockage has led to widespread protests, which are often taking place in the dark.
They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis.
Cuba's president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, says any attempt to take control of Cuba will be met with impregnable resistance. But Trump believes this decades-old enemy has never been weaker, with the president leaving the door open for yet more regime change in the region.
Tyler Anderson reporting there. Now, the problem with the way that Donald Trump talks about these things is that sometimes he's serious, but sometimes he chickens out. That's why the term taco, Trump always chickens out, is used. Earlier this year, he made repeated threats to take over Greenland, but after European and other allies stood firm against it, he backed off. So how do we know which way he's going to go on Cuba? Well, to break it all down, I want to bring in our very own assistant producer out in Washington, Izzy Rowland. She's had to listen to more Donald Trump speeches than anyone else and can help us work out just what he means this time.
Izzy, thanks for joining us. It must be pretty early over there.
It is, Andrew. We're 4 hours behind at the moment, so it's not as brutal as before the clocks change, which were normally 5 hours. But at the moment, I'm not really getting much sleep with the whole Trump administration, but we love what we do, and it's been relentless and crazy.
What do you make of what Trump's saying about Cuba then? Do you think we should take him seriously?
Well, it's funny you should say that, Andrew, because I think we should absolutely take Trump seriously. You know, he's a man of words. He says a lot of them, might I add. Being in the Washington Bureau, I hear him day in, day out, speak for hours on end sometimes. You know, when we look at what's been happening in Iran, he's acted on that. He has not made empty threats with Venezuela. He captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife, who are now awaiting trial in a jail in.
Yeah, exactly. Even though the things that Donald Trump says don't sound serious, they sound like the words of a crazy person. We do, in fact, have to take them seriously, including the things he's now saying about Cuba. Which sounded like a lot like what he's been saying about Greenland. I will have it. Have, whatever you want to call it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Cuba plunged into an island-wide blackout, leaving millions of people without power after the national electricity grid completely collapsed Monday. This was at least the third and the largest blackout to hit Cuba in just about 4 months, as the U.S. energy blockade has cut off the island from accessing desperately needed fuel. No oil shipments have reached Cuba in more than 3 months, according to the Cuban government, compounding a humanitarian crisis caused by decades of U.S. sanctions. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported Monday, Trump's negotiators told their Cuban counterparts during recent talks that Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel must be removed from power. President Trump spoke to reporters at the White House Monday.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good honor. It's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
Whether I free it, take it, or can do anything I want with it, President Trump says. For more, we're joined by two guests. In Havana, we go to Danielle Montero, Cuban journalist and producer with Belly of the Beast, an independent media outlet covering the impact of U.S. sanctions on Cuba. And in San Diego, California, we go to Sarah Kozame, assistant professor in history at University of California, San Diego, who's just returned from Cuba. Her recent piece for The Guardian headlined, "In the other U.S. target of regime change, Cuba, I saw real hardship and resilience." But Danielle, let's turn to you right now in Cuba. Talk about this largest blackout that we have seen, what it means for the people, what it means for Cuba, and what's happening.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I mean, what's really heartbreaking about these latest blackouts that we have is that at this point, for our daily lives, it doesn't feel any, that much different from normal days. What I'm trying to say is because now fuel is coming in, I mean, blackouts have extended significantly over the past few months. Right now in Havana, which usually fares a lot better than the rest of the country, we're talking about, at least 12 hours a day. You go to the provinces, like, outside of the city where my family lives, they're getting by with 3, 4, 5 hours a day. So, of course, a national blackout has tremendous impact throughout. But what I'm trying to convey is that because blackouts have extended so much due to the oil blockade, it doesn't feel that different. Right now, the power grid is coming back on. It usually takes them about a whole day to bring it entirely throughout the country. And authorities have said that precisely because there's less fuel, it takes them longer to bring back the grid. And of course, the consequences of this, not just the national blackout, but the oil blockade as a whole, it's tremendous. I think for the first time in my life, the sanctions feel completely unavoidable. I think you cannot find someone in Cuba that's not being affected by the current state of affairs.
And Daniel, what about the fact that even Latin American countries that have had long relations with Cuba and have progressive governments like Brazil and Mexico and are also oil exporters, that they have not stepped forward more strongly to assist Cuba with oil?
Taking Cuba sounds non-consensual. Yeah, no kidding. Donald Trump.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I mean, I think that just speaks to the world we're living in, right? I mean, Trump has exerted all of the pressure he can on other countries, and sadly, it has worked so far. And we're just living through the results. Of course, it saddens me as a Cuban. I suffer it every day. This is not some abstract or theoretical notion for me. We suffer it every day, and it's terrible. I mean, we're talking about. I have no other way to describe it as sanctions are literally killing people right now. Because the conditions are so bad, and this has everything, absolutely everything, to do with what the U.S. is doing to my country.
And how do you react to this announcement of the Cuban government that it will now be allowing Cuban Americans to own businesses and invest in the island?
I think that is actually a news that was rather possibly received by people in Cuba. I mean, you have to understand that over the past 15 years, the country has been progressively opening up to investment coming from the outside and also from the inside of the country. So that is actually something that didn't necessarily surprise anyone listening to the news, and that most people have no problem with.
And what President Trump said from the Oval Office, Danielle, how it's being received in Cuba, that the U.S., that President Trump would take it or free it or whatever, but that's going to happen very soon. And the demand that the Cuban president, Diaz-Canel, must leave.
It is absolutely outrageous. I mean, we're talking about the idea of a negotiation or a talk between two countries cannot start with the premise of one of the parties stepping out. So if the goal was to actually come to an agreement and to actually improve the lives of the Cuban people, then that would not be the premise. But of course, this does not surprise us. We understand what this oil embargo means and what it has always met, what sanctions have always met. This is regime change through starvation. That is what they're trying to do. And right now with the oil blockade, conditions are worse than they ever have been. So, you know, as a Cuban, as someone living here, all of my family is here, it is absolutely outrageous to listen to, you know, Donald Trump and the administration in the United States saying that they're trying to help Cuba, they're trying to liberate Cuba, because they don't articulate the price that they're asking people to pay. Sure, they're saying that they want freedom, they want democracy, they talk about all of these good things that are going to bring to the Cuban people, but they should really articulate the means to get there. The means to get there is the Cuban people suffering, is the Cuban people dying.
Have you experienced in Cuba? We have the reports of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake this morning on top of the national blackout.
Yes, in the east of the country, it is not very uncommon to have these quakes. Fortunately, they don't usually actually cause that much damage out there. But you know, at this point, it's just feel like, what else is going to happen? You know.
Yeah, what else is going to happen? An invasion? I mean, seriously though, I mean, I think it's highly likely that Donald Trump threatens an invasion at the very least. He's right. The fact is, here's the problem, and I kind of predicted this. But now that Donald Trump no longer has the ability to tariff whomever he wants at will because of the Supreme Court ruling earlier this year, now all he's got left, instead of waging trade wars, just wage regular wars against everybody. And it seems to be what he's doing. All right.
We are back, and we are joined now by Helen Yaffe, professor of Latin American Political Economy at the University of Glasgow, author of We Are Cuba, How a Revolutionary People Have Survived in a Post-Soviet World. Helen, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here.
Of course, it's great to have you. So I wish we were talking about Cuba in less dire circumstances, but at the very least, over the past 24 hours, Cuba's been able to restore power after this blackout due to the U.S. blockade. The Trump administration has not even made an effort to manufacture consent about Cuba being a threat to the United States, because they have nothing. Like, they have no evidence. They've got nothing to hang their hat on. So I guess the question is, from a macro level, what about Cuba is so threatening to the United States if it's not an actual threat?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. So actually, on the 29th of January, Trump issued this executive order saying that Cuba is a threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Now, if we think of that in terms of military or even sort of political confrontation, it's absurd. However, there is only one way that we can understand Cuba as a threat, and that is the threat of a good example. So, you know, when the United States is the sort of leading power of globally neoliberalism, of imperialism, of capitalism as a system, and, you know, the message is that the only way to have efficiency is through market mechanism and competition and so on, and things like healthcare, housing, education, you know, these are goods that you have to purchase through the market according to demand and supply. And then there's little Cuba, subject to 400 years or hundreds of years of colonialism and imperialist domination, that after the revolution of 1959, within one generation already had human development indicators that could compete with the advanced capitalist countries, the imperialist countries, and then proceeded to overtake them in many areas. For example, by early 2000s, Cuba had more doctors per person than any country in the world, 3 times more than the United States and Britain. And, you know, it's done this with a GDP which is minuscule, and it's done it because it has a socialist planned economy which prioritizes human welfare and the environment. And in that sense, you know, the sort of demonstration effect for the global South is actually the route to development isn't through the international financial system and, you know, the loans you're going to get from the World Bank and the IMF that are going to entangle you in debt, that are then going to give the lenders the leverage to say, roll back the state, to make structural adjustments to your economy, to, you know, even determine the political systems. Actually, you know, there is another way to do it with very few resources. You can create a society which is, you know, human-centered development.
Right, right. But that would require the United States to want to do that, though. We haven't seemingly been interested in any of that for quite a while. Human-centered development. Is that another way of saying rare earths? Because that's all we care about. Oil and rare earths. And money. Alright, just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube so that you can find this channel later. Hit the freaking like button while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. We're still on threat level orange, galactic deficit financing time. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways you have available to you to help us on that, help keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, let's talk about Peter frickin' Hegseth. Actually, before we do that, let's talk more broadly about the United States. The history of the United States in the Middle East.
The latest generation fighter jets, refueling tankers in their dozens, a massive naval deployment including 2 aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, seen here, and the Gerald Ford, both along with a fleet of destroyers and frigates. These are the US forces deployed to the Middle East and taking part in the strikes on Iran, offensive reinforcements for the ongoing war. They're for defense too, of the major US military presence in and around the region and all its infrastructure. That's been a priority target for Iranian attacks since the beginning of the conflict. But the US has had a footprint in the Middle East since long before shots were fired in the latest war, in allied nations like Qatar, which has stood by its commitments despite coming under repeated Iranian bombardment.
The strategic partnership, not only with the US, but all of our defense partners in the world, is not up for question. We have taking the decision to strategically ally ourselves in this way as part of a wider regional security framework.
Built in 1996, Qatar hosts the Al Udeid Air Base, the home of CENTCOM, US Central Command of its Middle Eastern forces since 2006. It's a major hub for refueling aircraft, bombers and troop transports, not to mention airborne reconnaissance and surveillance, and around 10,000 personnel. There's a similar contingent in nearby Bahrain, but this one for naval forces, present since 1948. The US Fifth Fleet's headquarters is at one of the archipelago's ports, where deep water allows all kinds of vessels to dock. The US Air Force and Navy are also allowed access to bases in Oman. And in the United Arab Emirates, the Al Dhafra base supports aerial operations, including combat Reaper drones. Kuwait also has its share of Reapers, with barracks hosting different US Army Corps. 13,000 troops make it the largest contingent in the region. It's also where the first 6 US service members died in the conflict on March 1st. Saudi Arabia only hosts 2,300 personnel, mostly at Prince Sultan Base. It's home to both Patriot interceptor missiles and the THAAD high-altitude defense system, both tied into Saudi air defense. It's a partnership with the Gulf monarchy.
By the way, I know it sounds insane, but this thing costs like $1 billion. This one thing, this THAAD missile system, I think it's like $1 billion plus. Whatever the hell is on there. Carl Schmidt, welcome to Galactic Individual. Thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. All right. Let's see. Let's see what Peter Hagzat's been up to.
Today, in this video, as we said we would, I want to update you on our efforts to reinstate those service members who were unjustly forced out of the military during the COVID-19 panic. While I'm proud of our efforts over the past year, our obligations to make things right are not yet complete. I'm therefore extending the application of the department's reinstatement and return to service guidance established last April. The revised guidance will now apply to former service members, our warriors of conscience, who wish to return to service through April 1st of 2027. So we're extending this to make sure anybody that wants to take advantage of it has additional time to take advantage of it. Maybe you were waiting to see whether we meant it or not. We do. We hope you'll take a look. To further encourage the return of experienced and dedicated service members, effective immediately, the active service obligation for individuals returning to service under this guidance is now reduced from 4 years to 2 years. And this change reflects our confidence that returning members will make an immediate and positive impact and aligns our reinstatement policy with the need.
Yeah, it's gotta rush in all the fucking psychos who left the military because of the COVID vaccine requirements. Yes, gotta get those. They'll make the military better. Now, Pete has some not so good poll numbers, as it turns out.
There is no briefing from the Pentagon today, but when they do brief, many people, including us, we've observed you almost get 2 briefings at once. You get the chair of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, who gives a nuts and bolts review of the facts in the ground and in the air over Iran. And then you also get what is really a very political briefing from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, with almost campaign-like rhetoric and terminology. So how is that being received? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. So how popular is the Secretary of Defense and what he's doing.
Pete Hegseth and those briefings are going over like a lead balloon. What are we talking about? Let's take a look here. Look at the net approval, net popularity rating for Pete Hegseth in recent polling. You look at Quinnipiac. Look at this. 15 points underwater. You think that's low? Why don't we go over to Yahoo YouGov? Even lower. Way down there at minus 18 points. Come over to this side of the aisle. Look at independents. This has been the story of the Trump presidency, and it is the story of Pete Hegseth. You think you see unpopularity overall? Look at independents, even lower, minus 28 points among independents, according to Quinnipiac. And then taking the cake, look at this. 33 points underwater Pete Hegseth is with independents, according to Yahoo YouGov. As I said at the beginning, he's going over like a lead balloon, not just overall, but especially with independents.
And the type of political partisan language he uses is a break from almost every Secretary of Defense in the past that I can certainly think of. So how does his popularity compare to those past secretaries?
Yeah, past secretaries of defenses at a time of war, this early on in the war, tend to be very popular, very different. I mean, just look at this slide. Secretary of Defense's net popularity at this point in the Gulf War. Look at Dick Cheney. He was 62 points above water. Look at Donald Rumsfeld, who of course became unpopular later, but at the beginning of the Iraq War, look at this. He was 58 points above water. Pete Hegseth, I mean, look at this. It's just completely on the other side of the aisle, 17 points below water in the average. I mean, Donald Rumsfeld was, what, 75 points more popular than Pete Hegseth was in that popularity? And Dick Cheney was nearly 80 points more popular? He is on a completely different planet. This war is being received completely differently, at least when looking at the Secretary of Defenses. Normally, Secretary of Defenses are celebrated early in wars. At this point, Pete Hegseth is anything but celebrated.
Is this just a Trump thing? Can you say, hey, you know, Donald Trump's unpopular, so all of his secretaries of defense must be unpopular?
No, no. Secretary of Defenses under the first Trump administration were popular, especially Mad Dog Mattis. I mean,
that's no good. Poor Pete. Poor Pete, incredibly unpopular with the American people. And yet he loves America so much that he covers himself in American flags.
Pete Hegseth has a spiritual advisor. We played a clip of him earlier in the show. I know.
Are you sure?
I mean,
are you sure that like he's not advised by spirits? If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that was funnier than what I was gonna say. Yes, yeah, I was gonna say he met his spiritual advisor at, like when the lights turned on at the at 3 a.m. at this bar. But yeah, go on, Binder.
No, I was about to say that's a good one, Brian.
Yeah,
I want people to imagine what they think a spiritual advisor to somebody who is the head of the Pentagon should look like.
Yes.
First,
I meet spiritual advisors all the time in women's bathrooms at bars, and we talk about what boy is bothering this woman, and we'll chat and become best friends for the evening. That's my spiritual experience that I would say is probably the closest to Pete Hegseth's. But regardless, this guy, looked him up. His name is Brooks Pottinger. So
what?
Where's he from?
I'm Tennessee. He served in
England, Tennessee.
Churches. Oh, Brooks. This is how I know you haven't been around like a lot of country club wasps, Matt, because in the hierarchy of male white racist country club names, Brooks is like got to be top 3.
The grandson of African missionaries.
There we go. Yeah. All right. That tells you.
That's the perfect name for that guy. You kidding me, Brooks Pottinger? That he is Brooks Pottinger. Okay, he was meant to be Brooks Pottinger.
I think you need to know, really. Actually, we should have started with that.
Okay.
And how well is he advising Pete Hegseth, whose own mother said in a letter that he was an abuser of women?
Mm-hmm. We need some advice about that.
And so just so people kind of get a sense of where Hegseth's spirituality is, here is this guy, Brooks Pottinger, saying that God, it would be pretty nice if you killed James Tallarico. I'm not joking.
Oh.
Illegal. Public enemies, these are the orcs at the gate. You are not called to love the barbarian horde that is planning to break into your city and pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people.
Right.
You don't love that horde. That is your enemy, and you pray. This is where you have imprecatory psalms. This is where you
that guy's
pray
covering up
strongly.
a lot with that mustache. That guy's
That
really
is
trying
not-
to cover up a lot with that mustache.
That is not Brooks, but I would imagine, yes, that is a very defensive mustache.
Yeah. Pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people.
Right.
You don't love that horde. That is your enemy, and you pray. This is where you have imprecatory psalms. This is where you pray strongly. The psalmist is not shy. God, destroy them. Make them as dung on the ground. Right? So, but Madison and I were talking about that. And so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day.
Dude, the right wing Christian podcast space is wild. Did you hear he just said the sentence, make them dung on the ground, right? And then this fucking weird over here on the left is like, yeah, right. Like, what? What are you fucking weird? You guys need better
I
hobby.
pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly
I want
right.
him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Talarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life, right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God.
Jesus.
Okay, so that was honestly very generous at the end. We want God to kill James Talarico, but if he can't do that, we'll offer. Can you offer him something else?
Crucify him?
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very funny choice of words. Like, they're like, oh, I want God to assassinate him with the love of Christ. And you're like,
Something's gonna happen. We're gonna wake up, and it's gonna be 2,000 years from now, and all the crosses will be T's, and it'll be because they crucified Talarico, and he became a new martyr.
Oh wow!
That's what it stands for. Our second coming. Maybe that's what they're worried about. That's what we're seeing in the Middle East. It's the rapture. Maybe he's already
risen.
here.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
People are really, truly deranged. Now, of course, in the last 24 hours or so, there's been a lot of talk of a U.S. invasion of Harg Island. Just want to remind everybody that that would be a bad idea. If you, I don't know, perhaps cared about the lives of the soldiers who would be doing that operation, among other things.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue our look at the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran, numerous nations have rejected a request from President Trump to send warships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has largely shut down the critical waterway. About 20% of the world's oil exports flows through the strait. On Monday, Germany's defense minister said, "This is not our war." President Trump criticized allies who are refusing to help.
I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Meanwhile, Trump continues to give mixed messages on his war plans. On Friday, he was interviewed by Brian Kilmeade.
He's completely psychotic. I'm just doing it because I want to find out how they react. Who says that? This guy is insane. I don't know. I just want to find out.
Fox News.
When are you going to know when it's over?
When I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it in my bones.
When I feel it in my bones.
In my bones. When I feel it in my bones, that's when you'll know. I ever hear like old ladies say, I can tell it's gonna rain because I can feel it in my hip. Well, it's exactly like that, actually. It's exactly like that. I can tell when a war is done.
This all comes as the U.S. is sending 2,500 Marines and an amphibious assault ship to the Middle East. We go now to Harrison Mann, former U.S. Army major who resigned in 2024 from the DIA, that's the Defense Intelligence Agency, over the Biden administration's policy in Gaza. He's now a senior fellow at Win Without War, a network of activists and groups working for a more peaceful, progressive U.S. foreign policy. His most recent piece for Zeteo is headlined, I was a U.S. intelligence analyst. Here's what a ground invasion of Iran could look like. Harrison Mann, welcome to Democracy Now! Tell us what that ground invasion can look like as the U.S. is bringing thousands more U.S. troops to the Gulf region.
Thank you. So for context here, I think really from day 2 of this war, the Trump administration has not known what to do and how to get out of this. So there's really little left to try other than a ground invasion. The other context I want to add is that from the Israeli side, as your last guest, Trita, mentioned, a long war that aims to collapse the Iranian state is good for them. So with that in mind, there's a couple options that Trump administration officials themselves have floated in the press. One is doing a landing on something called Khorg Island, which handles 90% of Iran's oil exports and is located deep in the Persian Gulf past the Strait of Hormuz. Another option also floated by Trump officials themselves is some kind of raid on Iranian nuclear sites to try and secure or sabotage Iran's highly enriched uranium. To talk about the Marines you mentioned, I think it's really important to note we've seen this Marine Expeditionary Unit described as 5,000 troops, or you said 2,500 Marines. There's 5,000 sailors and Marines aboard these ships altogether. There's only about 1,200 actual ground troops, which is a relatively small number if you're talking about invading a country, even if it's just seizing a small island. So I want us to keep that in mind. I think the target that seems to have risen to the top of Trump's list, we saw him and Lindsey Graham tweeting about it over the weekend, is Khorg Island. Again, it's a piece of critical oil infrastructure. The idea is that if you can capture it, you will basically get to hold 90% of Iran's oil exports hostage. The issue with this is that you have to sail. If you're going by ship, you have to make it through the Strait of Hormuz, which the U.S. Navy currently determines is too dangerous for it to go through. Or if you fly in, you're still landing on an island that's just about 15 miles off the coast of Iran. So
I'm just like looking at my list right now. It's disturbing to me how much more has happened with Iran in the last 24 hours since we ended the last stream.
Frankly, I think any attempt to seize this island would be close to a suicide mission. I hate to say it, with U.S. troops within range, not just of the drones and missiles that Iran has targeted the whole Gulf and Israel with, but also shorter range weapons that they haven't had the opportunity to use yet. Artillery, rockets, short range drones. And it's really easy to imagine how if you drop troops on that island, they could really end up being trapped there. Which would really play into the hands of the Iranian government. And I think a U.S. mass casualty event or even a de facto hostage situation would be much more valuable to Iran's surviving leaders than the oil terminal that the operation would purportedly capture.
And Harrison, man, what about the logistics nightmare? Even if they were able to land troops, which I'm sure they would be able to, the logistics nightmare of protecting and supplying any force like that so deep into the Persian Gulf and so close to Iran.
Yeah, again, I think resupply or even insertion or evacuation by sea is extremely dangerous for all the weapons I mentioned. Plus, Iran, as has been discussed in the news, can mine these waters, both around the island and in the Strait of Hormuz. They have drone boats in addition to aerial drones. If you want to try and do resupply or reinforcement by air, that might be possible, but it's possible to ambush aircraft as well. We saw the Houthis do it in the campaigns in the Red Sea over the past 2 years. So even aerial resupply or insertion would be quite fraught, and it's a real risk that you have U.S. troops trapped under fire and running out of supplies on this island. And I want to mention, this really applies to anywhere that you put U.S. troops on Iranian soil. Some figures on Fox News have also discussed trying to land troops near the Strait of Hormuz to clear out anti-ship missiles there to make it safe for oil tankers and shipping to go through. I mean,
Yeah, except Iran's not doing the mines. They have gone another way with all the drones. At least that's what it seems like. The U.S. war games, at least many of them, seem to think that the only way that Iran had to close the strait was with mining of the Strait of Hormuz, but they seemingly have not done that, even though there was initial claims that that's perhaps what they were doing. Now let's talk about the use of AI in this war.
Chances of a nuclear war might be higher than ever, and it might not be humans who pull the trigger. As the world moves deeper into the age of artificial intelligence, so do military systems. AI can analyze intelligence in seconds, rank potential threats, generate target lists, and recommend possible strikes after being integrated into military networks. However, research suggests a troubling tendency. If given full autonomy, AI may favor nuclear escalation. A study conducted at King's College London found that when AI systems were placed in simulated military crises under tight deadlines, they escalated conflicts by threatening nuclear strikes in 95% of scenarios. In other words, launching a nuclear strike often became the AI's default option. In the study, several leading AI models were tested across 21 simulated nuclear crisis scenarios. The findings revealed that nuclear escalation was near universal. In today's world, AI has already begun transforming warfare. Humans still give the orders and maintain control, but AI systems are increasingly involved in decision-making. Only 2 weeks ago, in the first 24 hours of its strikes on Iran, the US employed its most advanced AI yet, using the technology to hit 1,000 targets.
America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Technology company Anthropic had been the primary supplier of artificial intelligence to the US Department of Defense since 2024. The US had reportedly used Anthropic's Claude AI systems for both the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and its attacks on Iran. However, tensions emerged when the Pentagon requested unrestricted access to the company's AI technology for, quote, all lawful purposes. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei refused to accept the request unless safeguards banned mass surveillance on Americans and fully autonomous weapons. Once activated, fully autonomous weapons could independently conduct military operations without human intervention or a traditional chain of command. This means AI would make the final battlefield decisions. Given that AI is not flawless and can make mistakes or even make up things, known as hallucinating, a small mistake could cost millions of lives.
Yeah, that's one of the huge problems with this. Is that these AI systems are making decisions incredibly rapidly, and then they're being facilitated without any real thought, it would seem, which one would think is highly likely to lead to mass casualty events, or certainly the possibility, the likelihood of war crimes. We've already seen the United States.
From what I've read, we're already 2 months out.
Murder bunch of school children already, so
hot right now.
Is AI used in that?
Yeah, the F-30
certainly doesn't justify it, but they're gonna try, I think, to use AI as a way to avoid accountability. Say, oh, it was the AI, we didn't mean to do the war crime. As if that matters. Well, while we're talking technology, we might as well talk about the F-35 real quick.
Iran put out a footage of a F-35 being hit. No shot. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my God, American empire is so over. It's not even funny. There's no way this is real, right? No shot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God. CENTCOM confirmed it. CNN confirmed it. Oh my God. That is crazy, brother. That is our premiere. This is the next gen. This is the next gen. Oh no. Oh, we are so washed, dude. Oh my God. Oh, U.S. air supremacy. Oh my God, the F-35 multi-role fighter jet. Something that costs almost $1 trillion. How is that possible? Sorry, we didn't know it was invisible. Oh my lordy. Donald Trump thinks this plane is invisible too. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's your healthcare. That's literally your healthcare. That is your healthcare that just perished, okay? We could have had high-speed rail, a network of high-speed rail in this country. We could have had, oh my God, we have the ass jet.
Yep, I'm with Hassan. This was a disturbing revelation here. F-35 was supposed to be the top of the line, the newest of the new U.S. fighter jet. Now it's getting taken down. A program which cost $1 trillion in production of each plane costs $100 million a pop.
From what I've read, we're already 2 months out. If the war was to stop today, it would take at least 2 months for this to work its way through the system. To, like you say, you've got, if you can't export the oil, you certainly can't store it in many of these facilities. You can store it to a certain extent, but also this becomes a vulnerability, I would imagine, at one point. And so how much, aside from like what this country and perhaps the world is going to suffer from an economic standpoint, which is just going to increase, both in terms of fuel and in terms of food, because a couple of key elements of fertilizer is produced in this region. What's going to happen? Like, let's say this was to end tomorrow, and certainly it feels like Trump sort of is starting to realize, like, I may have gone in over my head here, and there may be more problems than I thought this was going to be. But be that as it may, if it was to stop tomorrow, what is your sense of like how these GCC countries, are they going to say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have these U.S. bases here? Like this, if the idea is that we were going to get protected, I mean, I think, you know, like at one point their protection came from their own people, but it seems like they've sort of like figured that out. Like, we're just going to have to disperse enough of the benefits to everybody so that as a regime, we're secure. Then it became, we're being protected from Iran. They clearly have basically marked themselves as a target because of this. So what happens? Are we going to see as much like, I don't know, the UAE having comedy shows or whatever? Like is it, are we going to see a disinvestment?
Well, the Dubai, I think, is what you're referring to with the comedy shows and the nice hotels. And I've been to Dubai. It's a wonderful place, and I really regret the damage being inflicted on it. But it's been economically destroyed. It's a finance hub, and it depends on expat labor. It depends on an illusion of security, and I don't know. This is a heavy blow to it. I mean, it has had heavy blows before. The 2008 meltdown hurt it, but how it comes back from this is not clear to me. So there may be permanent damage to the Gulf over this. I don't know what they're going to do about security going forward. There are two things to say. First of all, Iran is not going to relent. until it gets a reset on its security. It's not going to put up with, it's not Gaza. The Israelis have this cynical phrase, they talk about mowing the grass. They used to bomb Gaza every once in a while. Iran is not going to put up with that. They're a big country and not a poor one. And they have capabilities which they're demonstrating. So they want to fight this to a point where everybody understands you mess with us and you can't drive your car. You mess with us and you can't get in your car and go shopping for groceries. You can't get in your car and go visit your aunt. You mess with us and your way of life is over. They want that message to get through. So they're not going to stand down until they get an understanding of that sort. And the Gulf, as you say, has put all of its eggs in the American basket. Some other countries have not, like Djibouti, this small port on the Red Sea. They gave the Chinese a base, along with the British and the Americans. And you may see something like that they may diversify their security arrangements. This whole thing could be an enormous boondoggle for the United States and a big boon for China.
China!
Certainly could be. What definitely is a shaking up of the power structures in the Gulf. And it certainly has all of the Gulf countries questioning whether A, the United States can protect them, B, whether that supposed protection is worth it if it's going to result in being the participants, the unwitting participants in a war started by those Americans. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump came out and said that all of Iran's military is gone. Moments before the United States announced that 4,500 more Marines would be heading to the Middle East to invade Harg. Well, I don't think they specifically said to invade Harg Island, but it was kind
We
of
are live
implied.
this hour in Kuwait City, the White House in Washington and in Tehran. Let's begin with Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who is in the Iranian capital. So, Ali, Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, addressed the nation today. Tell us more about what he said.
Well, Mojtaba Khamenei's second major statement since he was elected as a new supreme leader for Iran was at the occasion of the Iranian New Year, the Nowruz. And given the occasion, it was mainly internal, highlighted the periods that Iran went through in the past year, from the war in June 2025 to the internal strife January 2026, and now the current war. It was clear that he, through this message, wanted to maintain a kind of an internal unity. He was concentrating more on the internal front, because to him the internal front is much more important when he's facing an external war. So we saw a lot of messaging when it came to.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to this. Where is this? Is this not in here? Did they not have the Trump speech in here? Why do I think that this is in here? I put the wrong video in here. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I think since tonight we're doing the second part of the week ending report, and we've basically gotten through the week ending part of it, and now we're back to Iran again. Shock of shocks. I think now is a good time for us to take a break. Still got a hell of a lot to get through. A quick reminder, if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many great ways we have available to you to do just that.
framing.
All right, everybody, the break is over and the show is about to begin once again, so please get back on those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, let's get more caught up on what's been happening in the Middle East in the last 24 hours.
More than 2,000 more Marines have just set sail from San Diego, likely headed to the Middle East. That's in addition to the 2,000 expected to arrive there next week. Let's bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, ABC and White House correspondent Karen Travers for more. Louis, what's the latest on this new deployment of more than 2,000 Marines?
Diane, this is the USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group that left from San Diego earlier this week. They are currently on a previously scheduled deployment to the Indo-Pacific Command, which is essentially Asia. But we understand from officials that they are likely going to be rerouted to head towards the Middle East to join an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit, which was just diverted from Asia last week and is scheduled to arrive in the Middle East sometime early next week. So now you have what's called the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Asia headed there now, and likely seeing the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego headed to the Middle East in the near future. This is a land component. It's ground forces. They're aboard 3 U.S. Navy ships that can have amphibious capability. That means they can go from sea to shore, which means beach landings. They also carry F-35s. They also have Harrier jets, depending on which unit, and you also have MV-22 Ospreys and some attack helicopters. So you have aviation capability, you have land, sea-to-land capability, and you have a ground force. Now, what is
This is ridiculous!
I don't know why else you would need thousands more.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military
do an invasion. Just saying, doesn't make any sense at all if you're not doing an invasion to send thousands more troops when you have a nearly unprecedented buildup already.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. This comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so Boris, we're learning that the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast is heading towards the region now. This is the second MEU going towards the Middle East. The 31st has already left from the Pacific going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly it will do. We're still asking if it will stay in the region, if the military will have 2 of these Marine Rapid Response Forces there. Certainly it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MEUs. But these units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide aviation logistics support. So they provide commanders a lot of options. A lot we still don't know about this deployment, but it's certainly.
You know, I really don't know who this sick fucking weirdo is that's talking about the troops like they're just tools to throw at a problem. But just stop calling them Swiss Army knives. Never again. Hashtag never again.
The president said yesterday he's not going to have boots on the ground. He also said, though, that he would not tell the media if he was going to do that. Do you think that we'll end up seeing American military on the ground in Iran, including special operations forces?
Well, first of all, I would never take that option off the table. And that's always been my recommendation from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. Don't take that option off the table.
Dude, this CNN is fucking insane. These people are trying to sell this war in post to the American people so hard. It is wild. I would never take off the option of doing like this is supposed to be about how a bunch of thousands of troops are being sent to the Middle East. CNN's doing a fucking glaze up on that.
The U.S. military is deploying
can't
a
take that
large
off the table.
amphibious assault ship with thousands of additional
Gotta be able to do an
Marines and
invasion in the
sailors
Middle
to
East.
That's
What kind of sick psychopath says that? Oh, we can't take off a ground invasion in the Middle East. Gotta have the option. Gotta have the option open.
The U.S. military is deploying a large amphibious assault ship with thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. That's according to 3 U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters on Friday. 2 of the officials said no decision had been made to send troops into Iran itself, but they will build up the capacity for potential future operations in the region. The White House referred questions to the Pentagon, which did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Reuters had reported that Washington, desperate to reopen the Gulf oil bottleneck of the Strait of Hormuz, was considering deployments up to and including landings. On Thursday, Trump told reporters he was not putting troops anywhere.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
The sources, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, did not say what the role of the additional troops would be. The additional deployments will add to...
No, I'm not putting troops. I wouldn't tell you, but no troops. You can take that to the bank and tell them President Donald J. Trump, who wouldn't tell me whether or not he would send troops, isn't sending troops according to him. Now, the United Kingdom yesterday evening declared that the United States could use all of their military bases, please shut up, all of their military bases to do strikes.
And these are not fireworks. Iran's stocks of missiles may be dwindling, but they're still lashing out across the region, at energy infrastructure in the Gulf or at Israel. The idea is to make President Trump choose between protecting Israel or saving the world economy.
Oh my Lord!
12 minutes after the ballistic missile leaves Iran, it arrives in the skies above Jerusalem, shot down by an interceptor. Last night, 3 alerts in 1 hour.
Oh my God!
Every time, everyone heads for the nearest bunker before going upstairs again. The Israeli government says the target was a cabinet meeting. Perhaps Iran is now trying to kill Israeli leaders, even as they continue to bury their own. This was the funeral of intelligence chief Ismail Khatib, killed by Israel on Wednesday.
I'm skipping this one. I'm skipping this one. Some of these Channel 4 ones are just way too long. Like the 30-minute long ones are just, they just feel like propaganda. This is apparently in Jerusalem. You can hear the sirens as Iranian missiles come by.
The situation in the region is extremely serious. It is causing great instability, suffering, and growing risks far beyond the region itself. And this is why we need de-escalation and maximum restraint, the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. And I want to say a word about our partners and friends in the Gulf and the broader region. We stand with them in solidarity and in friendship. The European Union is supporting them. And just this week, the Commission announced over 450 million euros in humanitarian assistance for the region.
Wir waren uns im Europäischen Rat einig, die Risiken einer weiteren Eskalation in der Region sind erheblich.
There we go. European leaders coming out and not completely condemning the United States at all. Actually, not even really getting very close to condemning the United States even a little bit. You would have expected some kind of pushback from people who had only not that long ago been drawn into another U.S. quagmire. But I guess Ursula von der Leyen and Friedrich Merz weren't actually in office at that time, were they? Well, certainly not in the jobs that they have now. Meanwhile, chaos continues to ensue across the Middle East. Has been since we last talked about it last night. We are at the point where we're, I think, at all the videos that we haven't watched together yet. Although my list keeps growing, which is a bad sign.
In Iraq, a drone attack has caused a fire near a U.S. diplomatic facility in Baghdad. Victory Base is within the perimeter of the international airport. The area has come under repeated attacks since Iraq was drawn into the Middle East conflict. Iranian-backed armed groups have claimed responsibility for previous strikes on the capital. Well, Nicholas Haq is live for us now in Baghdad. Nicholas, what can you tell us about these latest attacks?
Well, this attack happened just 20 kilometers behind me, west of Baghdad, in Camp Victory. That camp is almost empty. It used to host NATO soldiers, but also American soldiers. And we actually heard a loud explosion just 2 hours ago. And so a group called Asab al-Kaf has claimed responsibility for this attack, an Iraqi-based Iranian-backed militia. And they said in their statement that they will escalate these attacks, warning civilians, I quote, to stay away from the occupiers being U.S. interests here in Iraq.
Stay away from the occupiers. Okay. Easier said than done. The United States is all over the Middle East. But I suppose it's doable.
Iran is keeping up attacks on neighboring Gulf states. A series of drone and missile strikes targeted Kuwait, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Emirati air defenses intercepted several projectiles over the skies of Dubai. Drones also hit a Kuwaiti refinery for the second day running, as well as Saudi Arabia's eastern region. Dmitry Medvedenko is live for us here in Doha. Dmitry, there were numerous attacks by Iran on neighboring Gulf countries on Friday, and there's also been a new warning issued from Iran. What more can you tell us?
Well, the warning that Iran has issued is to the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah in the United Arab Emirates. This is unprecedented that these warnings should basically target a city or an emirate of this size. Well, previous warnings we did have from Iran saying that, anyone who's living next to ports or military bases, these are legitimate targets, should leave. Now, the message was circulated by Tasnim news agency, and the image that they're using is basically covering almost half of the emirate of Ras Al Haifa. This comes as Iran has been for the past week alleging that there were attacks coming in directly.
One of, not all of them, but one of the problems with all of this was that the interceptors wind up taking these missiles out, and they wind up hitting unintended targets in some cases. Are there moderators here? Sometimes. Right now, no. I'm not seeing any moderators in any of the chats. Moderator lists. It's chaos.
From Ras Al Khaimah and from near Dubai on disputed islands that are controlled by Iran, like Abu Musa and the Tumb Islands, and even in Kag. So this is the accusation. The warning that came to the UAE, as I said, is unprecedented amid those attacks that are still happening. Our teams in Dubai have been saying that they've heard about these explosions happening across the city. We've seen images circulating about explosions there. Kuwait, also Saudi Arabia, have been reporting attacks in the past couple of hours.
Yep, Iran unleashing attacks across the Gulf last night. Israel turning around and striking Iran and Lebanon as well.
We're live
Shortly
from Washington,
after.
Amman, Beirut.
Whoopsies, I hit the wrong thing. Go back.
We're live from Washington, Amman, Beirut, and Tehran, where we begin with Ali Hashim. Ali, these last few hours, there have been new waves of attacks on Tehran. What more can you tell us about the strikes on the capital and other parts of Iran that happened on Friday?
Yes, Mohammed, several airstrikes during the past hours, especially here in Tehran, Sharak Mahallati, Shahr Pardis, Karaj. These are areas that were hit by Israeli-American warplanes. Also reports of airstrikes or explosions in Shahri to the south of Tehran. Besides, there are reports of strikes in Tabriz and also Asfahan. Now, in parallel, the Iranian armed forces announced the 70th wave of attacks on Israel and the United States. According to the statement, missiles and drones were launched towards bases in the Gulf and towards Israel. Also, there are reports from the armed forces with respect to areas they've been launching rockets towards. So, in general, the picture from here from Tehran, we have more airstrikes around the city itself. We have airstrikes in the areas, in the provinces, and launches towards the Gulf and Israel.
All right, that's
Mo and Noah modding from the lurk position. Very fancy.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch out, folks. Mods may be here, even when you least expect them. Better be good. Better be good. Better watch out.
The military says it's striking Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital. Israel also attacked parts of southern Lebanon, where it's expanding its ground offensive. More than 1,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since hostilities resumed between Israel and Hezbollah on March 2nd. Obeida Hito joins us now live from the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Obeida, just tell us what's been happening these past couple of hours.
Absolutely, Mohammed. As you mentioned, those airstrikes here in Beirut happened in the southern suburbs neighborhood just behind me, this very dark part of the city that has been mostly abandoned because of these, as you mentioned, forced evacuation orders by Israel since March 2nd. Hundreds of thousands of people left this neighborhood. Earlier tonight, around 2 hours ago, there were 2 strikes just 2 minutes apart in 2 different parts of the neighborhood. We've seen a large amount of destruction at the site of one of those attacks. There are no reports currently of any injured people or people killed. However, it is a significant development because previous to these attacks, there was about 48 hours of silence here in Beirut, especially in the southern neighborhood, the southern suburb neighborhood, where there haven't been any attacks. So this is a renewed escalation here in the capital, Beirut.
Yeah, really, it's been an ongoing, spiraling escalation more than anything, from what I can tell. The humanitarian crisis worsens day by day, minute by minute. Millions now have fled their homes in southern and central Lebanon. And there's well over 1,500 dead in Lebanon. It seems to have seen the highest number of casualties of any country so far.
In the makeshift camps that line the streets of Beirut, the young people of Lebanon are attempting to make sense of the trauma they are living through. Forced to evacuate their homes following Israeli strikes, many of the teenagers who find themselves here have lost friends and family members.
We carry burdens that are much bigger than us and beyond our age, making us feel like adults rather than teenagers worrying about their homework and dreaming about a future husband. Now I merely worry about being alive tomorrow.
At the Lebanese National Theatre, acting workshops such as this one provide some relief to young people affected by war. For a couple of hours, they are able to lose themselves in theatre and escape the chaos of the outside world. But the respite is only temporary. The young people here describe feeling mentally crushed by the conflicts they have lived through.
We were still discovering what we like to do, what activities we enjoy, how we like to spend our days. Then we were displaced and couldn't do anything.
For 2 years, I've been trying to start from scratch and stand on my own 2 feet again. But the war then started again. Just when I felt I was starting to progress, I regressed again because of the war.
To cope with the uncertainty, teenagers busy themselves with volunteering activities, such as offering haircuts to other displaced people. But it is unclear when a sense of normalcy will return.
The Israeli military says it's launched a fresh wave of strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut, early this Saturday, targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Israel had earlier urged residents of several areas in the capital to evacuate. Meanwhile, Lebanese state media has reported that one strike hit a house in a town in the south of the country, killing 1 person and wounding 2 others. Our correspondent in Beirut, Renee Davis, sent us this report.
It's been another very long 24 hours here in Lebanon, from ongoing Israeli strikes in the south of the country to ongoing clashes between the Israeli army and Hezbollah on the ground in Riyam, which is a village in the south. Here in Beirut, strikes have also continued, and we've also had really deplorable weather. So very heavy rain and very loud thunder. So
Not only are people being bombarded, they're having to deal with the elements simultaneously. How great. CNN on the ground in Lebanon from 13 hours ago.
This mother is carrying the body of her 6-year-old daughter, Yasmina. Israeli bombs pierce her grief. She's also burying her 3 other daughters, 9-year-old Malika, Zara, 12, and Zainab, 13, along with their cousin, 11-year-old Sadek. Just absolutely heartbreaking scenes. There's body after body after body. Just tiny little bodies. These ones having to be carried on the bed because there's just only parts and remnants and pieces of them left. These are just 5 of over 110 children killed this month, since war began anew in Lebanon on March 2nd. 9 graves they've had to dig in the last 24 hours for just so much pain in this one tiny little village. The site of the strike was the children's grandparents' house, where they were playing when the bomb hit. It came without warning and wiped out almost the entire family. You can see bits of blood across this rubble here. Pieces of books, some shoes. Mohammed is the father of the girls, who he's just buried. They were a tight-knit family. I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't imagine what you're going through today and what went through your mind when that airstrike hit.
يعني صرت اركض انا قمت حافي على حجار وشو اسمه وانا مضروب هون والدمع بينزل صرت فتش شيل اولادي وبي.
I mean, the Israelis say that Hezbollah is using children and using civilians as human shields. Do you think there's any truth to that?
في شهداء من الحزب. نحن عائله. نحن عائله. اهل الجنوب ما بيركعوا. لا لاسرائيل ولا لامريكا اللي عم تدعمهم بالسلاح.
Across the country, the Israeli military is rapidly ramping up its bombing campaign and expanding its ground invasion. CNN obtained permission from Hezbollah to report in one of their strongholds, the southern city of Tyre. At a civil defense center, outgoing rocket fire broke.
I mean, I gotta give CNN props for being on the ground in the middle of a war zone to some degree. This whole thing is fucking disturbing, though.
The temporary calm. Soon after, the Israeli military called to warn nearby residents to leave their homes immediately.
لا بدك تعطينا شوية وقت لحتى العالم تضبضب غراضها وتظهر منها.
But not everyone has somewhere to go. It is just apocalyptic.
Yeah, but a lot of this rubble is from all the attacks that Israel's been doing for the last year, 2 years, more than 2 years. Even with the ceasefire that supposedly was going on, Israel violated it over 10,000 times, according to the United Nations. Striking the South over and over and over and over again. Of course, they've ramped up those attacks in recent weeks. Just want to remind everybody what's actually been going on. leading up to all
Here
of
in the
this.
City of London, traders are calculating how the fallout from the war in the Middle East will impact ordinary people. And first up, it's the cost of buying a home. Because investors are expecting interest rate hikes, it means that mortgages and loans will become more expensive. And there's more. The price of fuel is soaring, making it so much more expensive to fill up your car. But the higher cost of oil doesn't just impact on drivers, it makes it more expensive to run a business, to transport goods. And those costs tend to get passed on, which in turn means higher prices across the board. And let's look at air travel. The cost of jet fuel is surging. It has doubled in Europe and up more than 80% in Asia. It will be the customers who bear the brunt of this, with European airlines warning it will drive up prices. And when it comes to energy bills, they're forecast to rise by hundreds of dollars in the UK, a sharp increase amid the cost of living crisis that Britain and a number of European nations had already been struggling with.
Yep, the Operation Epstein fury causing prices to go up across the planet. First, thank you for the super chat. Sleep well. Going to bed, space fams. As always, free Iran, free Lebanon, free Palestine. Freedom!
The U.S. has eased sanctions on some shipments of Iranian oil to help boost flagging global supplies. For the next 30 days, vessels that were loaded in Iran and are now stranded at sea will be able to deliver oil and other petroleum products. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the measure will quickly bring 140 million barrels to global markets. Well, John Hendren joins me now live from Washington, D.C. So, John, the U.S. is now going to be lifting sanctions on some Iranian oil stranded in tankers. What are we to read into that?
Well, the Trump administration has been under fire for rising global oil prices and the knock-on costs that brings to other products, all of which have to be transported one way or another. What Trump was hoping to do is to increase the supply of oil. This is something that was just posted on the Treasury Department website, and it lifts sanctions on oil of Iranian origin. And it specifically says, loaded on any vessel. And
this is a shocking development. Earlier today, Donald Trump, this is the Trump administration deciding to unsanction Iranian oil, something that's been in place for many, many years now. However, it's not clear that that's going to have any effect unless the Trump administration seizes that oil and sells it on the open market. Which I guess could be in the cards, considering what these psychos have been up to lately.
All right, y'all. Happy Saturday. I got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you that I wanted to get through. So, yesterday, Trump kept going back and forth on the war. So at 5:30 a.m., he said he's considering invading Karg Island. Now, from what we know, there are plans in motion to do exactly that. We have troops on the way there right now, okay? But then at 2:30 in the afternoon, he said more detailed plans to invade Iran, more troops and ships are on the way. So it seems like, okay, we're going to do the war, we're going to double down, we're going to do boots on the ground, all illegally, by the way. Then at 3:43, he says, I don't want to do a ceasefire with Iran. And then at 5:13, he says, I'm considering winding down, and we've met most of our goals. So this is like classic Trump. What I think is going on here is an attempt to manipulate the market. And we've seen this at least 5 or 6 times from him where he'll say something knowing it'll move the market in a certain way, and then behind the scenes, him and all of his regime thugs will have bets to basically, to do puts and calls and all sorts of, financial moves to profit based off the reaction of the market, which of course is very predictable given what he's saying, right? So
At this point, I feel like you have to like start looking like I don't use Polymarket or Kalshi or anything these things, but I feel like I fucking need to start looking through them. Like, Donald Trump is so, what's the word? Like bipolar. I don't mean it in like a clinical sense, but like in like that he just from one second to the next, it's beyond your mercurial. It's just like it's spastic. It's fucking spastic. He just goes from one thing to the next. It's just pure chaos, and you gotta like. Sometimes I wonder to myself, like, is he like placing bets on himself that he's gonna say something insane and then like collect on it? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. It's just like it's just fucking crazy. He's like, will Donald Trump? I can just imagine him on the golden toilet in the White House. Will Donald Trump say a very crazy thing and then the exact opposite of that thing? There's a bet that it would pay off
that's
every
what's going
single
on
day.
there. It also appears to be a classic, like, one of those Trump head fake things where he goes, well, what if I tell them I'm going to be done with the war and then I do the opposite? Like, he thinks somehow people haven't caught on to this when he's literally done it, like, at least 7 different times where he promises like negotiations and diplomacy and then murder somebody. That's what he did with Qasem Soleimani in particular, among others. So you have that going on. That, of course, is horrendous. We also have Trump was interviewed, I believe, on his way into the White House. And he said, and I quote, CNN came out with a poll today. I'm at 100% right now. I'm at 100%.
100%.
Even for him, that is an immense level of dishonesty.
100%. Everybody loves Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The most direct term for an aversion to, fear, or hatred of America, the United States, or its culture is Americanophobia. We need a better word for it. We need a better word for it, huh? Okay, here's a word. Reasonable. Call it a reasonable... Just call you a reasonable person. Very reasonable person.
Trump is now saying he's considering winding down military operations in Iran, claiming the U.S. is getting close to meeting its objectives. But look, this is a message we have heard before. Trump has repeatedly said the war is nearly over, only for U.S. attacks to ramp up again. In fact, just hours earlier, President Trump said he does not want a ceasefire because the U.S. is, quote, obliterating Iran. And one of the key goals the president has listed is getting other nations to guard the Strait of Hormuz, that critical waterway. But so far, our allies are holding back, with some making it clear this isn't their fight. The president is now lashing out at our NATO allies, calling them cowards for not stepping in, even as he repeatedly argues the U.S. doesn't need their help. And meanwhile, his administration is scrambling to bring down those rising gas prices, announcing overnight they're pausing some sanctions on Iranian oil already at sea. That is a remarkable move, guys. It is a major reversal on U.S. policy, which has sanctioned Iranian oil for decades. And Janae, it's happening in the middle of a war.
Whole thing is fucking insane. Ginzy with a super chat. Good night, my new friends. By the way, I had a dragon egg a year ago. It never hatched. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, let's keep going through the last 24 hours now. We're gonna go back to more strikes from Iran. Just back and forth, back and forth. Iranian strikes, Israeli strikes. U.S. strikes, Iranian strikes. Israeli strikes, Iranian strikes. U.S. strikes, Israeli strikes. I'm trying to see through the matrix now. Maybe there's like some sort of message in the pattern of the strikes. Forbes breaking news 17 hours ago. Iranian missiles seen over Jerusalem. By the way, everybody, great job. You've made it to week 4 of Epstein, Operation Epstein Fury. Right? Today's day 1 of week 4? No. Was last night day 1 of week 4? Oh, wait, no, well, Saturday night was, technically. I'm saying this late. I meant to say it earlier in the stream. But yeah, day 2, officially, for much of America. How long will this quagmire go for?
Iran launched numerous missile attacks towards Israel throughout Friday, sending people into shelters. One blast blew a crater just inside Jerusalem's Old City after an incoming missile warning. Police cordoned off the area.
I put my hands on my head, and then I looked up, and suddenly I saw a cannonball just falling above me. And it fell about 200 meters west of me, and heard a real big explosion.
The damage was just a few hundred meters from Jerusalem's holy sites, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Western Wall, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Israel's foreign ministry posted on social media that the Iranian attack on the holy site sacred to all 3 religions reveals the madness of the Iranian regime, which claims to be religious, it said. In other attacks on Friday, this house was hit following an Iranian strike in the city of Rehovot, south of Tel Aviv.
We went into the shelter in the basement. We took 2 people from the road, and after a few minutes, we heard a big boom and noise of things shattered on the.
Yeah, I've got more footage of some of these strikes that went on throughout the day. I didn't want to call him on it. I was assuming it's a language barrier type situation, something lost in translation there. But he did say cannonball. I don't know what he thinks is happening. Pirate attack, I guess. Western Wall is one of the most holy sites in all of Judaism. I think it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site as well. Having that attacked is quite disturbing. Just like all of these other historical sites that have been getting hit all across the Middle East and in Iran and Lebanon and Palestine. And just a never-ending atrocity, 2026. All right, now the United States and Israel have continued their attacks on Iran and other targets throughout the day.
Start with Ali Hashem, who is in the Iranian capital. Ali, what more have you been able to find out about this attack that Iran said happened on its nuclear site in Natanz?
Well, Cyril, such an attack on the nuclear site was expected, given the fact that one of the main issues President Trump addressed or spoke about was hitting Iran or destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Now, in the 12 days war in 2025, he said after the war that the Iranian nuclear capabilities are completely destroyed. Now, it's happening once again. We're seeing this attack. Now, according to reports, there are no radiations, there are no leaks. But, you know, there is a main issue here that Iran has 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. And there have been a lot of negotiations and talks with respect to them, because this is what the West, I mean the United States and Israel, think are going to be the route for any Iranian ambition to go towards a nuclear weaponization of the nuclear program. So now this attack happened to.
This is exactly what I said yesterday. That all of this is happening makes much more likely for Iran to use their existing nuclear material to further enrich it to weapons grade level and to create some sort of weapon. It'll take time. It won't happen overnight. They weren't... even before the war started, they were not imminently going to create one. It would have taken them some time, probably like a year. That's what I've heard from different experts. At least at this time now, they're at least a year away, probably, from creating one. Who knows? The nuclear program is fairly secret, much more secret than it was before the JCPOA was torn up by Donald Trump, of course. Thank you for the follow, Class Struggles. We keep growing on YouTube and Twitch lately. I think we're nearly over 3,000 subscribers and followers across the two platforms. YouTube's almost at 2,000 on its own. Been making mad moves over here.
The UN nuclear watchdog is calling for military restraint. That after Iranian state TV reported that the country's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was this Saturday targeted by an airstrike. Iran relayed news of that attack to the International Atomic Energy Agency, which has said that no radiation leakage has been detected at that site. That as residents of the Iranian capital continue to report heavy strikes on targets in and around the city. Well, for more, we can cross live now to Doha to speak with our correspondent there, Hoda Abdelhamid. Hoda, a strike, as I just mentioned, hit the Iranian nuclear site at Natanz today. What more can you tell us?
Well, the Iranian nuclear agency is not being very transparent about it. All it said that the radiation levels were fine and that there was no harm to civilians. Now, we know that it was hit by a couple, at least, of bunker buster bombs. Why at this time is not very clear, because if you recall, back in June 2025, during the 12-day war, that specific facility had been hit. And at the time, President Trump had said that it had been completely obliterated and totally destroyed. So why again? One explanation could be is that the premise of this war was about destroying Iran's nuclear facilities, the US and Israel alleging that Iran had rebuilt most of it. And then if you see over the past of the last 3 weeks or so, the course of the war had deviated a lot, mainly being assassination of senior political and military leaders.
There we go. Another Iranian nuclear facility apparently attacked by the United States on Saturday morning. Now, later in the day, Iran attacked a UK-US joint air base, Diego Garcia.
Iran has fired 2 missiles towards the joint British-American base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, the BBC understands. Well, the attack is thought to have been unsuccessful. The island, part of the Chagos, is nearly 2,400 miles from Iran. That's around 3,800 kilometres, and is beyond the range limit that Tehran's weapons are thought to be able to reach. Well, it's thought the missiles were launched before the UK announced that Americans could use the British bases for strikes in Iran aimed at stopping attacks on the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, President Trump's posted on social media that America is getting very close to meeting its objectives as it's considering winding down military efforts in the Middle East, although CBS News is reporting that military planners are working on the option of ground troops. Our World News correspondent Joe Winwood reports.
Donald Trump claims Iran's military has been all but obliterated, but it is still firing back. This was a US diplomatic facility in Baghdad after a drone struck last night. And it seems Tehran is expanding not just its targets, but its range as well. The BBC understands that Iran fired 2 missiles at the UK-US base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, around 3,700 kilometres from the Iranian coast. Neither hit their target, but that is far further than their missiles were thought to be able to reach.
You know, honestly, it is driving me insane. I'm fairly certain I'm not the only one. But, like, we're living in this fucked up time, and I think it can't possibly be good for our mental health. That we have our leaders, Donald Trump, saying, just constantly contradicting themselves. Like, I know it doesn't sound like that big of a deal, but, like, to some degree, we're supposed to be able to count on our leaders. That's why we have them. Right? That's why we create systems for leadership and governance. But this man says one thing, 1 hour later, he's saying a completely different fucking thing. Or something else is happening that completely contradicts it. And it's just fucking insane. It's just driving me crazy. It's just driving me crazy. I'm like, what am I supposed to believe? From any minute, like, to the next. We're winding down the war.
It's understood that the attack happened before.
We're winding down the war by sending 5,000 troops to the Middle East.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's how you wind it down.
Sir Keir Starmer agreed that US planes could now use UK bases, for example RAF Fairford, to attack targets that could threaten shipping going through the Straits of Hormuz. It is a shift from the British government. Some will see as subtle, others significant. For Donald Trump, it seems to be too little, too late.
I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
From Iran, a very different response. The foreign minister warning that the shift in policy would have consequences. Mr. Starmer is putting British lives in danger, wrote Abbas Araghchi. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense. Yesterday, a missile fragment landed in Jerusalem's Old City, home to sites sacred to Christianity, Judaism and Islam. Iran continues to strike targets across the region, including Gulf states, once its allies.
Yay. Talking about people's generations in here. Elder Millennial, Gen X. That sounds about right. You have a fairly diverse audience. Although it's mostly people over like 25. Okay. Oh, we're making progress. I think we're down to like the last 20 videos or so. That's not bad. 6.5 hours. I'd like to keep tonight's an 8-hour stream. I don't know if anybody can tell. But I'd like to keep this to 8. Yeah, last night was almost 12. And I'm just so like, oh God, I'm so deeply drained over it all. I feel like I need to go back to bed. Yeah, I did not get very good sleep last night. Now that I think about it, like I was in bed for a long time, but I did not sleep well. The weather down on Earth is still not very nice. Waking up cold as fuck. Okay. Let's go here next. Channel 4 News. 12 hours ago, UK risks getting dragged into Iran war after Diego Garcia attack.
The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has today insisted that the UK has a different view from the US and Israel and would not be involved in taking offensive action against Iran. But she said the government would back defensive action against what she called reckless Iranian threats. This morning, Iran said that an attack had been carried out on its Natanz uranium enrichment facility. Iranian media and officials have reported the deaths of civilians following strikes on the south and the north, while strikes in and around Tehran continued. In Lebanon, the Israeli military says it launched a wave of attacks on Hezbollah targets in Beirut and southern Lebanon, while Israeli media reported damage to buildings in the north of the country after rockets were fired from Lebanon. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates all said that they were continuing to intercept drones and missiles. And drone attacks on Baghdad killed one person at the country's intelligence headquarters and caused a massive fire near Victory Base, a US military complex. But as we heard, the conflict expanded overnight with missiles launched at the joint UK-US military base on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia. Well, with the latest developments, here's our correspondent, Andy Davis.
The Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean, home to a joint UK-US base and target reportedly of 2 Iranian missiles. The Wall Street Journal said one failed in flight, the other shot down by a US warship. Whether the missiles could have reached Diego Garcia is far from clear, but but such a move is upending many an assumption about Iran's actual missile range capabilities and the role Britain may yet play in this seemingly spiralling conflict. The Ministry of Defence called the attacks reckless. They happened, it's understood, before yesterday's shift in position by Keir Starmer, now expanding the use of British bases for American strikes on Iranian sites targeting the vital shipping channel, the Strait of Hormuz.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
Against Iran. Iran, he said, will exercise its right to self-defence.
Whether you like it or not, is the UK being dragged into this war?
Well, as the Prime Minister has made clear, we will provide defensive support against these reckless Iranian threats. But we have not been and we continue not to be involved in offensive action. And we want to see the swiftest possible resolution. As he's made clear, we will not be drawn into a wider conflict because we think we need to see a swift as possible resolution in the UK national interest, but also to support regional stability, security and the economy as well.
In London, hundreds marched this morning as part of a Stop the War Coalition National Day of Action. Yesterday, the Greens and Lib Dems called for Parliament to be given a vote on Britain's involvement, while in Washington, a still querulous Donald Trump bemoaned,
I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
While he boasts of obliteration, his US Central Command posts footage of strikes, preferring instead to say Iran's capabilities are declining. In Tehran today, they mourned the death of Ali Mohammed Naini, another regime figure, a spokesman for Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Yes, I know I was muted. I figured that out after the fact. I didn't want to repeat myself. I'm too fucking beat. I'm just too beat right now. It's been a shitty week, month, year. Oh, God. It's really been beating me up. It's really been beating me up, people. And Iran has just completely taken over everything. It's all we talk about. And for good reason. And for good reason. I mean, I'm the one who's making the choice. We could talk about other things. But I'm just like, what else? What are we supposed to talk about exactly? I mean, I'm talking about the beginning of World War III. What do you want me to talk about? And the amount of money we're talking about spending, I mean, it certainly has implications at home. Massive implications. We already spend Medicare for all sized amount of money on the military as it is, and now we're giving over 200 billion more. It's got implications.
Israel and Iran traded strikes on Saturday as President Donald Trump said the US was considering winding down its military operation against Iran, adding that it was close to meeting its military goals. Washington has sent mixed messages about the conflict, having in the last 24 hours also confirmed it was sending thousands more Marines to the Middle East. Trump said he thought Israel would be ready to end the war when the US does, but rejected the idea of a ceasefire.
I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
As the war on Iran entered its fourth week, Israel also attacked Beirut, saying it was targeting the Iran-backed Hezbollah. Israel stepped up airstrikes targeting the militia, in the deadliest spillover from the Middle East conflict since Hezbollah, in support of Iran, fired on Israel on March the 2nd. More than 2,000 people have been killed since the US and Israel attacked Iran on February the 28th. Americans appear increasingly concerned at signs the war could expand further. 3 US officials told Reuters on Friday that 2,500 Marines, along with an amphibious assault ship and accompanying warships, would deploy to the region. However, the officials did not say what their role would be. Vital energy infrastructure in Iran and neighbouring Gulf states.
We're winding it down. Why would we have a ceasefire? We're already winning. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Like, these sorts of things are just drive me insane. Because we're talking about genuinely important events, and the man who's in charge of the country is talking about them like he's sundowning. He doesn't seem to even be aware of like anything. Does not actually seem to be lucid, and he appears to be conscious. But sometimes it's like, is the president sleepwalking? Does he know where he is right now? Is he having kind of an episode? Ay.
You have a mental health problem.
Now, while Donald Trump is saying we're winning the war, Iran's military is gone. Even though they're still managing to shoot down F-35s, do strikes across the Gulf, including in Israel. And then saying that we're going to wind it down. We wouldn't do a ceasefire because we're winning too much. So we're not going to do, but then we're sending 4,500 troops to the region. Simultaneously, while we're winding it down with troops, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, yes, his first name is Israel, said that the United States and Israel will in fact be stepping up our attacks on Iran, increasing them.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני.
This week, the intensity of the attacks the military will carry out against the Iranian terrorist regime and against the infrastructures on which it relies will increase significantly, and the campaign led by U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will continue. We are determined to continue leading the attack against the Iranian terrorist regime, to behead its commanders and thwart its strategic capabilities, until all security threats to the state of Israel and the U.S. interests in the region are removed.
And as we reported, U.S. Central Command says that Iran's ability to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. Admiral Brad Cooper says attacks earlier this week
Degraded.
at an underground weapons facility. Listen to this.
Wait, now it's just degraded? What does that mean? Wait. I'm confused. Wait, weren't we told that the entire military was destroyed? The ships, the planes, the missiles, the rockets, the air defenses, all of them gone. All gone, no more leaders either, nobody to talk to. But now it's only degraded? It seems like less than completely gone. Can somebody look up the word degraded to me? How does that work?
We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline.
Many bombs.
And as we reported, U.S. Central Command says that Iran's ability to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. Admiral Brad Cooper says attacks earlier this week targeted an underground weapons facility. Listen to this.
We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets.
Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapallo is in Washington, D.C. and joins us now with more on this. Manny, the Strait of Hormuz
seems like a shift
has...
in tone. Doesn't it seem like a shift in tone? Like, I mean, Donald Trump has been coming out and bombastically declaring all of Iran's military gone. And now you got this fucking guy coming out and it's just saying it's degraded. It's a little degraded. You know, it doesn't sound completely gone. I'm not a military expert. I'm not sure what to take from the word degraded, especially from the Trump administration. I'm fairly certain that none of the shipping, like tankers and otherwise, are going to take it too seriously either. Degraded, you say? I think we'll wait until it's safe rather than just degraded. We could do peace, although that would require to Iran to accept a peace from us, the guys who started the war. It's weird how that works. You start a war and then you think you can just end it. Sometimes it doesn't actually work that way. Now in Iran, we have been seeing some pretty serious destruction in the images coming out. Piles of rubble reminiscent of other places in the Middle East like Lebanon and Palestine. Although the destruction is not nearly as complete as Gaza yet, but I'd say it's more akin to southern Lebanon 2024. Everybody remember that back in the day, long, long ago, southern Lebanon 2024, a few months into the conflict, whatever you want to call it, and between Hezbollah and Israel, and they were blowing up a fuck ton of buildings along the border. Hadn't really broadened out that much at that point, if I recall correctly. It was as it relates to Lebanon specifically. I think it was before the full. Like, there were stages of the Lebanon war. We're still in it. That's the thing. It's like, are we not still in that same conflict technically? That never really ended.
It's a busy day in the Middle East, as it always is. And we have Donald Trump in the last hour posting on his Truth social media platform saying that he is ahead of schedule. And this comes just 24 hours or so after he said
It's not, how can it be ahead of schedule? We're literally on week 4. I don't understand.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Words mean nothing. In 2026, the thing that's probably going to break me is that words just don't mean anything anymore. We are on week 4. We are day 2, week 4. Donald Trump said it would take 4 or 5 weeks. There's no way for it to be ahead of schedule now. How he will claim victory from defeat every single time. Trump is Kanye West at the, the Grammys. You know, he shows up to, you know, the Olympics, doesn't participate, and then seizes the medals by force and says, "Look at me, I won." Guy is fucking insane. We're ahead of schedule. 4 or 5 weeks, much faster than anybody said. Much faster than anybody said could be done, including myself, the guy who said 4 or 5 weeks.
He was well ahead of schedule and could possibly end the war, but he wasn't.
How can it be? Is everybody understanding me, right? Like right now, we are literally on week 4. There's no possible way for it to be ahead of schedule at this point. Could have been 3 days ago if it had ended last Thursday. That would have been week 3. But we were told by Donald Trump himself 4 or 5 weeks. I know I shouldn't try and pick apart these sorts of things about Donald Trump, but it's just insane. How can anybody hear him say that and think, oh, yeah, this guy is perfectly sane. He's got it all together. He's got it all together.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Going to offer a deal just yet. Well, joining me live now here in Washington is Sina Azori, who's the Director of Middle East Studies at George Washington University here in Washington. Sina, has the US government managed to achieve its goals? Do we know what its goals are?
We don't know what those goals are, but if we go to, according to what the government administration has been saying, and look at the objectives, I don't believe that the U.S. has been able to achieve them. Let us go back to what Donald Trump was saying, that he demanded unconditional surrender from Iranians.
I mean, we haven't achieved all of the objectives. Mission success is really Operation Epstein failure. Oh, God. That's no good. Yeah, I think we all know that. I think we know full well that this is not a fucking success. And all of the successes Donald Trump has been claiming are completely fake and exist only in his mind and in the sort of alternate reality that his cabinet has helped create for him. He's like an elderly grandpa, but like a rich one. And like the cabinet are like all the kids and sort of extended family. And they're just sort of really hoping that when grandpa dies, they'll still be in his good graces type of thing. Like that's big, right? Is that not where we're at right now? Like they're willing to tell him anything they possibly can just to stay in his good graces. This like it can't possibly last much longer, right? Oh, God.
As the conflict enters its 4th week, attacks have continued around the region, including in Iran and Israel. Our World News correspondent Joe Inwood has our first report.
This does not feel like a war that's de-escalating.
You like Operation Epstein failure even better than Epstein Fury. Honestly, I'm with you on that. It came to me just sort of out of nothing.
This afternoon, the Israeli town believed to host their nuclear arsenal was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. Retaliation, Tehran.
Yeah, I'm all for people using it, you know? I don't even necessarily need credit. Like, I'll take it, but, you know, somebody wants to clip that on Twitch or something, I'll take the credit, but Operation Epstein failure. I mean, I just want to get that one out there. It's pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I know I'm a little biased.
Said for a strike on one of their nuclear facilities. It was not the only attack that expanded the scope of this war. Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles at the UK-US base on Diego Garcia, around 2,400 miles from the Iranian coast. Although neither hit their target, it is far further than their missiles were thought to be able to reach.
We've seen the latest in Iran's reckless strikes aiming at Gulf partners, at international shipping, at allies and British interests as well. And that is why we have continued to support defensive action.
We've continued to support nothing that the United States and Israel have been doing are defensive. Everyone's trying to there's so many people who want to be on board with this, I feel like. Right? Like across like the leadership, there's a lot of people in the West who love this idea, but are simultaneously they know how A, unpopular it is with regular human beings, and B, have no idea how to even sell it because the Trump administration is totally incompetent. Can't even come up with a way to sell it because they didn't try to sell it to anybody. They just decided to do it. Thought it would be over immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's kind of fascinating to watch some of the powers that would normally be selling this sort of be confused about how to sell it, as well as some just outwardly saying, like, because of the fact that there's no actual narrative being spun, just sort of outwardly questioning it. But it's quite an experience. Truly. I really think to some degree they're gonna all come on board, one way or another. I mean, certain countries may not, like Switzerland, I would say, probably not gonna get involved. I would guess. For now, like to the very end, like not UK, almost definitely it would seem is going to get drawn into this. They already basically have it. Without actually committing like ground troops or offensive capabilities, but I mean, the United Kingdom is giving bases, air bases for use to the United States right now. That's complicity. That's a slippery slope. That's what that is. I think you're seeing a whole bunch of European nations eventually start getting dragged into this when other NATO nations start fighting. Turkey, probably one of the early ones to get involved in this. I think the United States will drag people further and further into this. Especially because this all lines up with other interests that they have right now, right? They have like economic and other geopolitical reasons to want to do this. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. will, quote, obliterate Iran's power plants if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. He said the U.S. would target the biggest power plant first. Trump
That seems like an escalation. If you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, war crimes. Straight to war crimes.
Illegal.
Seems like a real we're just gonna start blowing up all the power plants. There's a lot of all caps. A lot of all caps words. Half of the words in here are all caps. That's when you know
The
he's
threat via
upset.
social media on Saturday evening. A fifth of the world's oil and gas typically transits through the strait. Iran has partially blocked it since the U.S. and Israel started the war 3 weeks ago. Manuel Rapallo is following developments in Washington, D.C., and has this report.
Even before this latest escalation, the messaging from the White House has been a bit counterintuitive, a bit contradictory. On Friday, President Trump said that he wished to start winding down this war. But at the same time, we've heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth asking for $200 billion in additional war funding. We've heard from President Trump requesting thousands more troops. So it's very difficult to see how these two things can exist. But we can't lose sight of the strategic messaging here from the White House, which is President Trump essentially saying that this war has already been won, at least militarily. That's the message that he is saying directly to the American people, who are growing increasingly concerned by the day over how.
I love how he just keeps claiming the war is over. For 4 weeks, this war has been already done. You know, it really is fucking insane. For almost a full month, this war has actually been over. I know it started less than a month ago, but it's actually been over since before it started. And we're all just...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh my god. Words really just, they don't mean anything anymore. God. I mean, literally, night one, the first night that this happened, Donald Trump came out. I think he was at Mar-a-Lago, if I recall correctly. He came out to Mar-a-Lago, and he said, "Actually, we've already won the war. We attacked Iran, and now we're done. They've been completely obliterated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. War over."
Immediately, if not sooner.
Saudi Arabia has given an Iranian military attaché and 4 other diplomats 24 hours to leave the country as Iran keeps up attacks on its Gulf neighbors. A series of drone and missile strikes have targeted Saudi Arabia. Air defenses in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates have also carried out several interceptions. Well, let's cross now to Zain Basravi, who's live for us in Dubai. Zain, just walk us through all the latest from where you are in the UAE.
Absolutely. Looking at the incidents throughout the course of yesterday into today across the GCC, seeing it in context of this conflict in a wider sense, it really does illustrate how this conflict is different from previous conflicts in the region. The flashpoints are numerous, and they are simply getting broader. The UAE this morning once again saying that it was responding to missile and drone threats from Iran. Air defenses were underway, and it's been going on since yesterday evening. Shortly before midnight yesterday, the alerts started coming up on people's phones and missile interceptions began, and it's been intermittent in the UAE throughout the course of the day.
More strikes in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. Drones and missiles from Iran, it would one would assume. According to the media, supposedly all intercepted without any great casualties or anything else like that. However, this thing just continues. It's the war that never ends, that's actually been over since the beginning. to Al Jazeera once again from, which one is this? 1 hour ago. I've been adding, this is probably like 2 hours ago, but I've been adding in clips throughout the stream to try and keep us up to date as possible on everything that's been going on.
Aren't I a good guy?
Now let's bring in Samah Watad. She's a journalist and she joins us from Jat in Israel's Haifa district. Samah, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first, what other details have emerged about these strikes on southern Israel, especially the ones that happened in the cities of Arad and Dimona?
Thanks for having me, Muhammad. First of all, let's start with the sirens that is going on now in wide areas across central Israel in Tel Aviv and other areas around Tel Aviv. And it seems that Iran really is escalating its attacks since last night. As you already mentioned, over 1,000 injured people by the Iranian missile attack on Arad and Dimona. So people are horrified about what's happened. Israelis are not really expecting this much of destruction, but there are some, speculations about the Iron Dome and questioning why the Iron Dome did not work at the time when the missile came from Iran. And it seems like all the missiles hit the city were not, backed by the Iron Dome in that area. So following the strikes.
These paper dome memes. I mean, it's very clear that the Iron Dome is not holding up against all of these attacks. 100 people injured in one strike over the last few hours, I guess. Good fucking God. I think this is all happening, this is kind of happening, right now. Because it's daytime. It's like daytime. It's like, I think it's like noon. It's like noon in Israel. I don't have my international clocks.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir also said that they will continue fighting the Israel enemies on all fronts.
Jesus Christ!
Seems that we are.
I did not notice what was going on the left. You can see this strike happen. Holy fucking shit. This thing just came straight through.
So
completely
I said that they will continue fighting the Israel enemies on all fronts,
Holy
which is seems that we are going to continue this war and this attack that left unordinary, destruction in Israel, that Israel really are not normalizing. Israelis are not normalized with this such destruction. They are still want to continue this war.
Samah, you talked about the extent of the destruction. I wanted to pick up on that because there are many videos and photos showing the extent of the damage in the aftermath of those strikes that happened in southern Israel. I want to ask you, what kind of effect has that had on what we've heard from government officials, and what kind of impact has it had on the mood of the people on the ground there?
People are still, looking into what's happened. I think people are so angry, but at the same time, we have witnessed how much Israelis are supporting this war after the campaign that Benjamin Netanyahu's government have done here for long, not only a few weeks or a few months before this war started. They have been preparing the public for this war for a long time, even years. Israel was telling the people that this confrontation with Iran will come as soon as possible. And I think they initiated this war just to prove for their people that this war will happen anyway. And so people are still frustrated about what's happened last night. But again, they are supporting this war, even though we have heard since maybe the end of last week some critics about the war because of the closing of schools. People here are supposed to work as normal as they can, but schools and educational places are not open, so they are forced to to work within a very hard conditions and under sirens and take care of their children, which is something that people are really don't like.
All right, that's Samah Watad, a journalist who's joining us from Jat in Israel's Haifa district.
Right. Live stream from Al Jazeera.
These two things can exist, but we
I
can't
click
lose sight of
this
the
and I'm like, oh
strategic
God.
messaging here from the White House, which is President Trump essentially saying that this war has already been won, at least militarily. That's the message that he is saying directly to the American people, who are growing increasingly concerned by the day over how long this war is going to last, how much this war is going to cost. But we also can't lose sight of the fact that President Trump also has a lot of support. Even within his own base, there are many supporters of the ongoing operation in Iran, from those who argue that the United States is finally achieving deterrence against Iran. But even among that group, there is concern growing over what the end game is, because there's still quite a bit of uncertainty over that. And it's that uncertainty that's fueling another much larger, louder conversation, not only here in Washington, but across the United States, over whether or not the United States is about to be pulled into another much wider conflict in the Middle East. So the chatter here in Washington among foreign policy circles is one of concern. It's one of urgency. There's concern over the fallout between the United States and its allies, specifically NATO countries. There's concern over the economics, the larger global shock, and of course concern over what it's going to take to bring this conflict finally to an end. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Elijah Magnier is a military and political analyst. He says Iran is likely to retaliate if the U.S. attacks its power plants.
The risk of escalation is extremely high because the Iranians are indeed retaliating against everything that the Israelis and Americans are hitting. The Israelis and the Americans hit the oil, the Iranian hit the Haifa refinery, the Israelis hit the Natanz nuclear facility with the Americans, and yesterday the Iranian hit Dimona, the Dimona village, but not necessarily the research center where the Israeli nuclear facilities are. Therefore, the Iranians are proving to have enough capabilities still in its arsenal to hit back and continue this war of attrition as long as it can, to impose a ceasefire and an agreement that end this war. Therefore, the Iranians are also hitting Gulf assets to make everybody pay the price of this war and not only be limited to Iran. And this is what the Americans and the Israelis did not expect, actually. The Israelis have started the nuclear program a long time ago.
The war is won, at least militarily, so I guess he doesn't need $200 billion after all. Or 4,500 troops. But of course, the war is not over. It's a lie.
In the 50s, when the French facilitated that, and then it was always kept undeclared, and it doesn't. Israel is not part of any nuclear treaty. This is why the production of its bomb came out as an information from inside the Israeli nuclear facility. And this is what we know today, that Israel may have between 100 and 200 nuclear bombs. Now, these bombs are very well protected under the ground. And so far, the Iranians did not really hit the center of nuclear facilities in Dimona, but is hitting the village that is large and is around 16 kilometers from the Israeli nuclear facility. But that's also a message that the Iranians are not really willing to cause a problem with the nuclear site that belongs to Israel, but it's saying that I can also inflict pain, not proportionate to the pain that Iran is feeling today. But this is no longer a question for the Iranian because they're fighting an existential war.
Israeli troops are expanding their ground offensive in southern Lebanon. Airstrikes targeted several houses and commercial shops in the district of Tyre. More than 1,000 people have been killed in Lebanon and over 1 million displaced since hostilities resumed between Israel and Hezbollah on March the 2nd. And the violence has displaced more than 1 million Lebanese. Some are living with family or friends in hotels, government shelters, or on the streets. While the country remains deeply sectarian, many people have found refuge with members of other religious communities. Bernard Smith reports from Jassin in southern Lebanon.
Churches are often seen as places of refuge, but in deeply sectarian Lebanon, a church offering shelter to Shia Muslim families is unusual. Father Boutros Akori says when they saw people fleeing with nowhere to go, they had to do something. It's the first time in any conflict the monastery has opened its doors like this.
Political parties and divisions have split the sects, with each group taking its own side. Even we as a monastery were criticized by some people who questioned how we could host people who might be one day against us. But for us, the priority remains the human being.
St. Peter and Paul's monastery in southern Lebanon is sheltered from the fighting by the hills that surround it. But this is what people are escaping, just a 30-minute drive away. Towns and villages bombarded by Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah positions.
We woke up to the sound of strikes. We were asleep. The first strike hit our village at around 2 a.m. We waited until we realized there was a war. Then we left. We spent the whole day on the road.
We hope to live in Lebanon hand in hand, without sectarianism, without political divisions. We hope to return to our villages soon for the war to end and for Lebanon to change for the better.
There are 18 religious sects recognized in Lebanon: Christian, Muslim and Jewish.
I'm Christian and she's Muslim. We live together here and we cook together and we are all family.
Because Lebanon's state is so weak, people rely on their sects for jobs, for social welfare, for education, and that perpetuates division. Okay. I'm going to keep this show moving. We're 7.5 hours in, people, so we're just going to be wrapping up pretty soon. We're going to cover a few more stories in the Middle East and Asia before it is all over. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And don't forget that we're completely funded by individuals like you, and without your donations, we would cease to exist. And right now, we're still dealing with a orange tier galactic emergency, galactic deficit. Still quite sizable. March nearing an end. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. The 3 and only ways to contribute to that deficit. All right, let's go to France 24 here, to Pakistan. Talk about the war that's been going on over there since the day before the war in Iran started, where 400 people died in a strike at a
Another
hospital
day
in
of strikes,
Kabul.
another day of rescuers scrambling to find victims. Loud explosions rocked Kabul moments earlier, sparking panic across the city. The Taliban government again accused Pakistan, saying this time the attack hit a drug rehabilitation center.
We strongly condemn this crime and consider such an act to be against all accepted principles and a crime against humanity.
Pakistan, however, dismissed the allegations. Islamabad says no hospitals were targeted, only what it called terrorist support infrastructure. The strikes came just hours after a crucial vote at the United Nations. The Security Council called on Afghanistan's Taliban rulers to immediately step up efforts to combat terrorism. It also extended the UN political mission in Afghanistan, UNAMA, for another 3 months.
It's imperative that the Afghan government and the international community maintain communication, move towards each other, gradually address each other's legitimate concerns, and help Afghanistan achieve lasting stability, development, and prosperity.
Last week, Pakistan accused its neighbor of crossing a red line. The Taliban had launched drones, injuring several civilians. In response, Pakistan struck what it said were equipment storage sites. Kabul, however, says those strikes hit an empty security compound.
Shock of shock, Afghanistan and Pakistan can't agree on something, anything. Suffice to say, people are dying. They've been dying. And honestly, the numbers are just getting higher and higher. I've been keeping track of this. We have not been talking about it nearly at all since the beginning of this conflict. Like we've mentioned it a few times in the last month, but it just keeps getting worse. Like it is getting dramatically worse.
A mess of warped metal on blackened earth, the rubble of what used to be a drug rehabilitation center was still smoldering on Tuesday morning. Authorities say the center in Kabul was struck around 9 p.m. on Monday, killing and wounding hundreds. The Taliban government has blamed Pakistan.
Innocent people were living in this area. All were addicts who were admitted here for treatment. We condemn this act.
In a nearby hospital, some of those injured are receiving treatment. They say the strike came out of nowhere.
I was in the kitchen cooking for the patients when I heard the sound of an aircraft and the kitchen filled with fire. I rushed outside and saw everything was burning. After that, I lost consciousness, and I don't remember anything.
Pakistan has denied targeting the center. The information minister said this footage released Tuesday showed, quote, precision airstrikes on military infrastructure in both Kabul and the eastern province of Nangarhar.
The visuals leave no room for doubt. The flames and secondary detonations witnessed in Kabul further confirm that the intended ammunition storage site was hit with precision.
The bombing marks a sharp escalation in the conflict between the neighbors, which reignited in late February.
Oh, so it was a precision. That's why hundreds of people died. That makes sense. It was just incredible precision. Sounds like fucking Israel. we're gonna leave Pakistan now for India. Where they too are being affected by this conflict. The war, whatever we want to call this right now. It's all like one war at this point. One big beautiful war. I'm calling it the Big B, the BBW. Big beautiful war.
Nothing is coming from where?
Cylinder is not available for a long time, sir. Nothing can be cooked without cylinder. That is why they have stopped it. Food cannot be cooked. So what will we sell? It is closed.
One water.
2 water. Hey.
Brother, the
Work of curry and rice will stop from tomorrow day after tomorrow. The government has completely stopped the big cylinder and bringing small one is a crime. Even if we get it, first of all you will not get it. 25 days booking is done for domestic gas and they will stop it. We are.
There you have it, people in India struggling as access to gas is rationed. This oil crisis causing shortages all over South Asia. Meanwhile, Muslims in India marked Eid al-Fitr, the end of Ramadan, and the beginning of spring for everyone, by protesting in the streets against the Iranian war. Operation Epstein is not popular in India. Oh, it's been a crazy week, people. I remember when we used to have normal Saturn Day streams that weren't like me trying to make up for how fucking crazy the week was. Trying to catch up with all of the stories we missed. Like just covering like a normal Saturday. I remember that. It's a long, long time ago. All right, now to China. Scott Bessent, he's not in China, but he had some stuff to say about Donald Trump's postponed trip to China.
So,
Scotty.
If the president's visit, and I'm saying if the president's visit is postponed, it would have nothing to do with the Chinese making a commitment to the Straits of Hormuz. It would obviously be in their interest to do so, but a postponement would not be as a result of any ask from the president not being met. The postponement, if it happens, would be because the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military believes that he should stay in the United States.
Oh, that makes sense, Scotty. Okay. Donald Trump wouldn't postpone a trip in some sort of petty decision making process whereby somebody not doing something that he wants would cause him to cancel it.
He'd never do that. It's all because he's making an important national security decision, of course. It's got nothing to do with him throwing a fit, a temper tantrum. Like
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
He would not do that. He's not some sort of unhinged tin pot dictator. You know, this isn't North Korea.
김정은 동지께서는 전술 연습이 끝난 후 신용 주력 탱크의 전투적 성능을 다시금 묘의하시면서 다음과 같은 견해를 피력하셨습니다. 탱크 공업의 현대화에서
Trying to get one last puppy treat in Kaname-kun.
So hot right now.
우리가 특별한 힘을 기울인 가구 국방상 노광철 동지, 조선인민군 총참모장 이영길 동지, 조선인민군 전술 연습은
Well, if you can't see your screen right now, it's Kim Jong-un and Kim Ju-ai, the leader and first daughter of North Korea, watching weapons tests. Gotta say, the music, there's something about like North Korean propaganda music. Is it just me, or is North Korean propaganda music basically like N64? Like, am I the only one? Well, that was your penultimate video of the night. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. One last clip for the night before we switch to the after hours stream. To Japan. Well, actually, to the United States, where Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi made an appearance, met with Donald Trump at the White House, where Donald Trump acted professionally, presidentially. I'm sure he didn't embarrass the entire country.
Many things that we experience in life are difficult at the time, and then we look back and laugh about it. And I think it's more than likely we're going to look back on this era and cry and lament. So maybe we might as well laugh now because once we really see the implications of all this, I think it's going to be pretty bad. So enjoy it while you can. I don't know why the hue on this looks so yellow. I don't know. Maybe they make him.
The amount of reflective gold in the room is upsetting the camera.
It screws up the white balance. Maybe there is no white balance.
I want gold gels on my camera.
It's quite possible that everything in there is gold.
Her pearls look gold now.
This is Donald Trump with the Prime Minister of Japan. He is asked why he didn't coordinate the Iran attack with allies. Didn't say, I mean, to be fair, this is in some way, an unfair question, because the fact is he didn't seem to even coordinate it with everybody else in the government. I mean, the idea that they're now they need to bring in 2,500 troops, and it's going to take them 4 or 5 days to get the troops there for the ground invasion feels like they may be winging this.
Yeah. What? Japan and US are very good friends, but one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. When we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted Surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? He's asking me, do you believe in surprise? I think much more so than us.
Japan.
He is the most like shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Like, he should be ashamed of himself. He really should. He's such an idiot. Why would he ever say that to the Prime Minister of Japan? It's the most undiplomatic thing you could possibly say. You guys know all about surprise. Remember that time? Remember 1941?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, God Cat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorpatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Owen, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. What just happened? I lost it. That's never happened. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, The Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori, Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Tocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.